Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at it again. Here we go, a special edition on a Friday of the Hoof Podcast Live. Normally this is when our recorded pod comes out, but it's draft weekend, baby, and we got the team back together. We did such an amazing job last night for almost 5.5 hours straight. We made it through. I can't believe it. But here we go again. Up top, you know him from Disguised Coverage. That's Anthony Prohaska. I'm Anthony Romeo, and we got our draft expert at Cover One back once again with us, Russell Brown down below. How you guys doing? You ready to do this again, night two?
No.
I don't know if I'll be doing 5 hours again, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know. We got like 70-something picks tonight, so it's going to be we got to hunker down and get ready. So get some nachos, get some pizza, get ready to go. I can't wait for what we're going to see here.
Yeah, it's exciting, right? Last night we only had one round. Tonight we have two. The Bills are, picking at least two picks that we know of right now. Obviously, trades can happen. 61 is our first pick. I don't know about you guys, but man, there's so much talent on the board right now that I am just going to be holding my breath through these first few picks. There's at least 10 guys that I think could have gone in the first round that are still here. And, we got to keep it active. We're ready to go, but who knows? Maybe Bean says there's so much talent on the board, we're just going to sit pretty and wait at 61. But that's not Bean's style that we've seen in years past. He's not afraid to trade up and make it happen.
Very true.
I want to talk about, obviously, the guys on the board and who's available. But let's talk about the Buffalo Bills and positional needs or what we want to see the Bills get in this second and third round. I know personally, cornerback is another big need. I think there's no secret there. I'm sure we'll all mention that. And there's a lot of depth players here. I know I've had my eyes on Ifitu Melifonwu because I'm a Syracuse fan, and that's where he plays. And I would love to have a Syracuse player join the Buffalo Bills. But cornerback in general, definitely a position I'm targeting. And believe it or not, a sleeper one that I love, tight end, right? I have made no secret about the guys I like in this draft. One of them that not a lot of other people like is Brevin Jordan. And one of the things that is the theme of this year's draft. I think we should hold true to the actual theme of this year's draft, which is reuniting teammates. All right. And the Bills, with their number one pick, picked Gregory Rousseau out of Miami. So let's reunite some of those teammates. And so tight end is a position I'm definitely watching today that's probably more under the radar. But what do you guys think? I want to, position or guy, you can mention one of the guys if there's somebody specific that you're targeting or keeping your eyes on today. So let's start with you, Anthony. What do you got?
Well, corner is my number one coming out of day two. It was a focus for me in round one as well. I've stated it all off season. I'm comfortable with Levi and Dane Jackson, but I would like more speed. I would like more athleticism at the outside corner spot. And especially like a scheme versatile player. I would like to run potentially some man or some cover zero and not have to worry about is our corner two going to get torched or have to run single high or cover one, no pun intended, and have to be we have to shade that safety over the top to the corner two side because whoever it is, they can't handle that scheme and that versatility is great. So I would like corner. If you know me, which I think a lot of the listeners do, the prince that was promised, Asante Samuel Jr., please, I would like that. But I'm very comfortable with – I really like Melifonwu. If we were to get him in the second round here, I'd like that. I'm even with some of the guys a little more down the pecking order on that. I like Trill Williams. I like Paulson Adebo from Stanford, who had some really interesting tape from 2019. He was really strong in the back half of the year. I like Adebo. I'm even okay with St. Just from – Minnesota. Yeah, there's some prospects that can be hit on in a lot of different ways for corner. So I would like to come away with a corner here on day two. And then I'm also focused on the interior offensive line, seeing, I don't know, does Landon Dickerson drop because of medical things? Is Creed Humphrey potentially there? I do like Kendrick Green. Maybe we can snag him later. Do we grab him now? Then there's even still some of the good tackles and just even not necessarily that the Bills need it, but Tevin Jenkins still being there, Mayfield still being there. That's my focus really as well. Not only just for the Bills, but seeing you let off with it, the talent that's there. JOK is sweet. Trevin Merrick is sweet. Tevin Jenkins is sweet. Like, I want to know where these guys are going to go. Who's going to take them?
Yeah,
how
and
does the board fall?
Maybe Russ can start to give us some insight into that. So maybe we'll start with that first question first. Are there guys or positions you think the Bills are looking at that you're following in this second/third round here? And Anthony, I totally agree with your point on interior offensive line in general. One of the things I was going to add is that McDermott and Bean love versatility. They're not afraid to draft a tackle and make him a guard, even though we've got 2 stalwart tackles, because if something should happen, it's always nice to have a guy who can fill in anywhere. They love that versatility. And even though they've signed a bunch of these guys, they're all 1-year deals. You still need a long-term answer that you can develop. So I agree with you there. Russ, what do you got to add to the positional tracking for the Bills?
I'll be honest, you guys took a lot of the names that I was thinking as well. So we're kind of all on the same page here. Ifeatu Melifonwu would have been probably the consolation prize for me at this second round spot. And again, I think that they're going to be interested in possibly moving up just from 61. You look at Seattle, they're sitting there at 56. So if they can move up 5 spots, and Seattle's going to move back 5 spots, maybe Seattle gets 2 picks out of the deal or something, because they've only got 3 picks in this draft. So they're always an intriguing team. And especially with John Snyder, he's always moving down, moving up, all those things. So I think moving up, and maybe a guy like Asante Samuel Jr. is there. Maybe. If not, maybe that's when you just sit and you get your guy in Melifonwu, who I would think is a fine piece to add to your secondary. If not him, I would say maybe Aaron Robinson out of Central Florida. I know Eric Turner's not the biggest fan of him. He didn't really catch his eye too much, but I know our colleague Zach Hicks is relatively a big fan. And I watched Aaron Robinson 2 weeks ago, and I was like, wow, wish I would have probably watched more of this guy. Like, he popped on tape when I was watching Richie Grant, but I never circled back to his tape.
Oh, you hit it. I had the same thought. I wish I could go back in time and watch more UCF tape for Aaron Robinson and Richie Grant. I enjoyed the hell out of both games that I watched for them. I really did.
Yeah, and I think hold on, Zach Hicks just commented in the thing. Trade up with Indy. Sorry, boys, I'd be on the stream, but this second COVID shot is killing me.
Oh, he's feeling it.
Dude, I told you that was going to happen. I said, get ready, dude. Can't wait to see you in 3 days. So, anyways, yeah. So Aaron Robinson, though, I think would be a fine fit maybe for a nickel role. I mean, I don't know if he'd be there in the 3rd round at that point, but if he is, I'd be okay with his value. I mean, he ran a 4.39 40 at the pro day. He doesn't look that fast, but he's an aggressive tackler as well.
I want to give something for you, Russ, there. What are your thoughts on him? I like Robinson a lot, obviously, as a nickel. Some people project him well to an outside corner spot. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I'm playing him in the slot all day long, playing him up near the box, doing those types of things. I mean, he can do just about anything that you want a physical corner can do. So, he's aggressive, he's feisty, he gets after it. So you love seeing that type of stuff from him. And again, I wish I would have been able to watch more, but the one game I saw from him, just from the beginning, he had like 8, I think maybe 10 tackles in that game. So he really stands out. And then, to Anthony's point of tight end, I think you're onto something. Maybe Tommy Tremble out of Notre Dame. I know his name came up in the chat here. Yes, great run blocker, but the guy's got feet for hands. Okay, the guy can't catch the ball, and it's one of those things. I mean, it goes back to his days in college or to his days in high school. I mean, I think he only had 20 career receptions in high school. He comes in and he only has like 24 career receptions at Notre Dame. So you're not going to address a pass catching need, but you're going to get a great run blocker. And as this team transitions away from Lee Smith, you need to replace that. So Tremble could be somebody they target. And again, if their guy's not here in the 2nd round, it wouldn't surprise me if they move back into the 3rd round and maybe gather a couple of picks. I was looking at the trade or the draft order to see if there's a team with multiple thirds that maybe they could get 2 3rd-round picks.
That would be, I mean, it'd be interesting. We know that Bean is active and wouldn't be afraid to move around for stuff. So trading, again, with this top 10 guys that are still available right now, there's going to be a lot of every one of these teams is going to be on the phone because teams are going to be calling up to try and nab these guys that could have went in the 1st round. And certainly the Bills will be in that conversation. But I agree that say Samuel and for some reason Ifeatu Melifonwu and a couple of these other guys that are borderline are gone. And we have a similar situation to last night where there's 10 guys currently on the board at 61 that the Bills could pick. Certainly that gives them grounds to say, we're not necessarily in love and confident in one single of these players, and there's a bunch of them, let's trade back. We can still target the positions that we want, interior offensive line, cornerback, tight end, the ones we've talked about, and get extra picks and get extra guys. And that's third round. This second and third round for me, and I'm sure all of us agree here, there's a ton of value right here in the draft. This is the sweet spot of the draft. Tomorrow, day 3, you're looking for diamonds in the rough that somebody overlooked that could be great players and starters. But really this day 2 is you didn't make it on day 1, but there's still a super high upside and lots going on. So I love it. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think, are they on the clock now finally? Are we started up?
Jacksonville's on the clock. They got
there we go.
6
Jacksonville's on the clock.
1 second. Yeah, there's a lot. I like this comment and question from Andrew, another Syracuse boy, Trill Williams. Is Trill Williams an option at 61 if Melifonwu and the first-round projections like Tevin Jenkins, Asante Samuel Jr., and JOK are gone and we stay put? His size, athleticism, and versatility seem like the McDermott type. I'll speak for myself. I really like Trill Williams. I'm more comfortable with him at 93 than I am at 61. In looking at, I mentioned it on Disguised Coverage. We talked about this whole big nickel thing that kind of got dismissed by Bean. But people were talking about Trill as though he was like an outside corner at Syracuse, and he wasn't. He was more slot. He had some box safety snaps. He had some free safety snaps.
Played everywhere. Yeah.
He did play everywhere. His lowest amount of snaps was actually at outside corner in 2020.
That's what he projects to.
Correct. That's what he projects to. But if you take someone like that, he can really kind of play a monster man, do a little bit of everything role with what he's done. Again, I love projections and I like them, but I'm very much same thing with my strategy in fantasy football. I like a good high floor, and knowing what Trill is already good with, that slot, that monster man type role. Because of that, I would prefer him in the third. If we came away with him in round 2, I honestly wouldn't be upset at all. He's got length, he's got size, he's got speed for days. He's got some good technique bits. And then you combine it with the strength. There was a play. It was one of the clips I put on Twitter where he's in the slot against North Carolina, and he's on the top side of the field, and he goes to take away the inside, and the receiver hits him with a nice jerk route and pops back outside, and Trill just real quickly jams the hell out of him on his outside shoulder and completely reroutes him because he's got that strength, and then he's able to get leverage and get back over the top and get with him upfield. He's a very intriguing prospect, and not just from like an outside corner perspective. He can really do a lot of things on defense.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I love his versatility. Would love if he's a Buffalo Bill, because there's 3 potential Syracuse defensive players that could be drafted, and all of them fit the Buffalo Bills in one way or another. So I really, really hope that we get one of them. But I agree that I think Afitu Melifonwu is a second-round guy, and Trill Williams is, third-round guy. They're not too far apart. It's not like one's top second round, bottom third round. But that's about where I would rank them. Russ, do you think the same thing when it comes to Trill?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely think in the second round, if you take him in the second round, I think that's a little rich. And if he's there at 61 and you take him, that means the run of corners happens. And that means probably kicking off the draft here, Tyson Campbell happens. We're talking Asante Samuel Jr. We're seeing a player like Elijah Molden go, Aaron Robinson go. And if Trill maybe projects best in the slot, maybe in the box, maybe even a little bit as a safety. I mean, he ran a 4.59. He's not going to, and trust me, I speak from experience. Tease Tabor ran like a 4.62, and we took him in the second round.
Oh, Tease Tabor.
So, I mean, I'm just speaking from bad experiences and 2 different players. So I totally get that. But, ultimately, when I look at this, I think you got to probably go a different route at that point. And that means if the run on the corners happens, that means maybe a tight end gets pushed down like Hunter Long out of Boston College, which would be a great fit. Maybe Michael Carter out of North Carolina. I know we talked no Travis Etienne last night, but we get Michael Carter. I mean,
we're out of the first round. All right. So it's clear now.
What do you guys think of Michael Carter at 61 as the running back?
I really like both North Carolina running backs. Honestly, I think they could both go here, but I'm not sure Carter is the right fit for the Bills. I mean, I don't know that he raises the bar enough for me from Devin Singletary, for example. I mean, different skill set, a little bit speedier, but and we especially with the addition of what's his name, the running back we just signed, already losing
Bo
the names
Jackson.
in my head.
No, Matt Breida.
Matt Breida, thank you. Speedy running back, right? So I don't know that he moves the needle too much for me. So, I mean, I would, obviously the anti-running back guy. I don't think the Bills need a running back at all in this draft. But if the price is right and that's your value, if McDermott has this guy high on the board and he's there at 61, they're not going to be afraid to pick him. And I'm not going to put up a fight or something and say that was a bad pick. I might have preferred somebody else, but skill position players, if they're there and they have value, he could pick them. I'd rather see a wide receiver go there. So
yeah, I think that's fair. And I like Javonte Williams, as the comment there from Zach directed towards you, Russ. But when I watched North Carolina tape or teams that were playing Carolina that I was scouting, Carter flashed to me almost just as much as Williams. He's a really intriguing player.
Carter's got that change of direction. The Jags pick is in. But to answer Zach's question, what is the nightmare spot for Javonte Williams? Well, I mean, I think we were going to see him relatively early here. I think the Jets at 34 would be intriguing. I think Atlanta would be a great fit for him at 35.
Miami, Davis there. That'd be nice.
Miami.
All of these teams at the top need a running back, don't they? This is interesting, except obviously the Jags picked theirs yesterday.
I mean, I think probably the nightmare spot would probably be, honestly,
I assume by nightmare he means bad fit, or
I'm assuming that's what he's talking about. Yes, so, and he's absolutely right about this guy. I'm not going to say the name. The kid out of Iowa State. That dude can fly.
He's got so much speed.
Zach's got some really good content on that player. So search that name, Iowa State Zach Hickson, on Twitter or on Google, and you'll find some really good stuff. There was a comment.
Oh wow, the Jags lead off round 2. Sorry, Russ.
Yep.
With Tyson Campbell from Georgia.
Wow. Okay. We're getting it.
I mean, that was kind of to be expected when
with the measurables and how he tested.
Well, and then, he was rumored into the first round, and then last night this morning he was plus 500 odds to be taken by the Jaguars, and then by about noon or 1 o'clock he had minus 250. So I think everybody knew that he was going.
Information here.
Yeah. And Benjamin Albright tweeted out like 3 hours ago, we're all on board with Tyson Campbell at pick 33, correct? Something like that. So gotcha. It's definitely a good fit for them. I mean, a good pick. They want to get a little bit faster, and he's not somebody. Yeah, I didn't watch a ton of them, but when I did see him, I mean, I thought he impressed me a little bit, but I was more into Eric Stokes and some of those other players on their defense.
Yeah, we did our top 5 running backs, and he did not quite make it in the cut for me. Whereas, Afitu Melifonwu and a couple of these other guys, Samuel, those guys were in the conversation. So I did not do a lot of work to say that he doesn't belong here, but I think there were other guys that I personally would prefer. Of course, I'm looking from the Bills' perspective. Maybe this is a guy who fits more of the scheme that Jacksonville wants to play. So I don't know. You got anything to add, Ant?
I liked Campbell from a tool. He's like a toolsy, traitsy kind of guy. You see the athleticism and you see the speed, but then the technical stuff is where he struggled. You saw him lose battles at the catch point. You saw some ball skill tracking issues in 2020. There's one is Kyle Pitts, and there's another in that Florida game. There's multiple scores in the Florida game where he's in great position and the ball goes in the air, and it's like he has no idea what to do when the ball is in the air. But again, he possesses some things that are really tremendous for a defender, let alone a corner, and give the thought process and, okay, we can coach him up a little bit. Let's see what we can do. And he started to really rise up the boards along with Eric Stokes. Stokes tested fantastically. So did Campbell. And then you went back and watched the tape. I thought it was similar for both Campbell and Stokes. They intrigued me more after their testing in the offseason. And I didn't think the tape was great for either, but I did like Stokes much more than I did Campbell. But I respect the athleticism that Campbell has. And again, he's another person that we're seeing a lot of things like a la Gregory Rousseau, somebody who's got these God-given abilities. And you're like, okay, we believe we can add some technique, we can add some polish, and we can have something on our hands.
And just from a Bills perspective, again, a cornerback going immediately to start the second round tells you that there's a lot of depth at cornerback here. And we're hoping that one of the guys we want falls to 61. But if there starts to be a run, if McDermott and Bean really have one of these guys that they're eyeing, they're going to get on the phone and they're not going to be afraid to do what it takes to move up and get the guy that they feel they have faith in if they're not as confident in some of these later round guys. I realized we started and I didn't even give like the shout outs and everything. So thank you all for joining us again tonight after a marathon last night. We had a blast hanging out with you all and covering the draft, and we're ready to do it again tonight. So let's go through. Joel, all right, man. What's up? Danny Slack back again. Hey. Jason Walker, what's up? My niece is in here. Clarice, hey.
Hey.
My brother's back. We saw him earlier. Reptile, always representing. Hey, this one I got to bring up. That's Dr. Romeo to you. Mr. Romeo is my father. Yeah. No.
What do you guys think the Jets do here? Division rival?
It's a big pick.
I'm going to guess Azeez Ojulari. That's what I'm guessing.
Oh, they could definitely use edge. It's going to be a player that the Bills don't want them to get. That's what I'll say. It could be even if they pick the running back here, the other Carolina running back. What's his name? Williams.
Javonte Williams.
Yeah, that could be a good fit for them. Like, I don't want them to get him. But
I don't see how they don't go defense. I honestly, if I were them, I'd go Koromoa. I also like Ojulari, but I think add some kind of monster to that defense. They need help in a lot of ways. They're the type of team that, thank you so much. Hello, gentlemen. Big night, too. Thank you very much for the super chat and the donation tax. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Been going at you on Twitter nonstop. He's always in my mentions. I love him. I like, we talked about Koromoa at length last night. You take a team like the Jets where they need help in a lot of ways on defense, and you add a guy who can do a little bit of everything. I think that would be a really good move for them. But to Russ's point, I like the edge pick. I like Ojulari. I don't know, maybe the news and the reports on his knee issue is maybe what kind of dropped him out of the first round a little bit. He was in a lot of mocks and a lot of talks. Granted, mocks aren't the Bible, and they're not completely predictive. They're more just kind of a measuring stick in terms of what teams could be looking for positionally. But he was a pretty solid fixture in the first round for a lot of mocks, and I like his run defense more than I do his pass rushing ability. Not to say that his pass rushing is bad, but he has some of the most beautiful taking on pulling guards and tackles that you'll see, and it's great. And the Jets did not go defense. The pick is in. They went Elijah Moore from Ole Miss.
Oh wow! So wide receiver, another good pick. See, this is I told
we're
you,
just going for Zach Wilson.
No matter who it was, the Bills were not going to like it. This is one of the guys, obviously, that the Bills could have gotten in round one. That we saw a lot of talk around. Speedy playmaking wide receiver. Lots of good traits that now the Jets are going to enjoy and the Bills are going to have to deal with.
I wanted to pull up awesome shout out news from Zach here. So we're talking about Ojulari. Ojulari's degenerative knee is scaring teams. He needs it completely reworked and may need surgery. I didn't follow up on the news. Thank you so much for that, Zach. That would explain why he may be falling.
That's more of a catastrophic fall. Once you need surgery, you're talking, if you're a first-round guy, you're going third, fourth round.
Degenerative is such a scary term.
Exactly.
Like when you hear
talking full reconstruction, you're talking at least a year out and then rehab and everything. You don't know what you're getting back. Yeah, that's not going to be good in the case for Ojulari.
Interesting pick for the Jets here. So they go Zach Wilson, then they trade up to get AVT, Elijah Vera Tucker, to protect him. Now they bring in Elijah Moore, and you add him to Corey Davis, who they signed in the offseason, and Denzel Mims, who they took last year, who I really liked coming out of Baylor. And they all of a sudden have an interesting receiving core, definitely competent at worst. You add a young Zach Wilson, rookie QB. You protect him up front. You hopefully you can pair AVT with Mekhi Becton, who hopefully takes a jump in year two. All of a sudden, the Jets have made some interesting moves. I hate the Jets, and I forever will hate the Jets, but I think that's a good pick there, especially for what they're trying to do.
I mean, they still have to put it all together. We got to remember this is a new regime with them. I mean, I have a ton more faith in the coach they have now than I did in the coach they had previously. So pretty sure I could have become the head coach and done a better job than the previous regime. But they have the talent now. They've got to show they can put it together. They've missed too many times in the past 10 years. So not even just the last regime that they have to line it up and get things going. So we'll see what the Jets can put together here, but they do have now, if you're a Jets fan, you're excited. I talked to my friends, a couple of them who are Jets fans, and I said, look, at the end of this weekend, you're going to be happy to be a Jets fan again, because it's been a miserable few years, but At the end of this weekend, you're going to be confident as a Jets fan again.
Yeah.
And they're going to right now, what's his name? Their GM last year had a pretty decent draft, and this year he seems to be, putting the pieces together to make this team competitive again.
We have a trade. The Denver Broncos have traded up to pick 35, and they are all hugging and slapping hands in Inglewood, Colorado. They seem very excited. For their trade up. Ooh.
Here we go. Denver Broncos. This is my home team here.
Interesting.
Is the pick in?
The pick is in, but it hasn't been announced yet. Russ, what are your thoughts? What do you think Denver would be looking for trying to trade up here at this point?
Real fast on the Jets taking Elijah Moore. Like that fit overall. I think he can play in the slot for them. And, this is a guy that played, 8 games this past year, averaged over 10 receptions a game. So I think it's a great fit. Zach Wilson. I thought maybe they would go, again, Azeez Ojulari on the defense because it sounded like they were very interested in getting an edge rusher. And then obviously Creed Humphrey or Landon Dickerson, I thought maybe they would just continue to beef up front. But I like that pick overall. And then here we go with the Broncos. They're moving up. And, I don't think it would be a receiver. I don't think it would be a running back here. But is it there's no way. I was going to say Asante
offensive
Samuel Jr.
line. It's really
Can't be
tough
corner now.
No,
Koromoa maybe would still be a good fit if they need a linebacker that they can groom if they see him as a true linebacker.
That's a good point. Or Tevin Jenkins, maybe one of those two guys.
Offensive line is a good position for them as well.
And we got Denver received the 35th overall pick and a 6th round pick from Atlanta. Atlanta moved down 5 spots to 40 and then also received a 4th round pick, 114th overall from Denver. So Denver gives up a 4th round pick in this year's draft to move up 5 spots, and Atlanta gets an extra 4th round pick for a team that's starting to rebuild and starting to do some stuff.
Yeah, that's a good trade for Atlanta. I'm curious what the pick is. Of course, as always, you guys are ahead of me, way ahead of me.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm still behind.
I'm on day 3.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Anthony Prohaska's got the coverage for us. Good thing you're here because we'd be behind. The chat would be updating us if
I know, right?
If that were the case. I as being here in Denver, my instinct tells me they have to go linebacker. That's been what they were craving. That's a lot of people wanted them to pick in the first round with Parsons on the board. So we'll see here. I can't imagine that the Broncos fans could get any more upset than they were yesterday after the Fields pick. And to make it worse, when they came out for the press conference, they said, we liked Fields. We just like the cornerback better. It's like, so you had to rub salt in the wound there a little bit.
Russ's boy, the Denver Broncos select Javonte Williams, running back from North Carolina.
Hello.
I don't understand the Broncos. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't get it, man.
I'm not sure. So we did say that these teams that in the top 5-ish here need running backs, but I'm not. This does surprise me that they would trade up for a running back in this position. We already praised Javonte Williams a little bit. Do you want to give us a little more on your thoughts on him? Being in Denver, again, running back was not a position these fans were clamoring for. Certainly a position they could use an upgrade at. And with the loss of Lindsey, they are looking for another guy that can run the ball. But surprising that they would trade up and make this move. Like I said, I thought they were going linebacker. So what are your thoughts, Russ? What do you got?
I thought they would have probably gone defense as well. I'm curious as why Joke is falling, and again Tevin Jenkins as well. But this is just based to help Drew Lock, right? Javonte Williams is another weapon for that offense, and I don't, Melvin Gordon is there, and that's why I thought, okay, they're not going to go. They're not going to go this route, but they got rid of Phillip Lindsay this past year. They didn't bring him back, so they're looking maybe for that true number one, and Javonte Williams can become that. And maybe he's just a compliment right now. Maybe he's just a running back by committee, but he's a physical runner. He's going to run downhill. He's not going to beat you with long speed. That's not his game. Track speed's not his game, but he will beat you between the tackles and in the open field when he trucks you. So I love his skill set. Again, one of my favorite players in this draft. I'm super
probably one of the most pound for pound muscular dudes in this draft too. I don't know if you've seen him, but
he plays muscular. Like he plays behind, he runs behind his pads. He's got good contact balance. Like he's he's a solid running back. There's some people who had him as number one, honestly, over Najee and Travis Etienne.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to my son watching the stream right now, putting the LOL in the comments. So shout out to that little hooligan.
I like that picture, that avatar there. That's nice.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
No rest for the wicked here. The Dolphins are on the clock, and obviously this is a Buffalo Bills AFC East centric pick once again, and the pick is already in. So where do we think the Dolphins are going here? They might have been looking running back, but obviously with Williams off the board, I'm not sure that's where they go. They could go Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. We keep bringing that name up, but these teams keep passing on him. So maybe they know something I don't know. But
they could. Maybe that's why Denver traded up to 35 to get ahead of Miami. Miami would take Javonte Williams.
It does make sense, but I'm still surprised they were thinking running back in that spot anyway.
Yeah.
Is the pick announced yet?
Pick is not announced.
Okay.
They are.
I'm assuming you will interrupt us when if the pick is becoming announced.
Everybody shut up.
Oh, yeah. Dolphins selection.
Tevin Jenkins? No? Question mark?
That would be a big pickup for them, man.
I really hope it's not spoiled in the chat.
I don't know.
I really hope it's not Tevin Jenkins.
I have the chat.
That would be a big pickup for them.
Over some, so.
I'm going to have to move it up. No, they haven't announced it yet. They're the Isley brothers from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame are at the podium. And it looks like they're singing the pick. They're taking a while to announce it. They're having a good time. Oh, Javon Holland from Oregon, slot corner / kind of safety now as the. Oh, that's funny that you said if give Anthony a bell to ring. That's funny.
Ding, 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 ding.
Interesting. Russ, give me your thoughts here on Javon Holland. He was in that same mix with Elijah Molden for me. I like Molden more, but Molden was like a slot corner, and all these people were like, some people had him ranked as a safety and thoughts as safety, and then Holland made an even harder flip because he was more slot, and then it was like, nope, he's going to be a safety. What are your thoughts on him and how he fits into the Miami defense? Because I think, not that this is surprising, but it's an interesting pick for me.
It's an interesting pick for sure. I didn't think secondary was necessarily one of their top needs, not something they would spend a second round pick on, but they do have a plethora of picks in this draft. And again, their first two picks I thought were home runs for them. And I like this pick a lot. Javon Holland's played some of the best football of really any safety in this class, if you look statistically. And I think he's a little bit forgotten about simply because he opted out this past year. So, he was a 4-star recruit. He goes to Oregon, 6'1", 198. The ball skills and the production are there. He's got 9 interceptions with 20 pass deflections over the course of his career. I think you can actually plug and play him either in the slot. As a safety, he's going to definitely go in between both those roles. But you love the way he attacks. He's a good open field tackler. And again, he's long. He's got really good length. So you'll see him play in a variety of spots. They're even showing it right now. He's playing off the edge. He's blitzing. So I think this is just more so to attack some of the offenses. And when you see what the Jets are doing, going offensive heavy, for their draft, they want to go defense and they want to add another playmaker to it. So I think Javon Holland, it's a sneaky pick, but I think it could be actually a really valuable pick for a team that
I guess
they got to stack defense.
I guess my surprise comes that you still have other defensive guys like Merrick on the board, Trayvon Merrick, who's consensus first safety, but he's more of a real true positional safety than say, it sounds like what you guys are saying about Holland. This is not a guy that I did any work on, so I don't have much to say about him other than I was surprised that he was picked over some of the guys that I definitely do know and have seen a lot of. So, I mean, are you surprised with that at all, or is this just merely a athleticism and fit kind of move, you think, for the Dolphins?
What's interesting here with Merrick also, I pulled it up earlier. Zach Hicks, he's killing the chat tonight. Another injury report for you all. Trevon Merrick got flagged at the medical combine as well, likely to miss rookie minicamp with a leg injury. So that's a potential thing that could be affecting his draft.
That does make sense. Injuries will always move you down the board no matter what. And we've seen that work out in some teams' favors when you draft a guy who has some kind of medical red flag and he comes back after a short period of time and turns into the potential that he originally had going into the draft. So somebody will eventually take that chance, but it explains why he's not the first safety off the board.
Yeah, and I think to go back to your original question and really drive home the point from Russ, you get a guy who is scheme versatile and can do a lot of things, and you play in a division with the Patriots who have 2 good receiving tight ends and some decent pieces at receiver that they overpaid for, but at the end of the day, Nelson Aguilar is still a pretty good receiver, and Kendrick Bourne is a decent enough receiver. And you also got to think that their option 3 and 4 after Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith being 1 and 2 respectively. So you've got an interesting offense in New England that you have to defend. You have the Bills offense that you have to defend, and they can spread you out and air it out just as good as anyone. You see what the Jets are kind of doing. I think the Dolphins make a move to compete in the AFC East, but also in today's NFL as a whole, we've really seen ever since the NFL started to go more pass heavy, the safety position has become such an intriguing position across the NFL. It's for some teams, you still have your peer free and strong. For some teams like the Bills, they're completely interchangeable. For some other teams, it's more of like a joker or a monster man type of role who kind of flies all over the place and lines up in different scenarios. It's extremely intriguing. And if you're Miami, you take a guy like Holland who has experience covering in a lot of places. Russ mentioned it, what they were showing the highlights, how he lines up all over the defense and what he can do. I think it's a move to increase your versatility and your diversity on the defense and be able to meet the needs of what your opponent is and be able to fluctuate game to game and scheme to scheme based on what's going on.
Yeah. No, you make great points. And you mentioned New England. I mean, I was thinking of them as well, like as you were talking about stuff, and it was like, wow, this guy's going to mesh up against Jonnu Smith and play against Hunter Henry, and he's going to lock some of those guys down. He's going to be a sneaky good player. And I know it's probably a little surprising to some, but like Zach brought up, Trayvon Moore with the leg injury that came up, and obviously we thought maybe a different direction like a Tevin Jenkins, but the Eagles are picking. Their pick is in. I don't know if they're walking up to the stage yet.
They are at the podium now,
like
making the selection. I would hope they get Lane Johnson has been banged up. They had to bring Jason Peters back and put him all over the line last year. Maybe Tevin Jenkins would make a good pick here for the Eagles.
Liam Eichenberg, if they feel comfortable with him at left tackle, maybe they bump Andre Dillard inside, or even like you said, Tevin Jenkins. You could play him at guard or tackle.
Good, yeah,
they definitely need some offensive line help, and defense.
Just don't be Asante Samuel, please.
It could be anything here for them. They could really. I don't think they could, other than picking another wide receiver, there's probably nothing that would surprise me.
I love this player that they picked, but we just talked about the Eagles having guys who have had injury concerns. The Philadelphia Eagles go Landon Dickerson.
Wow. They're stocking up on Alabama guys, which is, look, I'm going to be honest. This is a great pick. Great pick. You talk about guys that play with emotion, with their heart on their sleeve, attitude. Well, that guy, you've got Lane Johnson there for that. Now you bring in Landon Dickerson. I mean, it's like two peas in a pod here. So he's going to move inside. He might play a little guard as a rookie, or Jason Kelce moves over. I don't really know, but hey, if this guy wasn't hurt 4 out of the last 5 years, this guy we'd be talking about him as a first round pick. So I like the pick for them. That's a good fit. I mean, you get in front of the Bengals, who needed some help on the interior, even Carolina, and even Atlanta. So this is a great pick for Philadelphia.
He's a guy who early in the draft process, I had hoped that he would fall to 61. Again, to name drop, Eric Turner and I from Cover One did a film room breakdown on, the episode was Koromoa, and it was Creed Humphrey and Landon Dickerson. And man, Dickerson's tape, he's huge. He's athletic enough for his size. He's a monster. He finishes every single block, every single play. The fact that he's both guard and center versatile. And then you talk about him as a person, like Nick Saban is almost kind of emotionless. And the fact that Saban put him out there to get kind of like a ceremonial snap at the end of the year after the injury he suffered, that guy must be some kind of player and some kind of person for Nick Saban to care enough to put him out there in that situation. And all of a sudden, the New England Patriots have traded up to pick 38 in the second round.
We have actually 2 trades coming.
Sugar. Not good. What's the second trade? Yeah, go ahead.
The Panthers are going to move out of pick 39. The Bears are going to move up to pick 39.
The
Bears are moving up again.
The Patriots gave up 2. The Pats gave up 2 fourth-round picks to move from 46th to 38th. Continue, Russ. Sorry about that.
I'm just gonna let it out. Fuck. That's what I'm gonna say, because we know who this Patriots pick is.
I think I really know who it is.
God freaking damn it. We didn't want him to get him in the first round, and now they're gonna get him here in the second round. This is absolutely atrocious.
Maybe they'll take Michael Carter.
I hope they pick a punter here, but for God's sakes, if it's Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, this is the worst pick for the Buffalo Bills so far, if this happens. Because we talked about it on the Hoof on Tuesday and yesterday as well. The Patriots getting a guy who's that talented on defense, giving him to Bill Belichick. He's a versatile player. We know we talked about he doesn't really have a position. Tell me it's not JOK.
It's not. It is the Bama run continues. Christian Barmore off the board to the New England Patriots. Good. I mean, it's not JOK.
It's not JOK, but
that's a good pick. And Barmore was someone, he flashed huge in the playoffs. And he's big, he's nasty, he's quick for a defensive tackle, but he's all of a sudden somebody. He was a guy the opposite when the draft process started in February-ish. He was a lock for the first round. And as we move forward, it was really like if Cleveland doesn't take him at 26, he could easily fall into the second round. He did fall into the second round, and the Pats move up to take him. They give up 2 fourth-round picks to move up 8 spots, which is very interesting.
Yeah, they already have a good defense there, but this is the consensus best defensive lineman in this draft. And now they trade up to get him. We talked about it. There's going to be a lot of moves because these guys who could have gone in the first are going to be on the board, and Barmore is definitely one of those guys. The question is here, because there's again, the storyline going in was that there's a gap between Barmore and the next best interior defensive lineman. Russ, I'm wondering your thoughts on that. Do you think this was worth the Patriots trading up? I mean, obviously you're getting a guy who could have been drafted in the first round, but in terms of the gap between the next level, whoever your second interior defensive lineman is?
Yeah, I like this pick a lot for them. They get a little aggressive. They go after probably like you said, the consensus top defensive tackle. His motor's been hot and cold throughout the course of his career. Obviously, he was flagged basically for some character concerns and the maturity stuff. And when Baltimore passes on an Alabama player that falls into their lap with his type of talent, it's kind of a red flag. But he goes to New England. They double down on Alabama players with Mac Jones and Barmore. And Barmore had 37 pressures last year. So that was the most of any interior defensive lineman. He's got good length for the position at 6'5", 310. I compared him to Michael Brockers in a sense. So I think with a defense that has lost players like Danny Shelton and Malcolm Brown over the last few years on the interior defensive line, you add Christian Barmore. I think he can play in a couple of different spots. This is a New England pick, and I think they can get the most out of him. I mean, I'm being optimistic, obviously, and I'm never going to root for a player to fail. So I think Barmore lands in a good spot. And when you look at the running backs in the division, I know it's nothing to kind of write home about, but he can generate pressure too. So you got the quarterbacks, he's going to get after some of these mobile quarterbacks.
And that's also Aaron Schatz tweeted, that's 8 Alabama picks in the first 38 of this year's draft, which is nuts. And the Bears pick is in. It's been made really funny. Boom. Awesome comment there in the chat.
We're all on the same page.
Well timed.
Yes.
Really good pick for the Chicago Bears. They come in, they trade up, and they take Tevin Jenkins at pick 39 right now. So they go with Justin Fields and Tevin Jenkins.
Did we get the compensation there? Because the Bears already traded up in round 1, and now they're trading up again in round 2. So they're like, okay, we got a quarterback
briefly, but
now we've got a tackle. Did either of you pick it up yet? Well, when we get that, that's going to be important because now the Bears are giving up draft capital left and right. You got it.
So the Panthers sent pick 39 and 151 to Chicago for picks 52, 83, and 204. So that's a good trade for Carolina. That's quite the haul for Tevin Jenkins. But yeah, that's a great pick. I mean, they bring in Justin Fields. They now bring in Tevin Jenkins. I mean, they get some of my favorite players in this draft. So I'm not going to be a Bears fan by any means, but this guy can do a lot of good. And he's got 35 career starts in the course of his career. And it's one of those things where Jenkins can play left tackle in the middle of a game. He can go to the right side. He's one of the most dominating, aggressive finishers at the tackle position in this class. His hand placement gets a little wild at times. Don't get me wrong. That's what is probably the most concerning with him, whereas his inside hand is always clubbing on the back of a defender. But ultimately, this is probably a plug-and-play day 2 pick, you're hoping. And it kind of reminds me, folks, of when the Buffalo Bills got Cody Ford in the second round a few years back.
Oh, very interesting. Yeah, I know this is Joe Marino, Bills analyst and podcaster. This was his favorite player in the draft. He said of all the guys he watched tape on, this was his because the intensity he plays with. And Tevin Jenkins is going to be one of those guys who, he's going to give it his all on every play he's on the field. So it's definitely a good pickup for the Bears. They've got their quarterback. They've got their offensive tackle to protect him. That's definitely a good combination moving forward, even though they're most likely starting the season with Andy Dalton as their starter. They're looking toward the future, and that's clear here. They're not afraid to give up the capital to move up. And again, we've mentioned it before. These top 10 picks already, we're seeing trades galore because people want to come up and get these guys that are falling from the possible first-round picks. And I think the Falcons pick is now in as well, right?
So it is. They have not announced it yet. Right now, we're staring at an intense group of 5 Detroit Lions fans who are wilding out in the front with flags and light blue afros. One guy's a Barry Sanders jersey.
Technically, they're on the clock now. That's right. Yeah,
that is true.
So the pick isn't in yet for the Falcons.
We're getting a graphic.
So, Russ, let me ask you this in a different way then. The Falcons pick isn't in. The Lions are picking next. Is there somebody you don't want the Falcons to take off the board here?
Yeah,
somebody that you prefer?
I don't want them to take Asante Samuel Jr., De'Ami Brown out of North Carolina. Joke. I don't want them to see. I want to see all 3 of those guys on the board. And at least 2 out of the 3, right? But I would like one of those guys. I'm not sure what the Lions are going to do at 41. I mean, the way that Dan Campbell is, it wouldn't surprise me if they went in the trenches and went maybe on the defensive side of the ball. Maybe they consider a defensive tackle, maybe a Davion Nixon out of Iowa. So, I mean, I don't know that, they want to build an attitude, and they kind of tipped it a little bit, I think, with the fact of, hey, to Penei Sewell, they said, hey, you're going to be this foundation piece for us. We're going to build this draft through you. And I'm wondering if maybe they do the same here on the defensive side of the football too.
Very interesting. Oh, Goodell's announcing the pick with the 40th pick in the second round. The Atlanta Falcons select. Oh, Richie Grant, safety out of UCF. Somebody who I caught on. Russ and I spoke about him earlier. I caught on to him late in the draft process. Rangy, he can get sideline to sideline. I think he's a better player coming forward than he gets credit for. He's a prospect who I caught on to him late, but he flashed on film. I really like him. I need to pull my – hold on.
Pulling out the notes.
There it is. Yeah. Set. He's rangy. I would like him to take better angles in the running game when coming up to make tackles. But he can play deep and play in the box. He can man up versus tight ends. He's got good eyes. He's physical. He can blitz off the edge. He plays fast. He's also the guy who's like calling out coverages and captaining everything and making the calls for the defense and getting people aligned. And a lot of scheme versatility. He had 237 snaps in the box, 144 snaps in the slot, and 226 snaps at free safety. Needless to say, yeah, I like Richie Grant, and I took some decent notes. And he's 6 foot, 194, and he ran a 4.5 340, which isn't half bad.
Yeah, that's an interesting pick. And I think you were talking about the snaps that he played. He also had over 500 snaps on special teams. You might have said that or not. I might have missed it.
I did not. Good call. Good call. I do think it's a little early for him.
That was going to be my next question, to see if, obviously we know the Merrick situation, so he's kind of in the big question mark here, but I still don't think that he was the next safety on the board.
No, That's now a very interesting storyline. If the medical is a medical, it is what it is. But his tape for Trevin Merrick, he is really great coverage tape. Zone, man, from deep against tight ends, slot receivers, erasing things over the middle, coming up as a robber, playing in multiple coverages. His tape was really strong. I didn't think he was as great of a tackler coming up as some other people did, but I didn't think he was bad. But I definitely thought he was hands down the number one safety in this class. And I thought he stacked up well with first-round safeties from the last several years. The fact that he is now at best going to be the third safety off the board is a legitimate storyline to me at this point. And like Zach mentioned in the chat earlier, I would think it's got to be due to that medical. Wow. And
the Lions are on the clock.
Their pick is in. We're in a commercial.
All right. So we know we got a little while to wait it out. We should probably let Russ watch it live and get his reaction again. I'm pretty sure it can't be as good as last night's reaction. That was incredible.
I will not announce it. I will let Russ.
Yes.
I know you're about 17
let him watch
picks
it
behind,
live.
so I'll let you catch that up. And
we'll be here till tomorrow night, folks.
Yeah.
But let's take a look. Let's talk about this board while we're waiting for that pick to come in. There's still a lot of names here that most of us did not expect to be on the board. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Sam Cosmi is still on the board. A lot of people had him going in the first round as one of the top tackles. My favorite wide receiver is still on the board, Terrence Marshall Jr. And looking at the crew that's coming up, I'm kind of asking myself, where is wide receiver going to go next? What team is willing to pick a wide receiver?
We have another trade too. Miami just moved up to 42.
I see it just came in.
I don't know if they swapped. They probably took pick 50 and the Giants moved down. So the Giants trade down twice so far in this draft. But Miami's going to move up. So it's going to be interesting. If it's not Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah here, is that where he goes to Miami and they just continue to load up on defense? Or do they consider like a Dylan Radins? Do they consider a Sam Cosmi, something for their offensive line? I have no idea, though, what Detroit's going to do. I mean, Terrace Marshall's here. De'Ami Brown is here. I think a wide receiver makes a lot of sense.
Another
Zach,
note
with
here
all the inside information.
Zach has all the medical info.
My guy Marshall was flagged too. What was his? I didn't see anything.
So he was flagged for a medical with his leg. He broke it. I think it was broke his leg and tore his ACL, or broke his leg and it led to, or he tore his ACL, whatever, something with his leg. Some combination of that. His leg was all jacked up, and when they went through the medical rechecks, it was one of those things where teams are like, well, what is this about? Yeah. So I think obviously when you get to this point in the draft, you just start altering your board because there's just so much. There was just so much limited time between the combine and
that's what I was just about to ask. Is this now information that's just becoming public and the teams knew about this, or is this something that there was obviously a lack of interaction and the normal process in this COVID-stricken year, and is this just like information that is now becoming new to teams who were maybe had Marshall high on their board, but now they're like, oh, we just found out this yesterday, so bam, we're knocking him down? Is this more like public information, or maybe Zach can answer that in the chat? But
I think it's a mixture of. It's a mixture of both. It depends on how far if you go to the public information, it depends on how far you deep dive on the prospect. You can look up, Kerryon Johnson's a prime example. Before he came out from Auburn, I was studying his tape and I went all the way back to his days of high school. And I found out that he had, knee surgeries, shoulder surgeries, and then he goes to Auburn. And then all of a sudden he's getting hurt every single down at Auburn. So when you get through this part, then all of a sudden you get to the medical rechecks of the combine. And if you get, connected with maybe a couple of agents and people within kind of the circle of everything, you'll get some tips and some little things here. So the Lions pick is in. Tyler,
pick has
turn
been
the
made.
Television up, my man.
I know who it is. I'm not saying anything for you, so that way Russ can see it. Very interesting. We'll let Russ gain his thoughts. Oh, and another comment there from Zach. We'll pull this up while Russ gets to see what the Lions do for the second round. So agents and teams know about every prospect flagged at the medical checks. Some are leaking out, but not all of it. Thank you.
So
Zach.
then here's my follow-up question to the medical. Because of the situation this year, is it really only just, hey, there's a flag, something here about his leg and his knee, and they don't get the follow-up that they normally would in a previous year? Because we heard Brandon Beane say this at his press conference, and I'm sure every team, that, the medicals just aren't there this year. So if there's a flag that you can't follow up on, or you don't have exactly every specific, or even just you didn't get your own doctor to be able to look at him, that is a huge, that slight question marks become even bigger question marks because you just don't have the pile of information that you would get from the guys that you trust most.
Zach is dealing info tonight in the chat. Essentially, players were graded on scales with their medicals. I believe it was on a 1 to 5 scale. Anything under a 3 was considered risky.
Love it. Zach, thank you.
I got the pick. I've got the pick. I like the pick. I kind of hit the nail on the head going defensive line. I didn't really think of Levi here, but I like the pick. And I'm wondering now, 2 Pac-12 players. I wonder, Brad Holmes being located on the West Coast for much of the year out in LA. I'm wondering if maybe he's got just so many connections out to the Pac-12.
Open up the pipeline.
and out to the West Coast. But I like this pick a lot because he can do a lot of versatile alignments for you. He can play as a 3 tech, as a 2-eye, and a 4-eye. He could probably even play as a 5 because he's listed at 6'3", 290, 295 in that range. So, I mean, I think he's a bit undersized maybe in sense of the weight perspective, but I think he can add some weight to his frame, and he's explosive. I mean, he's got a great motor. He constantly is getting after it. And we talk about building that attitude for Detroit. They want to build this thing right. And they talked about Sewell being that guy. I think defensively, this is the other guy. This is your spark plug. Those are your 2 spark plugs to your rebuild here and building it up. So I can't
start in the trenches, right?
Yep,
you got to start in the trenches.
So,
and there were some people that had him ahead of Barmore late in the draft process, and moving him up in the front. And real quick, Miami made their pick. It was Liam Eichenberg, but Russ continued to elaborate for your Lions.
No, I was just going to say that's all I've got for the moment. I'm going to sign off for a little bit. I got some radio stuff coming up here, so I'm going to get in.
Yeah, we'll see you in a bit.
In the zone for that. You guys enjoy. If I don't come back, I'll probably DM both of you. But either way, I'll probably pop back in because I love this stuff way too much.
At least come back for the Bills pick, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. I'll be back soon, I think, and we'll see what happens. So
definitely
enjoy.
Thanks for being here, Russ. We'll see you hopefully in a bit.
Yep.
Good luck. Godspeed. And then the Raiders trade up.
Wow, tons of trades going on.
You mentioned it on the lead-in.
That's right.
There's a ton of talent available, and now I'm probably jinxing it because I feel like the Raiders are going to take Owusu-Koramoah. I want to know what's going on. Do people not know where he fits? Do people not know?
Is there a flag? I mean, is there a medical flag? Maybe.
Is there something? My thing, again, without knowing the insider info and any potential medical stuff, I would think it's got to be fit, especially we talked about it last night, and Russ had a good point. You look at what Isaiah Simmons did coming out of Clemson last year, and he was this highly touted prospect. People thought he was one of the top 3 talents in the draft. He comes out, gets taken by Arizona, and he doesn't really have a home. He doesn't really play. He doesn't start seeing meaningful snaps until late in the year, like week 10, 11. And even then, it's only like 50-ish, 60-ish. He isn't rolling every single snap and making the impact you would have thought. And not that JOK is that player, but he's in that same kind of positionless mold, which is good, but also at the same time, he doesn't have anything purely defined. He doesn't have the deep skills to be a pure safety. He doesn't have the size and the dog needed to be pure linebacker, taking stuff on, chaos disruptor in the middle. He's in this in between, which can be sweet. But on the other side of it, the double-edged sword, catch 22 a little bit, it can also scare teams off. That's what I'm thinking a little bit of what it is in my head. Again, even if the Bills took him last night at 30, right, I would have loved it because I love him, but I still would have been like, where does he fall? Like, where does he play? How many snaps does he get? Where does he line up? Like, who's moving off the field for him to go on? Now, if you're the Raiders, I think it's a good fit because you need defensive talent and defensive help. It's not like he's forcing somebody good, no disrespect, off the field. He's somebody who you can use to do a whole bunch of good things. I would like that for the Raiders.
There's got to be something. If the Raiders don't pick him here, I'm worried where he's going to end up, because at this point, it probably means to me that these teams know something we don't, and that's why he's falling. That's the only thing I could think. You know, there's a lot of conversation in the chat going on about the Miami's trade up to make this pick of Eichenberg, the tackle. I think it's a good pick, solid. Again, a little bit surprising that they would trade up for this guy, and you know, I'm not sure what other team ahead of them they thought might make this move. Again, looking at the board, I don't see a big threat of a team that was picking ahead of them that they felt the need to trade up, but you never know. I guess maybe they heard rumblings, and maybe the Giants called them and said, hey, somebody made us an offer that they want to get this guy that you're targeting. And I don't know. So
you get the rumor.
Interesting trade up. Miami just has so much draft capital that they just give it away.
That's also part of it too. They're like, we got a ton of picks. Who cares? Like,
it's still a solid pickup for them.
And that's also part of, to your point, if you see a guy you want and you've got that capital, then it's like, screw it. This is the guy we want. Whatever we got to sacrifice within reason, we'll do it. Go up, get your guy. They just showed the Raiders draft room, and John Gruden seems very, very happy about whatever pick is about to be announced. And the pick is in. and Goodell is walking to the podium to announce said pick. The Raiders went Alex Leatherwood in the first round, which was not bad, but a bit surprising, definitely, especially considering who else was on the board and the needs that they have. And Goodell announces with the 43rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Trevon Merrick.
Okay,
safety
there he is.
Out of TCU, as one of my earpieces come out.
We talked about him being a guy that was falling because of the flag, but at some point got top safety in this draft, and certainly a viable first-round pick, as high as 12. Some people had him. This is probably a good spot for them to take this risk on a guy like Merrick, who has a high upside and can still live up to his total potential of middle of the first round talent. So yeah, what do you think of this acquisition?
I like Merrick a lot. Now, again, the wild card that Zach mentioned in the chat of if he's got an injury issue and a medical concern and that potentially pushed him down, that's a completely different thing. But just from the tape, I liked him a lot. There was a part of me, I didn't think the snap counts would merit his picking for the Bills, but there was a part of me that wanted the Bills to take him at 30. And then you've got him, Poyer, and Micah Hyde. You don't know who's dropping, who's coming up in the box, who's playing man. Are you guys playing zone? What's the alignment? Is someone blitzing? Who's doing what? Who's covering who? Whose responsibility is what? He was an intriguing piece for me, even just thinking from a Bills perspective. But as a prospect in his own right, he's got range. He can cover in man. He can cover in zone. He can function in multiple aspects. He's more than a willing tackler. I think, for me personally, again, I don't think he's as good of a tackler as others seem to think that he is. I think his angles and his positioning can sometimes be a little meh, but that's like the worst thing about him. I think he's a really quality player and a good dude, and we'll see what happens with the medical. But at pick 43, that could be ridiculously good value for the best safety in this class.
Exactly. Yeah. It's certainly one of those picks where we could be looking back on this and thinking, wow, remember that medical flag on this guy? And now he's turned into one of the best safeties. Certainly a good pick for the Raiders here. They felt like they could take the risk. They didn't have any major hole to fill here, but I really like this pick for them. And what do we got going on here? Was there another trade, or is the pick,
Cowboys
the next pick is in?
Yep, Cowboys are making their
pick is in for the Cowboys.
Cowboys are making their selection while this lady is rocking a jersey and a big white feather boa for the Cowboys and a sequin cowboy hat. She is getting it. Drew Pearson is out, Hall of Famer for the Dallas Cowboys, to announce this pick, and he's having a good old time delaying.
Oh, Danny Slack with the super chat. Thank you, Danny.
Oh, man, Danny, you are
looking forward to watching this again tomorrow. You're welcome, Danny. It's always good to have you. We only do this for the people that tune in like you. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And as always, thanks for the super chat.
Yeah, really appreciate you, Danny. He's killing it. Oh man, stop showing me the crowd. I want to see the pick. Like
they're really drawing this one out.
I feel like they're like, whoa. Everybody's making their picks too fast. We have 5 hours of TV time. We need to slow this down.
That's right. My brother David might still be in the chat here, the Cowboys fan, so I know he's in anticipation here too, waiting for the announcement. Man, they really are dragging it out.
Drew Pearson is like wilding out for the Cowboys right now. I'm reading the closed caption and I'm seeing him like pump his fist and do all this stuff. He is soaking up every ounce of spotlight for this right now. Oh my God, just make the pick, Mr. Pearson. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Allow me to introduce. Like just keeps drawing. It's like, just name the player.
This is like
Kelvin Joseph, corner out of Kentucky.
Wow. Yes. Okay.
Ooh,
interesting pick.
I don't want to get distracted. I've seen this comment come up though multiple times in the chat on Matt Milano's injury history. Matt Milano is not injury prone. He got hurt last year. 1,000% a myth. He got hurt last year, tried to come back early, and it lasted throughout the year. Previous to that, the only injury he had was the fluke injury when he broke part of his leg at the end of the year. He is not injury prone. He's had 2 injuries, one that lasted longer last year because of all the different pieces of him trying to come back early and rush it and all those things. Matt Milano is not injury prone. So it's good to have depth, but having someone be like, well, because Milano's going to get injured, I don't think that's a proper storyline. And Zach Hicks dropped a bomb.
Yeah,
I
just was reading this same comment. Yeah. Wow, I did not know this inside information or off-field information, I guess you can call it at all.
That's
here.
Very good.
But apparently he is a bad character off the field. Zach here with the information for those of you who can't see and are just listening. He was arrested, fought with coaches at LSU in Kentucky. The head coach at Kentucky told him to opt out late last year.
I love that piece. I love how the coach is like, you should opt out.
Yeah, let's take you off the field and just go with what you got. That's not a good sign, but I say, welcome to the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, again, right? we talked about this a little bit yesterday, that Dallas is a team that's not afraid to deal with these off the field potential issues because they're so in the spotlight that, whatever this guy does, if something does happen, he's not going to be the number one storyline in Dallas because they are always doing crazy things there and always have something else that's in the news. But there's potential upside with a guy like this. I guess I'm just surprised again that they chose to go with this cornerback when the board at cornerback seems to have a couple other people that we've already talked about, like Samuel and Afitu Melifonwu.
Yeah, there's better corners there than Kelvin Joseph, and the Jags pick has already been made, and they take Walker Little, tackle out of Stanford, who is better than I think people give him credit for. He opted out of the 2020 season. He is a monster of a man. I believe he's almost 6'8", 320-something pounds. He is just a beast, and you add it to a team. Again, we got Trevor Lawrence, we got Travis Etienne. Let's reinforce that aspect. Let's support the franchise gem that is Trevor Lawrence. Get him some offensive line help, an offensive line that was strong during Blake Bortles' tenure, but has started to fall apart a little bit for Jacksonville. He's got experience. I don't love him, but reinforce the line, help out Trevor Lawrence. Ooh, here we go. Some more. We got so much info. Basically what happened, Kelvin Joseph wanted to sit out a game late last year. The head coach didn't want that around his locker room, so the head coach said to just opt out. And yeah, for folks who, we'd love to have Zach on, but yeah, he got COVID shot number 2. He's not
feeling a little great. Under the weather. He was supposed to be on with us. He's part of the team here. So
yeah. That's an interesting pick for Dallas and Jacksonville back to back. But again, I think we started with the talent that's fallen. I don't think any of the names that have gone so far are guys that are, crazy reaches or crazy early. I think Dickerson maybe is potentially early because of the injury history, but I love him as a prospect and love him as a player. And I think Joseph could be early as well, but there were some teams that really liked him and had him up high on their board. There were a couple analysts and draft pundits that thought he was in their top 6, top 7 corners. So not outrageous, but I think so far names that we're kind of expecting.
We're definitely in this portion of the draft where there's the media draft board where we've all kind of been following and reading and thinking. And then there's the actual team's draft board, right? So, for example, the pick of Walker Little, not somebody I saw going here in this position. Certainly, like you said, not an egregious reach or anything like that. But with Cosme still on the board, who was a guy, again, potential first-round potential, I don't know if he's got a flag on him too. Obviously, we don't have all the information. But there was other guys that I thought could fit in this position. But it's just a matter of the team has done their work. They've interviewed these guys. They've brought them in for work. Well, brought them in virtually now for workouts and all that kind of stuff. And clearly Jacksonville said, this is the guy we want. This is the guy who can help protect our quarterback.
Hold on. I'm going to go back. I don't understand. Yeah, Milano has been injured. He's not injury prone. Having an injury doesn't make you injury prone.
Matt Milano has been on the team for 4 years, and he's been the cog in the wheel for the defense. Literally, it's as simple as Matt Milano plays defense good. Matt Milano doesn't play defense bad.
Hashtag linebacker wins.
Exactly. You don't have to be a whiz of football to realize that. Matt Milano brings a lot to that defense. Yes, he had an injury. Yes, he came back from said injury, and the Bills, we're suffering without him. The fact that he's locked in this defense for the next 4 years should tell you enough about what he contributes to this team.
I just don't like
I don't
that
know why
narrative.
we're talking about him.
I don't think
it is annoying.
He's not injury prone. Like, he's had a couple injuries. Also, one of them was the fluke when he got pinned under making the tackle against the Jets, I believe, in like week 15, and his leg got broken. That's got nothing to do with being injury prone. That's gonna happen to anybody in that scenario. Bengals pick is in tackle from Clemson, Jackson Carman. Interesting.
All right, now we're talking reach, because I am not familiar with this name off the top of my head.
I wonder how Bengals fans now are going to feel. He's good in the run game. He's big. I mean, I think you also kind of point to the pedigree here and be like, this is a guy from Clemson blocking for Trevor Lawrence, blocking for Travis Etienne, a person who's played in big games, who's had good reps, had good snaps. But not that I question it, but totally. I mean, protect Burrow. And if he's your guy, again, he is the guy, protect your guy. You gave him Jamar Chase. You didn't take Sewell, which is fine. But now I think whoever is the identified best lineman on your board at this point, which is pretty clear that Jackson Carman was, take him and go for it. And I respect it for that. But
a little bit, yeah. This has to be what I would consider the first like question mark reach pick. Some might say Walker Little was too, but to pick a guy here in this position, I guess that's why the Bengals traded back to begin with, because they said this is the tackle we want to get. And right, we know we have him on our board, and probably in this position now they weren't able to trade back again, so they said we don't want to miss on our guy, and this is our guy, so we're going to get him where we can. And like you said, I think the pedigree of Clemson is what is in play here, right? That team played all of these guys who were getting drafted to the NFL in lots of competition, and they wouldn't have had near the success they did if they didn't have a good offensive line. We've been also preaching that good football starts with your offensive and defensive lines, and here we are in a position where they got their guy. It's an offensive lineman. They're going to protect Joe Burrow. We knew that's what they had to do. When they didn't go in that direction in the first round. So they have a pass catcher to make Burrow happy, and now they've got an offensive lineman that will make him happy.
I see some of the thoughts. I don't know why. I mean, unless you're projecting him to guard, I don't see him as a guard. I even looked up the snap counts just to be safe. He had 876 snaps in 2020, and 779 of that came at left tackle. I could recognize that you want to start or maybe kick him inside or move him inside, or that he could project there. But he's played a lot of tackle, specifically left. And, good comment there. Here, he's got 6 sacks allowed out of 966 snaps.
That's a hell of a number right there.
That's a very relevant
stat. It's a great percentage.
I don't want to pull up this comment because it's got decent profanity in it, but I don't know why you would be upset that we took Gregory Rousseau over Landon Dickerson, especially at 30. Especially, again, I love Landon Dickerson, significant injury concerns, and at a position that you potentially could still get some good value late in round 2 in a potential Creed Humphrey or a Wyatt Davis even in round 2 or round 3, guard out of Ohio State, Kendrick Green from Illinois. There's still some good value there. And also, I think edge is the bigger need. Oh, Asante Samuel got picked. Why are we doing this in the chat again?
Oh, no, don't tell me that. Is that true? I have not seen that officially. It's still commercial here. So
yeah, I got a commercial. I love that everybody's doing it in the chat. This is so frustrating,
guys. Yeah, we're trying not to spoil it in the chat, but I swear to God, you do that when the Bills pick, we're going to be real upset. But
I'm about to take, and it's the perfect size too. I'm about to take my notebook that I use for episodes and cover up the right side of the chat like I did last night, but then I feel bad because I'm not interacting with anybody's comments and thoughts. But I don't want to.
You don't have it on your TV. I'm still at commercial. I've got nothing here.
I'm back on NFL Network. It says pick is in. I am disappointed. I'm disappointed. I didn't think he was going to last to 61. My hope was he could, or the Bills would trade up, but I didn't think he was going to last to 61. He's the second year in a row, my favorite player just hasn't. Last year, my favorite player in the draft was Antoine Winfield Jr. Well, I didn't think that he was going to make it to the Bills or even be taken by the Bills. And whoa. Hold on here. Now we got some conversations. Thank you. Dickerson is by far the best guard in the draft. First of all, he's not a better guard than Elijah Vera Tucker. He's a better guard than any defensive end is as a defensive end. As Greg said, injury risks are by analytically not that risky. I don't know what that last statement means. So therefore I can't disagree or agree with it. But I will say I love Landon Dickerson. I don't think he's by far the best guard in the draft. I don't even think he's arguably the best guard in the draft. I think that's Elijah Vera Tucker. And he's not a better, or even Rashawn Slater, if you want to project him to guard like Russ did. Slater's up there as well at guard. And he's not a better guard, in my opinion. He's not a better guard than any defensive end is as a defensive end. No worries, Eugene. I see. Sorry, type fast. No worries. I understand. You got to get that thought out. You need to start typing. No worries. That's a bold statement. If you like Landon Dickerson that much, that's fair. I like Dickerson more because he could play guard this year and potentially in 2 years or so take over for Mitch Morse if we needed to go down that road. I think he still projects as a center even more than a guard. I don't even want to talk about the Chargers pick because I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken. They're showing highlights of him, and I don't even want to look over here.
Yeah, it's tough.
Asante Samuel is a baller. He's my favorite player in this draft. He's going to be sick.
I will say this about Samuel. We knew the Bills were interested in this guy. They met with him multiple times.
Yeah.
You know, there was the whole lineage there in connection to Sean McDermott. They definitely liked this guy. He was definitely on their board. The Bills are upset this guy is drafted, and so are Anthony and I. Definitely somebody we were hoping could be there when the Bills picked, or even they would pull the trigger and trade up for him. Size is his limitation. We talked about this last night as well. He's a short guy, but again, for somebody like me who's not an X's and O's analytically telling you, their footsteps or how they use their hands, put on the tape, and this guy is right there contesting with the biggest and best wide receivers that he's played in college. So certainly a guy who
I'm an X's and O's guy, and I'm a tape guy, and he's got beautiful route recognition, both combinations and individually. He's got sticky feet. He processes fast. He does a great job of turning and moving to run. And then if he's got to stop and come back, it doesn't take him like 7 steps. He can break down in 2 and get right back and jump. He's got such a good trigger and making reads, breaking on the ball, both in the run game and in the pass. He's got athleticism. I said it last night. I think if he's 6 feet, 195, he's a top 3 corner in this draft. Yes. I'm very disappointed right now. And no, I recognize it, Mike. I recognize it. 5'10", 180. That's small if he has to tackle. He plays bigger than his size, and I will defend that to the death of me. And the Chargers said it yesterday. Good offense. We already knew that. Defense, you got Bosa. You have a returning Derwin James, who people do not appreciate enough because of his injury history. Now you've added Asante Samuel to that group. I also like Nasir Adderley, the other safety that the Chargers have. The Chargers are building a good unit out there in Los Angeles. It's a shame that no one will be in the stands to watch, even if COVID's over, because they don't have any fans out there. Really good pick. If the Bills could get Melifonwu, I'd be okay. I see where the thought is. Also, Taron Johnson hitting so hard he hurts himself. That has nothing to do with Asante Samuel.
I have no idea.
Hurting yourself in the tackle doesn't have to do with your frame or frailty necessarily. It also has to do with a lot of technique. Taron Johnson, for as much as I love him and how he comes forward, he plays very reckless. And that's the reason he gets hurt. Asante Samuel does not play that way. He is a technician in every sense of the word in the run game and in the pass game. And also, I was going to say, I wanted to pull up the numbers, but Craig already did it for me. For the thought on Asante Samuel being too small, Craig put it in here. Trey White is 5'11", 180. So basically the same weight and 1 inch taller. Oh, man.
It's tough. It is. Samuel was definitely connected to the Bills and definitely would have been a good pick. I'm not freaking out just yet because there's a lot of names on this board that I still like. Interestingly, Douglas here says Buffalo is getting into trade up range. This whole part of the draft for me was trade up range. I wouldn't have been surprised if they did at all. But, I wanted to ask, what player are you trading up for at this point? Is it Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah? I know a lot of Bills fans wanted us to pick him yesterday. Here he is coming through in the second round, and he's still not off the board. Again, that tells me that some of these GMs must know something we don't, that the entire picks of GMs so far have all passed on this guy in favor of other positions. So we'll see if this is some kind of red flag that comes out later about most likely a health condition or something. But he's got to be coming off the board at some point here soon.
You would think, and the pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers guard Aaron Banks out of Notre Dame, who I like. I saw several Notre Dame games from a defensive perspective, watching the teams that they were playing on defense. And then in those games, and just then scouting Notre Dame as well to see Eichenberg, Banks would flash. I like him. I like his size. He comes from a good program with a good pedigree that transitions well. I think he started. Oh, that's ironic. It came up on NFL Network. He started 31 straight games to finish his career at Notre Dame. A reliable starter. He had no sacks allowed in 2020. Only 2 sacks allowed in his career out of 160 pass block snaps. Good get for the Niners. Again, they took Trey Lance. They're starting to rebuild and do some things. I think Banks is a guy who could potentially step in and start right away in 2021 and then doing some things in the future. Nicholas's point here is interesting on Banks very early, in my opinion. I will say in a lot of the mocks I did, Banks was usually available at round 3, even down into round 4-ish. But again, if you got a guy and you want him and he's your dude, the Bills did it yesterday, right? They came and they saw and they conquered and they got Gregory Rousseau. Awesome from Eugene with the donation. Thank you so much, Eugene. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. Awesome. Landon Dickerson made SEC defensive linemen look like high schoolers. AVT played in the Pac-12. Sims, Eric, and Coleman disagree on most things, but all had Dickerson as a god. That's fair, but I don't know if if you're talking about Eric, you mean Eric Turner from Cover 1, potentially from us or some other Eric? I don't know if anyone had him over AVT, especially with the injury concerns. Elijah Vera Tucker is sweet, and I recognize the caliber of talent he played out there, but at a certain point, traits are traits over production. AVT is fantastic. Oh, Eugene said also I stayed up for this heartbreak.
I was just looking at that one too.
He had a good comment earlier. He said, I'm too sad about Landon Dickerson to also be sad about Asante Samuel.
Yes, right.
That was good.
It's tough. It's all that talent that we said was here at the top of this
I'm going to have to follow up with Eric here, though. I don't know if Eric had Dickerson over Elijah Vera Tucker. I know Eric had a second-round grade on Landon Dickerson. I don't believe he had that on Elijah Vera Tucker, but I potentially may be wrong. Oh, Eugene, you're over in the UK. Yeah, my man.
That's right. He paid in euros there.
It's like 2 a.m.
That's okay, man. Stay up. Stay with it. We're coming to our pick, and we're going to be happy when they make it, I think. Let's hope so anyway. I'm not sure if is there another player, Eugene, that you're looking forward to the Bills picking that is still out there? And don't say Koromoa, because I have a feeling if he gets picked somewhere, it's
yeah, Eugene, I recognize the breakdown. I was in I don't know if you remember, I was in the episode with the film room with Eric breaking down Dickerson. I love him too. I'm just not putting him over.
And that's what surprises me about this Banks pick here. There's other interior offensive linemen that I thought would have gone before him. Again, this is a case where there's a run on offensive linemen. If you're set on your guy and you believe he's the right fit for your culture, your scheme, whatever it may be, you got to pick him. But guys like Creed Humphrey, Wyatt Davis, a guy that I would love to get the Bills to get. There's just a few other names that I would have picked above him. But you got to go with the pick. Oh, wow. The pick is in here for the Cardinals.
They selected Rondale Moore from Purdue. Also, he did make Shelvin. He did get the better of Shelvin at times, but Shelvin also got the better of him sometimes. That was a good battle. Also, Dickerson, he's got some stiff hips at times. I like him a lot. I like him. I'm just not going to put him over Elijah Vera Tucker, but he's a good pick. He's a strong pick. Talking about the Cardinals here, Rondale Moore, super fun tape. Awesome guy to see. Nabil kind of hit it here. He's a Walmart version of Jalen Waddle. He's athletic. He's fast. He's got that awesome clip on tape of putting the nail in the Ohio State coffin a couple of years ago. Really strong type of player, explosive. Had some injury stuff, but he had 144 catches in 2018, which led Division I, or the FBS as it's known now. All-purpose guy. Can do your gadget stuff, get some stuff out of the backfield, come out of the slot, better route runner than he gets credit for. Really cool pick for the Cardinals at 49.
I do like this pick for them. It's a speedy wide receiver. that can come into that offense and make plays, maybe return punts, kicks. I don't know if he did that in college, but he's fast and he makes plays. And I love the comparison of Walmart Jalen Waddle because that's such a perfect thing. Waddle's this elite size, awesome hand speedy receiver that is going to, definitely be a threat in the NFL. Whereas Moore in this case has the talents to be like that, but he's not quite as big or quite as strong and quite as dominant. So it'll be interesting to see how he translates. I like that he went to the Cardinals. I feel that they're a team that could use a player like this, especially with a guy like Christian Kirk, who hasn't quite reached what they thought he would be for them. And to me, this is kind of writing on the wall as a replacement for a guy like Christian Kirk if he doesn't take the next step this season.
Very interesting.
Eugene coming through again. Oh,
crushing it. I don't know what you think. He said, can you guys convince me that Quinn Miners from Wisconsin Whitewater can nullify the Chris Joneses and fix our run game? I can't. I will tell you this. I did not get to watch any All-22 tape on Quinn Miners. That being said, people that I trust and I respect who did watch the All-22, their feedback and reporting on him was that they liked what he did and he had a good Senior Bowl. But when you watch the tape from the season, he didn't dominate as much as you would like a player from that division to do. When you're coming from any division lower than the FBS, you almost have to crush it. And think of Carson Wentz, right? Wentz killed it at North Dakota State. He was fantastic. And if you're looking at someone like Quinn Miners, you want to see him dominate, almost snap in and snap out against that talent, especially when you try to project him. Oh, and Douglas put it in the chat there. Joe Marino didn't like him. Correct. Joe Marino of the draft work is not a huge fan of his. I like him, and I'm fine taking a middle round flyer initially based on the initial reports. I was kind of decently on board for him being taken in the 3rd round, but as the draft process went through and we got more reports on him, I wouldn't love it at round 3. And I don't think, and first of all, just your example, to nullify the Chris Joneses of the world, I don't know if anybody can nullify the Chris Joneses.
Yeah, well, that's a tall task in and of itself, but certainly not. He's not one of the preferences for me. Like Wyatt Davis, I'm on board with that more than I am Mirnes. So yeah, there's definitely some question there into the effectiveness of who you want to grab. But again, it wouldn't surprise me if he's one of the next picks on this board at this point, because we're at the time in the draft where offensive line is a position of desire. And if you have your heart set on a guy, you better pick him now because you don't know what the other teams are thinking. And these guys are close enough in comparison that it wouldn't be too much of a reach. Now, we've already said that some of these guys in this round could be classified as exactly that, or a reach. Like, wow, I wasn't expecting that guy to go here or this far. But if the team is in love with him, they have to get him. That's the bottom line. I am not on board with the Bills taking that pick, though. We have the Giants on the board here.
The pick is in. They haven't announced. We're still in commercial. I don't want to. Am I crazy for? I don't want to see the Bills take a receiver, let alone this early. Like, I do not want. I like some of the guys. Like, I really like Elijah Moore. I wouldn't have been thrilled if we took him in one of the first 2 picks for the Bills, especially with some of the needs on defense. Am I crazy for that? Like, I wouldn't be like if we took Diami Brown or any of the other, if Elijah Moore was here and we took him, or even Rashad Bateman, all those like type of scenarios, I didn't want to see. I mean, I'm not anti-receiver, but I had a lot of other guys more than a receiver. Am I crazy for that?
I don't know if you're crazy for that, but Terrence Marshall Jr. is a guy that I've loved, Fair. Right? And I know that we brought up that he has an injury flag. I don't know how intense that flag is, but this guy is like, I watch his tape and I see an elite number 2 receiver. If he could line up next to Diggs 2 years from now, he's going to be an elite guy at the NFL level in the right situation. I don't think he's a number 1. So he's not like a Waddle or a Smith or some of these guys that went before him. But I certainly think he could be one of those top tier ever number 2 guys. And that's where I slot him. And he's one of the guys that I thought would rise up draft boards. Now with the injury, obviously you take a fall, and it's about how far will he fall at this point. The speed is definitely there. The conversation with the Bills, at least, is the desire to find a replacement on the roster now for Cole Beasley. Even though we expect Cole Beasley to play the next 2 years, you want to have the next guy ready to learn from Cole Beasley and take that slot over in the end. And that's where a conversation comes in about, can we get a speedy slot guy that we like, who can contribute now also in, returns or whatever it may be. But I am not going to be heartbroken if the Bills do not pick a wide receiver. Let's put it that way. I would much rather end up with a tight end, a certain tight end in round 3. But by the way, I just saw Mel Kiper's tight end rankings on ESPN and at the bottom of the ticker, and he has Hunter Long as the next tight end. And that kind of was surprising to me because Pat Freiermuth is still on the board. And obviously the guy I'm thinking of is
as long as it's anybody but Brevin Jordan, because he sucks.
Brevin Jordan. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's my guy.
I wanted to pull up the super chat from Eugene again. Thank you so much, Eugene. You are crushing it. We greatly appreciate you. He said, my heart was set on Landon. Anthony Romeo, I'm with you on anti-running back before you strawman me as an ETN stan. Does Landon in round 1 and Azeez or a corner in the second is that bad? Well, first of all, the Giants pick came in about a minute ago. They took Azeez Ojulari. Really good pick for them. Great value at pick 50. No, that doesn't sound bad. I wanted to come away from the first 3 rounds, and Anthony, we'll see what your thought here is as well. I wanted to come from the first 3 rounds. I'll come away with it after the first 3 rounds with some combo of corner, interior offensive line, and edge. I didn't care which order it came in. Give me those 3 things. So if we got Landon Dickerson in round 1 and then somehow came away with, I don't know, like if we could have gotten Peyton Turner then at 61 and then ended up with Trill Williams in round 3, some kind of combo of that, I would have been okay with that. I just think the value of the difference in drop off from the round 1 and late round 1 edges versus who you were getting in round 2 realistically. Because again, guys like Turner, I thought were going to go. I just think that was greater than the drop off you were going to get at guard. As much as I love Landon Dickerson and to go back to the Giants here and follow up on Eugene's comment again, Eugene, thank you for the donation. I really like that pick for the Giants. They did a lot of shaking and moving this draft. They dropped down. They picked up picks. They got extra draft capital. They came away with
very well.
They've done very well. And
they got Kadarius Toney in the first round after trading down, and now they traded down again, and they get Azeez Ojulari. That's 2 first-round talents that we're talking about. Again, Ojulari with some concerns as well, but to get him here is a great pick for the Giants. So, I mean, we'll see what they could do next. But
and now the Washington football team, they take a boy who you've been mentioning throughout the evening. They take Sam Cosmi, tackle out of Texas.
There he is. Like, wow, what a fall for Cosmi. And at this point, with the tackles who were taken before him, especially, but first-round potential here, and they get him in the second round. This is an awesome pick for the Washington football team at this point, especially, in their situation. This was a position where they needed, but also a position where a potential top 5 tackle just fell to you in the second round. And, they went defense in the first round with the linebacker, Jamin Davis, and now they would go Cosmi here, offensive tackle. Pretty balanced approach in Washington, and that AFC East obviously hit rock bottom this year and has a lot of growing to do, but they're slowly building the pieces together, and it's going to be a competitive year in that division. Remember, Washington won this division last year, so they're definitely doing what they can to try and hold that title.
Now we've had a trade. It happened about a minute ago. The Browns have traded up from 59 to 52.
Oh, could this be?
This has to
How
be
many times are we going to say?
We should just keep saying it for every pick, and then what we'll do is we'll snippet it and be like, look at us and our predictions. We know everything. It's got to be, especially when you're looking at the fit of that team, or potentially no. Also, we didn't even talk about it really last night with Cleveland. Denzel Ward's a good corner. Now they got Greg Newsome rolling on the other side. That's a very interesting corner combo to go up front with Myles Garrett. Oh, very, very interesting. I'm interested to see what Cleveland does here. I'm thinking the fit, it's got to be JOK. I'm just going to keep saying it. It just has to be.
It has to be eventually, and this is a good fit for him. And, it certainly would make that defense better, and that is already a good team. And I'm like getting nauseous even talking about that, because how I feel about their quarterback, especially. But
you love him.
If they're able to trade up here and get the guy that they want in Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah,
I have a proposition for you.
Somebody's going to be happy about this pick.
Would you rather have taken? Would you have rather traded up and taken Travis Etienne, or have Baker Mayfield as the Bills quarterback? Oh, tricky.
Moving on.
No answer. Oh man!
You never, ever should trade up for a running back in the first round. It'd be the dumbest thing you could ever do as a GM. I'll leave it at that because I'm not speaking the other one into existence.
You don't want to say it. You don't want to have to say it. We'll pull up as the Browns pick is about to come in. Comment from Eugene. I don't see many guards who can take the starting spot day one from Feliciano. Please change my mind. And yeah, I reckon it's JOK to the Browns. I think if you could have gotten I'll put it to you like this. If the Bills would have gotten Elijah Vera Tucker in the first round, he's taking that job from Feliciano day one. Even if the Bills were able to get Creed Humphrey or Wyatt Davis, I think at worst it's an open competition. And I would maybe even potentially lean towards Wyatt Davis. Creed Humphrey maybe a little less because he's got more snaps at center than he does at guard. But I don't think it's a done deal that like Feliciano is penciled in almost no matter what. I think if they get a guy in round 2 or round 3 at interior offensive line, it could be a competition. And if they were to get a AVT, or if they took Tevin Jenkins and wanted to kick him inside to guard, I think they would have taken that.
Why am I watching Macho Man Randy?
He's been up there for a good 5 minutes,
He's just pumping up the crowd. Anyway, yes, I agree with you 100% on this one, Anthony. I just think in terms of, the guard play, we don't really know what to expect from guard. Feliciano, we know who he is. He can play guard for sure. We have no idea who Cody Ford is still, right? And so whoever they do draft, I do think this is a position they will pick at some point. I don't care if it's in the 7th round. Whoever it is going to compete for a starting job, because those two are not penciled in starters anywhere, right? They are the space fillers at this moment in time. I would fully expect that Feliciano is there on week 1, day 1. But if he starts to falter and a rookie who we draft in the 2nd or 3rd round here, or even later, is able to come in and show his potential to McDermott and being mainly McDermott in that case, he's going to get the job. It's just that simple.
And you mentioned earlier, Forrest Lamp could even compete.
Yeah.
I don't think that, and to pull up the comment from Eugene again, you mean from here on out, I think Creed Humphrey and Wyatt Davis could both give him a run for his money when it comes to being a starter in day 1. This pick is taking forever.
Jason Walker's on board with us that if this isn't Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, I mean, you know what this is reminiscent of, though? This is very reminiscent of last year's 2nd round when a certain linebacker or edge player who was predicted to go in the 1st round fell in the 2nd round and just happened to be picked by the Buffalo Bills, right? So AJ Epinesa, when I was on the Hoof podcast, I started 2 seasons ago, and Epinesa was the first draft prospect that I brought up on the show. And he was supposed to be, he was projected to be in the top 15 at one point, fell all the way to the 2nd round where the Bills got him. Is this pick Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah?
Yeah, and the Browns came away with Greg Newsome and Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. Phenomenal draft for the Browns. This was a team last year that I mentioned as Browns on the rise. Final 4 team in the AFC, and that's a really good pick. They came away with some really strong results so far. Man, I hate Cleveland even more now because they got 2 of my favorite players, and I don't hate them to the degree that you do. I don't like Baker Mayfield. I used to love him. I loved him in Oklahoma. And then in the draft process.
Well, here's the good news. If that team fails, it's all Baker's fault. Because they are doing everything they can to make this team win. If they don't win now, it's solely Baker's fault. And I want to see him look in the camera and say that because he's so self-centered. He would never even come off of that. I hate him. The fact that they are building around this team and doing it in the right way and coming from the ground up, Baker's got to do his job. No more of this like he started the first half of last season looking like crap and then, playing a few good games. He has got to play consistently. This defense has gotten a lot better. They might have blown a few games last year for him, but now they're not going to do that with these picks that they just got. So, I mean, it's
really
tough,
good.
But They're the favorites to win that division, and they're only getting better. I have not seen Baltimore or the Steelers do something that is going to jump over Cleveland as the favorites right now.
I like Baltimore getting Jason Oweh, and I like the move for Bateman. But Cleveland, again, Final Four team last year, even though maybe if you wanted to make the case that they had a fluky win against the Steelers and whatever, but now you got a guy, Koromoa, who can run with Mark Andrews and can affect things underneath and has the speed to contain and do things to Lamar Jackson and provide problems for him. You got a guy who can match up again underneath with the Chase Claypools of the world and Juju and Najee Harris coming out of the backfield for the Steelers. Even the Bengals, you got a guy who could potentially neutralize Joe Mixon, who can cover T. Higgins underneath, provide that support against Tyler Boyd and Jamar Chase, those guys that want to eat underneath in the intermediate part of the field. Really good pick for the Browns to go with. I see the comment there. Buffalo News' Jay Skursky wasn't sure where JOK would play on the Bills defense. That was the same thing we were talking about last night. Like
Bean told us that in his press conference.
Yeah, if you were to take Koromoa, how many snaps does he get? Where does he fit in? How does he fit in? And who's sitting for him to go on there? I don't want to say because I don't want to jinx it. I really want to see it be Melifonwu at 61. Otherwise, I feel like I'm going to be upset.
It sounds like that's where we're heading. Again, there are other cornerbacks that maybe they have their eye on, and there are other players here that it wouldn't surprise me if they're still there at 61 that the Bills say, we just couldn't say no to. But at this point, he's still the one I'm keeping my fingers crossed for.
Man, the Browns have taken my heart and soul twice. I wanted Newsome to fall. He was my dream. And I just liked Cora. I didn't even know if we were going to take Koromoa if he fell to 61, but I liked him. And the Titans pick is in. Kevin Dyson, the Titans receiver who was stopped on the 1 yard line in the Super Bowl against the Rams. Heartbreaking for them, but that's what they deserve because that was a forward pass against the Bills in the wild card round. We're not going to talk about it. I forgot about Ray Dunes, the tackle out of North Dakota State. Good pick for Tennessee here at this point.
Oh, wow. You're right.
That is the pick. He was high up on Russ's board. Russ liked him. He's physical. He's athletic. He's got good size. He can move.
I believe Russ had him as his number 2, right? Or 3, I think it was.
Yeah,
it was pretty far up there. Yes, definitely. And certainly, again, you're talking premium position. We're seeing offensive tackles and interior offensive linemen fly off the board at this point. It's see your guy, get your guy. If anything, this makes me wonder if at 61, the Bills are going to go offensive line just because they feel, again, just like all these other teams, hey, if that's our guy, we got to get him here because he's not going to be there in round 3 when we pick, and we feel more comfortable with the cornerback there. There are cornerbacks coming off the board as well. Let me see in terms of the cornerback position, who's left on the board here.
Melifonwu was there, Elijah Molden and Aaron Robinson, but they're both more slot. Trill, Paulson Adebo, St. Juice. I'm just rattling off all the guys I know of that I like that haven't been picked. Man.
The Colts pick is already in, it seems, here too.
Yes, but they've gone to a commercial. Interesting. Now, I would be comfortable. Right now it's 61. I'm comfortable with Creed Humphrey, Melifonwu, Wyatt Davis.
Well, that I certainly would not be upset if they end up taking Terrence Marshall there, but with the red flag on his injury, not so sure. Wide receiver, again, a position the Bills don't definitely need, but they wouldn't mind upgrading. They take a wide receiver if that person is the best player on their board.
We got to stop. We got to stop saying bad things about Russ now because he's back.
Oh shoot, he's back. Okay, he didn't ditch us.
Yeah, guys, I heard you guys were talking about me, so I had to come back to the chat here.
Yeah, we're running our mouths like crazy.
What's going on? Just crushed that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, no, look, it sounds like it's been going good. My kid's been talking about the people giving generous tips. My kid is tipping picks, but he's way behind, so I think that's okay. But if he is,
he's good.
tell him to shut up. Tell him to shut up.
We haven't had one recently in the chat. The chat's been pretty good,
the chat's been pretty respectful.
Thank you, everybody. Yes.
Everybody here is just pretty upset at how good of a draft the Browns have had, getting Koromoa and Greg Newsome to go with a defense that's already got Denzel Ward and Myles Garrett. Very good picks to start off. And yeah, so everybody here is a little bummed and trying to figure. Oh, here's Russ, you're obviously a draft person. We had an interesting discussion earlier because one of the Eugene in the chat, who's been phenomenal, he loves Landon Dickerson. And he just, you're going to get to this other comment first here. So Eugene, another super chat. Thank you so much. He's saying it's Terrace Marshall. Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised if his parents.
You're right.
That's a funny joke. Wouldn't be surprised if his brother Patio Marshall is another wide receiver. That's a very clever joke. I like that. Eugene, Eugene's boy Russ in this draft is Landon Dickerson, and he is dying on the hill that Landon Dickerson is the best guard in this entire draft. How would you feel about that statement?
Well, he hasn't played guard in a while, so I wouldn't go with that. But the biggest question mark is, can he stay healthy? If he can stay healthy, he could be the best center out of this draft. And I think that's what you're drafting him to be, is to probably play center. Again, though, he could probably play guard, and that's might be where he starts. But ultimately, he's not going to finish his career there in Philadelphia. Again, Jason Kelce's not going to play forever. Jason Kelce has even kind of hinted at retirement over the last couple of years. So with that, okay, Tyler, what the hell does that mean? You are the bomb on Dons? What does that mean? The kid is sitting right there. What are you doing?
I heard him over there. What does that mean? Did he mean the bomb?
Are we too old for this? Are we too old for this? What is this?
I don't know. My kid's hijacking the chat.
I'm saying that from now on. Yo, dude, you are the bomb on Dons. That's the new thing.
Well, but no, so that is. But to Eugene's point, I mean, he could play guard, but again, I think you're drafting him with the intentions of possibly playing center. So we'll see what happens and with everything. But with the culture on the clock, Dylan Ray Duns just went, or Dylan Ray.
Yeah, that was your guy. We were just talking about. You had him 2 or 3 on your board? You said.
I think it was my 4th ranked tackle. Just give me a second.
But still was up there. We knew he was up there for sure.
Did Eugene say, is Don short for donations? Bomb on Dons means the bomb on donation.
Gotcha. I'm cool. I'm hip with it.
Very good reference. Dono stands for donations.
Dono stands for donations.
Why couldn't you just say donations?
Because he's hip and cool.
He's hip to the game, man. I don't know. But yeah, Radins was my 30th ranked player, my 3rd overall tackle. Really just kind of going on just the upside there. And every year I take probably 3, maybe 4 guys to 3 or 4 guys that I just kind of base off of upside. And I think it's always a good practice. You're swinging and you're missing, and then you're going to hit. And I think Dylan Radins going to the Tennessee Titans, I think that's going to hit. And I think it's going to be comparable to a sense of when they took Jack Conklin. Granted, they took Jack Conklin in the 1st round. But
this has to be a tackle,
I mean,
right? Is the Colts pick in?
The Colts pick is in.
Well,
I
was talking with
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I was talking to Zach Hicks in between jumping back on here, and he said Spencer Brown, that's the player that they really like. I don't know if that's who they took here, but
they took Odeyingbo out of Vanderbilt.
Not a pick I saw coming here. I thought for sure they have to go offensive tackle. I'm like, they're going tackle here, right?
I even thought potentially them going
defensive end.
Very interesting pick. After didn't they go with, who did they go in the first? Quiddy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so they go defensive line again. Doubling down.
This one doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I don't understand
for the simple fact that you brought in DeForest Buckner, you draft Kwity Paye, and Deo tore his Achilles. So that's a tough injury to come back from, but he's got great length, great size for the position. And he reminds me a little bit of Charles Omenu when he was coming out of Texas. I liked Omenu a little bit more, but Deo's got a motor. He goes and he goes. And he can play everywhere. He's versatile. You just see some of these clips. He's playing as a nose. He's slotted inside as a 2-eye. He's playing all over the place. So he's a fun player. And if he can get back to who he's supposed to be, this is probably where he would have ultimately, I think, ended up. Maybe he would have went in the first round instead of Peyton Turner. But Deo, again, this is an interesting pick. It's a Senior Bowl guy, and that's what they do. They go to the Senior Bowl, they find guys, and they pluck them from out of there. So,
yeah, they're looking for their next elite defensive end, and they're not afraid, obviously, here to double dip to try and make that happen.
Steelers are at the podium. Franco Harris,
thanks.
he's making a speech. Tons of terrible towels are out, and they are terrible and stupid.
Somebody play the Bills theme song, Renegade.
Ooh, that was nice. Franco Harris, all right.
Renegade.
Is Creed Humphrey still on the board? Creed Humphrey's still available, right?
Most
I wouldn't be surprised if this was the pick. This would be a steal. If they got Najee Harris and Creed Humphrey, they win the draft. That's a steal.
Oh, they took Freiermuth.
Oh, man, a tight end, huh? Wow, okay. The first tight end off the board, and it is first true tight end, I should say, not Kyle Pitts, who is a elite pass catcher.
I didn't want the Bills to take
true
him.
Tight end and Pat Freiermuth here. Interesting pick. I was also not on the Freiermuth train. I did the tight end episode again for our Hoof series, making the case. And when I watched Freiermuth's tape and did the research on him, he is, I said he's probably the most NFL ready, but he's just a comfortable pick at tight end. He's not obviously an elite pass catcher like some of the guys in the NFL these days, but he's definitely a solid red zone threat, a good blocker. Somebody, you're probably not going to notice him on the field, but he will do what he's supposed to do at the position. Watching his tape was not exciting, which is why I'm on the Brevin Jordan train. To me, Brevin Jordan looks like he has the potential to be some of the pass catching elite tight ends. Is he ever going to be, a Travis Kelce or Darren Waller? Maybe not, but he looks like he has that kind of talent. For me, Freiermuth is just that kind of consistency. Great. He's a good pass catcher, solid, does what he needs to do, but isn't going to light up the scoreboard or anything. What are you on the same page with me there, Russ, or do you have a different outlook on Freiermuth?
Yeah, I'm with you, man. You kind of hit the nail on the head. I don't think he's, he got the moniker, the nickname Baby Gronk, and I think that's simply because he wore the number 87. I don't think he is Gronkowski.
No.
I think really I think he's a poor man's Kyle Rudolph, if I'm being honest. But he can do some things. You see him here running up the seam. He can align as an H-back, play in line, play out of the slot, but he's just not consistent where you want him to be. And maybe it was poor quarterback play and some of the transitions that team went through. And ultimately, though, I think this is a great landing spot for him as far as overall round and overall pick. I'm not sure exactly why Pittsburgh went this route when they had Eric Ebron. They had the obvious need for interior offensive line help. They could have considered a wide receiver. Terrace Marshall's there. De'Ami Brown is there. So this is a little bit of a shocking pick. And when the fact that I was just sitting here pounding the table, Creed Humphrey, you could have got two guys that have that first round potential and you just pass on it. So it's interesting. Go ahead.
Finish. Go ahead. I was just going to say, speaking of Creed Humphrey, coming on the board for the first time in this draft right now is the Seattle Seahawks. And they have a certain quarterback who wants to get things better done his way, and they have a desperate need for offensive linemen, especially. And Creed Humphreys is still on the board here. I'd have to think if they don't pick him, Russell Wilson's gonna throw a fit. It's just too high of talent on this board right now. If they don't pick him, they better pick some other offensive lineman that they've graded high or something. But what do you guys think? We know the Russell Wilson situation, he wanted to be traded, or he said there were certain teams he'd go to, but didn't want to be traded necessarily. Whatever you want to make of that situation.
Yeah, that's all.
He clearly was unhappy.
I think
Go ahead.
I think this is all smoke on that front. I'm going to be honest.
They weren't going to let him go. They weren't going to let him go.
It just doesn't seem like something that Russell Wilson would do. And I'm just going to give a shout out to my son again for throwing out stats in the chat. So he's going to be our stat guy tonight.
I like it. Do it up, man.
Yeah, this kid's the bomb on Dons. He's probably laughing his ass off over there right now. But you mentioned a good point. Creed Humphrey. I also say Wyatt Davis, my 39th ranked player, my 4th overall interior offensive lineman. I think he would be a good fit here.
I want him to the Bills, though, so I don't.
Russ,
yeah,
I want to get your thoughts here on that, because the talk for some people for Creed Humphrey has been, you can play him at guard and then transition to center like Landon Dickerson, so on and so forth. How do you see Creed projecting to guard? Because my worry, he doesn't really have any snaps there at all. He's been almost primarily a center. I even went to double check his college snaps in the last couple of minutes. He's only got center snaps at Oklahoma. Granted, given his size and his frame and his ability, he could project to guard. But if you're looking for somebody to be the best guard for your team right now, are you looking for Wyatt Davis or are you looking for Creed Humphrey?
Well, I think that's the thing. I think you're probably looking more so for the true guard, because center and guard, they are different. There's different responsibilities. There's different techniques. I mean, when you're a center, you got to have that snap to step, and you have to be vocal, and you have to know, I don't want to say as much as the quarterback, but you're the quarterback of the offensive line 9 times out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
So and don't get me wrong, Creed Humphrey does all those things to a T. He's a great reach blocker. He's incredibly vocal. His snap-to-step quickness is incredibly good. Mm-hmm. But beyond that, if you're asking him to play guard, you might have to teach him that new position. And I don't know if it's necessarily what you want to do in the second round per se, but his values, he's going to get taken here, I think, before the end of the second round. I think, though, Wyatt Davis would probably be the player I would take over the fact of him. But we'll see. I mean, it's going to be interesting. I'm curious if Seattle was trying to get a trade in, and I think that popped up in the chats. And thank you, Eugene. I will say I thought that was about me, but he did say it's about Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson.
I thought of that. I was like,
I didn't even put that together. I immediately thought Russell Wilson, but corporate man on the outside, diva on the inside. I agree. Maybe Russ is too. We don't know yet, but ostracized. Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Wow.
Pick is in.
The Seahawks go with Dwayne Eskridge, wide receiver from Western Michigan. Why?
The frig? Who? What?
Even if you really like him, why? You got Lockett and DK.
What?
You got to protect. I don't get it.
I don't know anything. I mean, I
don't like the Seahawks, but I'm shocked right now. I like Eskridge. Super athletic, fast, good size.
Yep.
Can go over the middle. Why?
A 5'9" receiver too. He's 5'9".
Look, I didn't watch a ton of him. I'm pulling up my Google Doc right now to get to my notes that I input on players that I watch, whether it's a game or two. And, again, he's a 5'9", 190 guy, played at Western Michigan. He's going to probably play, obviously, in the slot with that type of size. He's a special team type of guy, which makes sense for the team. And at Western, he played on the outside because he was the best receiver that they had. That's what happens. Mm-hmm. But he's a vertical threat. Probably, if you're thinking of anything, maybe you're thinking Tyler Lockett, like a mini or a smaller version of it. So we mentioned offensive line for Russell Wilson. We make good points, but on the contrary, maybe he just wanted more weapons. I mean,
exactly.
David Moore. I don't know if David Moore's even with the team anymore. I think he was a free agent. So you have Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, but they got rid of Josh Gordon. Chris Carson's still there, but they needed another weapon. And when you look at what the Cardinals did earlier, Rondale Moore, so you've got to compete with some of these offenses. Stafford's now with the Rams. You've got to compete with the offenses in your division.
Interesting note here. But interesting programming note here. We have 3 teams picking, right? We just had the pick there from Seattle. You got the Rams here. You have Kansas City next. All 3 of these teams have not made a pick yet in this draft. So their first choices here, we'll see what they end up with. But wide receiver, certainly not what we expected here. But like you said, I think this is a move where Russell Wilson's still going to be happy because it's a playmaker, and they can definitely, grow and help him at his position. So I don't think Russell Wilson's mad about it, but certainly not where we thought they were going to go. And with that, I'm going to bow out for a second to go pay the water bill, if you will, and I will let you guys take over for a second.
It'd be funny if we just left and then he came back and there was like nobody here.
Boy.
Very interesting. with Seattle. I'm starting to laser in onto what the Bills are doing. Oh, what do you got?
My connection's going in and out, but I will say I'm back on here. So I will say at 57, I'm really curious. Do the Rams consider a player like Jabril Cox? I tweeted this out. He's out of LSU. He transferred from North Dakota State. When you think of a player 2-3 years ago for them, Corey Littleton, right? Corey Littleton was kind of that, I don't want to say like a box safety, but he was like 6'3", 230. That's exactly what Jabril Cox is. So I wonder if you talk about the comparable of measurables, is that somebody that comes in and plays that similar role? I don't know. I'm very interested. I'm looking at my fat head right now. My boy Matt Stafford's getting his first pick in LA. We're going to see what it is. I mean, is it a player like Hunter Long? Is it Amari Rodgers? Is it another weapon? I don't know. But there it is. They've mentioned it. Rams get Matthew Stafford. So I don't know. I love that dude, though. Matt Stafford's the man.
I like the Cox fit. I wonder. Oh, the pick is in. Oh, we get another super chat here from Eugene. Eugene, you are literally filling the gas tank
on fire.
Donation. Yeah, you are the bomb on Dons for sure. Evidenceless theory. Ifeatu Melifonwu will come with a nothing to do with me, but my brother busted discount straight up in the third. I'm looking right now at 3 people for the Bills at 61. I want Melifonwu, I want Wyatt Davis, or I want Creed Humphrey, and I want it in that order. As much as I love Creed Humphrey, tremendously heady player, very cerebral, love what he's got going on between the ears. As Russ mentioned, I like his first step, I like his contact, I like his initiation, but I want more guard than I do center. What do you got, Russ?
Oh, I'm not. I got nothing. I'm talking to my hooligan over there. I was on mute, I hope.
Yeah, you were on mute, but I thought you were trying to. Yeah.
Is this pick in?
I'm starting to get the pick is in. They haven't announced it yet. I'm starting to get the butterflies in the
for
stomach
the Bills
again
pick
as we get towards the back. We need a corner, and Melifonwu would be perfect. As much as I love. Look at Adam Schefter down there getting on the cell phone, having to answer calls. I
would celebrate the iffy pick because he's a Syracuse player, and I love that. But he's also a dominant cornerback that fits this defense very, very well. And I'm excited if that's the case. There's a few picks before us here. You know, I'm not sure which direction these teams are going to go.
Twitter is crazy for spoilers. It's way ahead of everything, so I'm staying off Twitter.
I'm not on Twitter myself. Nope. Yeah, just taking a few messages, but
someone called it. Oh, I don't know if somebody was spoiling it or just said it. Tutu Atwell from Louisville.
Wow, that was somebody in the chat set called that before?
Yeah, somebody said it. I don't know if they were spoiling it and saying that was the pick or that's who they were saying was going to be the pick. That's fine. I'm completely fine. But he is a obviously, they put it up right. They literally, so I was going to say it again. He's a Hollywood Brown clone. Change of direction, pace, shifty, gadget guy, just can do so much really fast. Oh, man, I'm going to keep pulling up these super chats from Eugene. Yeah, I never make these live in the UK and always watch them after, so I never donate. Take these all as IOUs. Eugene, you are crushing it, my man. We appreciate anything and everything you're doing.
You almost made it. I don't know what time it is for you now or how long you've been up or if you slept before so you could stay up, but we're almost there to this Bills second round pick, and it's going to be worth it, my friend. Let's see who's still on the board here. I don't think this Tutu Atwell is not somebody I don't think was on the Bills' radar. It could have been. We never know, but certainly doesn't deter us from what we've been talking about in terms of the positional value.
No.
And I'm okay with that pick in that position.
And also, just to speak about it from a fit, Russ started talking about it for Stafford. Now you're looking at an offense with Robert Woods, Cooper Kupp, Cam Akers, and now you're adding a guy like a Hollywood Brown type into that offense, which I think is perfect. I like Hollywood Brown. I don't think he's built to be a number one. But if you have him as the third or even the second option as a dynamic offset to Robert Woods, who's one of the best route running receivers in the NFL, Cooper Kupp, who is just one of the underrated players in the league, especially at wide receiver, and now you add Atwell, who is a Hollywood Brown type, to that offense with Matt Stafford and a great offensive mind like Sean McVay, that Rams offense is suddenly a very interesting offense to go with a defense that I don't know if they can replicate what they did in 2020, because what they did in 2020 was wild.
Yeah.
But that's suddenly a very interesting team. Yeah, I see the comment down there from Richard Conley. Yeah, I miss Robert Woods as well, man. I miss him too.
The Rams are contenders, and we know that. And they're in this position for a reason, meaning they haven't taken a pick until the second round because they traded for the players they've got, and it's really worked out in their favor in terms of how well the team has done. They haven't been able to translate that to NFC Championship and beyond appearances, but there's certainly, this is another move saying we're ready. We traded for our quarterback. We're ready to load up and show you an offense that you're not ready for. And with the guys that they've got on that side, this is going to be a high scoring offense that is ready to play today, right? Like in today's NFL, we can hang with the Kansas City Chiefs, right? That's what they're trying to say here on offense. And it's going to be interesting to see this Rams team now that they have a different person at the lead, right? Jared Goff, love him or hate him. I'd like to get Russ's take on that one. Jared Goff, love him or hate him. He wasn't the guy for the Rams. He did not take them over the hump. And when you have a guy like Matt Stafford now, who definitely has more of an arm and more of a winner mentality, even though he was on a bad team in Detroit, he can take this team to the next level, and I'm excited to see what that Rams team can do in a super competitive division. I think most would call it the most competitive in the NFL at this point, with all four teams being able, having odds to win the division. I like that pick.
Stafford's a guy who I want to see succeed. He's got I'm not a Stafford fan or a Lions fan, but he's got one of the coolest drives ever when he wrecks his shoulder and leaves for a play and then comes back in and throws the game-winning touchdown basically with a dislocated shoulder. And he throws it and then hunches himself over to the sideline. He can't raise his arm to give a high five. It's beautiful. Oh, and the Kansas City Chiefs pick is in. They go Nick Bolton from Missouri. Again, please, let's not spoil things in the chat. But if you do, feel free. I'm just going to turn off the chat and then nobody will get any engagement there. Good pick. Linebacker from Missouri. Gets to stay in Missouri, going to Kansas City. And interesting to see the Chiefs but go on the defensive side of the ball, which I guess also makes sense when you are, I don't know, arguably, if not hands down, the best offense in the NFL, and you have weapons for days on that side of the ball. Nick Bolton is a thumper. He's a guy that a lot of Bills fans were talking about when the thought was Milano might not come back. And he's better in coverage, I think, that he gets credit for, but he's a thumper. He plays with good pad level. He hits goal line, open field, backfield. He can blitz. He's got speed. He's not the best sideline to sideline, but I don't think he's a liability in that regard. I'm not pleased because I hate the Chiefs and I don't want them to win. So I guess that means this was a good pick for the Chiefs.
Right. I think the same thing. It's definitely a good pick for the Chiefs. Having done the work on linebackers, he was definitely somebody who I had mentioned as a possible replacement for Matt Milano on the Bills because of his coverage ability and his overall athleticism and skill set. And this could be one of those picks that helps move Kansas City on the defensive side, which is really where they're most vulnerable. We know what their offense can do, and especially now with that offensive line, this pick seems like, another piece to the puzzle for a team that's already at the mountaintop.
Oh, 1,000%. And, I'm not going to I don't want to be rude. Feel free. I'm covering up the chat just because I don't want to know anybody for the next couple.
I know.
Of picks.
I don't want to see the Bills pick.
I'm taking the notebook and it's going right meow because I don't want to see anybody meow. I'm in a good position. For me personally, and Anthony, I guess let's start to break this down because Carolina's pick is not in yet. What would you like to see the Bills do at 61? For me, I'm looking at, in order, Melifonwu, Wyatt Davis, Creed Humphrey, in that order. What are your thoughts?
Those are the three names that I would have said exactly. Okay. So, and right now we're only 3 picks away. So
I know I'm getting I'm just bouncing up and down, giddy, waiting for it.
So, to say that we are going to get one of those guys, if that's the case, who knows? Maybe they like Aaron Robinson more or something like that.
Or maybe they want to do your route, and maybe, Terrace Marshall.
That would not surprise me if, again, I could see it being the explanation being, look, he was the best player on our board. We had a first-round grade on him, and here he is at the end of the second. It's the Epinesa explanation too, right?
Yep,
here he is at the end of the second, best player on our board by far. We loved him. We thought he was going to be gone here, and he's not. That would not upset me at all. It might surprise me a little more than, having guys like Creed Humphrey on the board, Wyatt Davis. I think, again, something I wanted to talk about earlier that I didn't quite get to is you have to compare the drop-off at the position too, right? If they feel that the interior offensive linemen, there's 10 on the board that they're comfortable with and they could get one in the third round, then maybe they don't take Creed Humphrey or Wyatt Davis here, and they do go the cornerback route. Same thing. You weigh those positional values and drop-offs as you're making this pick. So, maybe Terrace Marshall Jr. I called him Terrence again. Terrace Marshall Jr.
Patio Marshall.
Patio Marshall. If the Bills draft him, I'm going to start calling him.
Oh, 1,000%. He needs to be Patio Marshall. That joke is gold and it's fantastic. But yeah, I think I would be all right with that. The drop-off conversation is the big one. That's really what I've been first three, corner, edge, interior line, some kind of combo in that. But I started to lean towards edge towards the end because I thought the drop-off was bigger. And that was the weighing. Like, would you rather have Greg Newsome is the outlier in the group. If he would have fallen, he's the hands down pick. But would you rather have like Eric Stokes and Osai from Texas, or would you rather have like Jason Owe and Melifonwu? And that was the second option. Like I would have rather had, I think there's a bigger drop off in edge than there was at corner. So all of a sudden for me, my heart is still sad because I wanted Asante Samuel, but that blow is significantly lessened if we're able to get Melifonwu. And then also the blow of, man, I feel like we reached a little bit for Russo. That's also lessened if we come away with Melifonwu or interior offensive line play. Because again, to your point, if you can come away with a good interior offensive lineman at this point, and then you're sitting there in the third round and you come away with Trill Williams or a Debo or St. Juste or something like that, again, it's all about that drop-off. It's the same thing, to make an easy comparison, it's a similar thing in fantasy football. It's the reason you shouldn't go quarterback early. Drop-offs. The Mariana Trench is nothing compared to what comes after. Jesus. This is fantastic. Just for this alone.
Eugene is on fire, man. This is a great comment here.
Crushing it.
Mariana Trench. Yeah, well, I would have loved to have Landon Dickerson, or really, especially Elijah Vera Tucker.
Oh,
who's now a Jet, which hurts even more.
Here's the thing. AVT definitely wouldn't have been here if Dickerson was here. He's one. Melifonwu is still, I think, 1A. Dickerson's a very close 1B. He would be ahead of both Wyatt Davis and Creed Humphrey for me if Landon Dickerson was here.
How cold is it in Cleveland today? I'm seeing Adam Schefter's really bundled up on the TV there.
Oh, here we go. Panthers at the podium. I got text messages coming through to my phone. Welcome back, Russ. I got text messages coming through, and I don't like what that means, so I'm not answering my phone. Oh, Terrace Marshall to the Panthers.
There he is. Really? That's the pick? Oh, wow.
It is. But you know what?
I like that because I can still cheer for the guy as a Carolina Panther. And again, he was somebody who was really moving up my boards before I found out about the possible injury stuff or whatever. And I still think he's going to be an elite number 2 wide receiver. And what a team that he gets to go to, and one that is clearly trying to put their stake in the ground as a competitive team in the NFC. And now another great offensive move for them at the wide receiver position. Russ, I don't know if we've talked about Terrace Marshall with you, but he's certainly somebody I was very, very high on, and certainly one of the names I had circled. So he goes here to Carolina. I like the fit. Go ahead.
Yeah, I like the fit as well. And when you look at Carolina and you see Joe Brady there, he used to coach at LSU. He knows Terrace Marshall. He understands what this kid brings to the table. Yes. He understands, hey, this guy, maybe he was hurt coming out of high school, but he can perform for me, and I'm going to bring him in. So this team they've got DJ Moore, they've got Robbie Anderson, they lost Curtis Samuel, but they add Terrace Marshall, who's going to play on the outside. He's probably going to be their X receiver, and you're going to move Anderson and Moore around. And I like this fit a lot. So I know the clips are going to show him playing in the slot, but I think he's best suited to play on the outside.
I agree.
Look, he's a vertical threat. Yeah, he's a vertical threat. He gets after it.
Contested catches is what it really impressed me when I watched. I mean, the guy is covered and they throw him the ball. He catches it, makes a play, right? That's the big thing. He's the X receiver. Just let him run to the end zone and throw him the ball, right? And if the ball is in the right spot, he'll catch it. And he'll catch it against the pressure. And that's what you need to do at the NFL level as a receiver.
So much.
Because the guys are going to cover you more than they did in college.
Big time. And we talked about it a little last night with Sam Darnold. I think this is for all he had to deal with in New York, I think he's got a fair shot now. With Matt Rule and Joe Brady, he's now got legit wide receiver weapons. DJ Moore is super underrated. DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, Terrace Marshall, Christian McCaffrey coming out of the backfield. We will now be able to find out if Sam Darnold was able to be the truth or if it wasn't all Adam Gase's
Ladies
fault.
and gentlemen, the Saints pick is in. They haven't announced it yet, and that means that our Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. And Russ, I've got to ask, Ant and I were just talking about the way this board is lining up and the names we see for the Buffalo Bills. In your non-Bills fan, more objective opinion, if you will.
Unobjective.
Unobjective. There's no objectives going on.
Bias.
In your unbiased, objective opinion, who do you think the Bills should pick here?
Sorry, I was sending a tweet. With that, I think the Bills here sitting at 61. Man, I honestly don't even know who the hell's on the board anymore.
We narrowed it down to Melifonwu, Wyatt Davis, and Creed Humphrey. But before we speak about that, the New Orleans Saints have selected Pete Werner, linebacker, Ohio State. So all
somebody
three of our
not on the Bills board. So
no.
Yes.
So I don't want to be rude to Mr. Werner or the Saints. Skirt.
It's all about us.
Let's think about it. So Russ, that's who we had narrowed down to. If there's someone else who comes into your mind or someone else on your board you think of, let us know your thoughts. But we narrowed it down to Melifonwu, Wyatt Davis, Creed Humphrey in that order in terms of preference. We can break down the particulars if we want, but again, in your draft analyst mind, objective non-Bills fan mind, what are your thoughts at 61 for the Bills?
I like all the names they just threw out there. I also like the idea of, again, I said running back in the first round. Michael Carter's sitting right there in your lap. I know we say he's not necessarily your cup of tea. And sure, okay, you don't want to take him there. Maybe you take Jaret Patterson in round 3. I can live with that. And probably the players that.
Oh, what happened?
Dude, that's messed up.
Oh, we lost Russ.
Bring him back.
I'm sorry, Russ. I had to.
Oh, did you remove me? I thought my stuff's been going in and out.
Up. No, he did it because you said running back.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry, Russ. I had to, man. I had to.
I can live
right
with
now. Look, I said my stance was purely on the first round. If the Bills really want to pick a running back, I'm okay with it. But with this board right now, the way it is, I cannot justify them picking a running back right now at this spot. Even though I like Carter. I've praised those running backs before. I mean, over Creed Humphrey, over these guys that are still on the board. To me, I need that position over Fitu Melifonwu. First of all, that would be heartbreaking alone because if he's a Syracuse guy, like I've been saying, that's my team. So I want to see him.
Do you see what's the top need? Do you see the top need from Mel Kiper for the Buffalo Bills? Do you see who it is? It's a running back. It's a running back.
Mel Kiper doesn't know shit. That's what I've been saying all offseason. All these talking heads that drafted a running back to the Bills don't know what they're talking about. They do not know this Buffalo Bills team. They have not studied this regime. And they certainly haven't been following it more than somebody like me who's been lifelong Bills fan my entire life.
And with I think the point, like with the talent on the board, I'd be even fine with Elam McNeil, but that's it. With the talent on the board, if you wanted to tell me we went for even like Kenneth Gainwell in the 3rd, or ideally more along the lines of the 5th or something like that, I'm fine on the back end. But the whole thing is the draft capital, the resources you're spending in the first 3 rounds, given what we need. Like if Michael Carter's the pick, it was the same thing with the first. I really like Travis Etienne. I really like Najee Harris. I also like Michael Carter. I don't like any of them more than the corners or the edges or the interior offensive line that I like. Would it still be a good pick? Yes. Are they still a good football player? Yes. Tyler Shelvin, fantastic.
Greg's not here for the Tyler Shelvin talk.
I think it might be a little too early for Shelvin, but that's my thing. Like the need combined with the player trumps just the fun player aspect and the running back for me, at least personally.
Getting warmed up again. I'm like, okay, 145. Hey, we didn't talk about this possibility, but we do like a lot of names on the board. It is possible the Bills are trying to find a trade partner. Well, nope. Pick is in, apparently. Here we go. So it could have been possible that they were looking for a trade partner down, but we haven't seen a trade in a while here. And that tells me that teams are pretty content where they're sitting right now. And there's not a name on the board that they're worried might go that teams are waiting for. So my guess is the Bills did everything they could to consider a possible trade back, and no offers came in that they were willing to take.
Yo, Eugene is killing it. We'll get Damon Richardson interior offensive line out of the Alabama.
Hey, listen, we were on here for 5 straight hours last night. We're marathoning it again.
Oh, it's going to be longer tonight.
If his name is Creed Humphreys tonight, that's fine with me. And obviously Terrace going to Terrence.
Patio Marshall
Jr.
Oh man, I'm nervous again. I got
butterflies again. Here we go.
Do you guys want me to announce the pick like we did yesterday? Since I am behind, it doesn't matter to me. Yeah. It doesn't matter to me.
They can see our reaction. You can announce it. That'll work. Since you're the furthest behind, I don't know. I'm on.
Oh, don't look at the chat. Don't look at the chat.
I'm not looking at it. I'm not looking at it. I don't want nobody say anything. Nobody say anything, and I'm not looking at anybody's faces.
Just click the
file. How do they know already?
Don't do it. I'm not looking at anybody.
I literally have it covered up.
I'm going to take my headphones out if I need to, but I don't want to see anyone's face. Nobody say who the pick is. They're showing the Bills draft room on NFL Network.
I'm still at an E-Trade commercial here. Come on.
Oh boy. I'm going to throw up.
All right. Do you have ESPN on, Russ?
Yeah. Right. But see, I think the thing is like I was saying, my connection was going in and out, and I got the Hulu going, and then it pauses itself to like reconnect. And I think it lags me back 30 seconds. So when it does it 4 or 5 times, I'm screwed.
Bills are up. They're announcing the pick.
Their pick is in. They're showing the city.
Oh Anthony, you're ahead of me. Don't do that to me.
Oh boy,
Anthony, don't do that to me.
Boy. Sorry. So we got somebody coming to the thing, to the podium. I don't know who that is. Who is the guy that's announcing the pick?
Well, I think it's Joe DeLamiere. Bills.
Is that lady in a bathrobe? Oh no, she's just in a zip
Is she in a bathrobe?
I thought she was in a bathrobe.
She's
the Buffalo Bills. The pick is in,
it.
And with the 61st pick, the Buffalo Bills select Carlos Basham, edge rusher, Wake Forest. What the hell are they doing?
I'll tell you exactly what they're doing. They're taking the story of the Super Bowl this year and trying to translate that into the Buffalo Bills. In other words, the Tampa Bay Bucks beat the Kansas City Chiefs with the power of pass rush. And here they are, not just one, but they doubled down at the position that they are aging with, and they do have guys. But, man, if this isn't a statement as to what they feel is their biggest need, I don't know what is at this point. I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised here that Basham is the pick. He was a guy that was kind of all over the boards. So I didn't know where he would go, but to pick him again over the guys that we mentioned, the interior linemen, the cornerbacks, after you double down, the only explanation here is bullseye on the Kansas City Chiefs. We have to get pressure. We have to be better. Our guys are getting older. We have to solve the problem. We're going to put
good point.
We're going to put 6 pass rushers on the field, and we're going to get after the quarterback. So I'm not in love with the pick, but just like last night when I wasn't, I trust McDermott and Bean and trust that they have a plan and know that this means that, again, our pass rush is now going to be the center of our defense. There's no question about that now.
Before we turn it over to the other Anthony for his reaction, I want his reaction to this. If you go to mockdraftable.com and you pull up Carlos Basham's top, his profile, the top comparison is Shaq Lawson. I'm going to log off because I think this is going to get on fire.
Don't tell me that.
Anthony, what is your reaction to Carlos Basham? Because you haven't said a word. You're looking down. I don't know if you're sleeping. I don't know if you're pissed. I don't know if you're praying. I mean, look, I'm a Lions fan. You're a Bills fan. We all suffer. But 2 edge rushers back to back. I don't know. The Packers pick is in. They're making their selection. But give us your thoughts as they make that pick.
The Packers took Josh Myers, center from Ohio State. Really good pick. I didn't watch a ton of Basham because I didn't think he was going to go to the Bills. And either way, back-to-back edges is interesting. But again, it's more for me who was on the board. I thought
one thing I'll say before you finish that, they better trade up and get one of these guys now in the 3rd round if they're still there.
I just don't think I wanted someone else to start over Feliciano, and I wanted a corner, and I thought it was needed for the team. And Melifonwu ticks all the boxes: the size, the length, what scheme and coverage he succeeds in. He's built for the Bills defense. He runs a higher 4.4, like a 4.48, but still fast enough, combined with his length and his height and his overall size. That's a really solid option outside of Trey White. And this
is a handcuff protection. Hey, if Rousseau doesn't become the guy we think he is, we now have Basham. We got 2 for at least one of them needs to succeed for us to be a good team for the next 5 years. I would agree with that sentiment at least. The only other thought that comes to mind for me, the immediate thought, because we all love cornerback and we've been preaching they need a cornerback, Sean McDermott's defense historically is one dominant, number 1 ideal cornerback and Joe Schmo, who we can get the most talent out of. That is how Sean McDermott defenses have been run. That is what he's done all along. It doesn't mean we can't hope for another elite or top cornerback, right, to be there next to the guy who is the top 5 cornerback. But I'm disappointed in that. I'm not going to lie. I thought I can't. Okay. I'm trying to justify. I'm grasping at straws to justify this, but it does make sense in terms of how McDermott runs his defense, how Kansas City, was beaten by Tampa Bay in that Super Bowl. And doubling down, saying at least one of these guys has to work for our defense to be good for the next 5 years.
Well, let me jump in.
I'm sorry. The Chiefs took Creed Humphrey. I'm sorry.
That makes it worse. That makes it worse. I hope Carlos Basham. Has anybody seen Carlos Basham against Creed Humphrey? Because I hope he can run his ass over. This is tough. That makes this pill harder to swallow for sure. That's the team you're trying to beat. You just handed them their weakest position is now a strength here.
So I'm going to be kind of the mediator, the breath of, I don't even know what I'm going to be here, but shout out to Eugene again. Another tip for us, and he mentions another story from the Super Bowl that we all forget. Eugene. Brady was the cleanest QB in Super Bowl history when the same D line had Josh running all day in the AFC Championship game. So he's bringing a good point, talking about Basham. You already have Russo, and let's be honest, we talked about this already. Jerry Hughes, he's at the end of the line. AJ Epinesa, we don't really know what he is. So I think this is more value than anything else. People had Basham going in the 1st round. I didn't necessarily love him. He was my 67th ranked player, my 9th ranked edge rusher. I compared him to Takk McKinley. He was listed at 6'5", 283. He checked in at 6'3", 274. He generated 33.5 tackles for loss and 19.5 sacks in his career. So the pressure, the numbers, it's all there. He's got that thick body type with a strong upper body. He shows a nice blend of speed to power. I think he can bull rush offensive linemen, but I will say I think he looked out of shape this past year. I thought he looked he just kind of had a weird body type. And when I think about it now, I think of a weird body type from last year. That was Curtis Weaver when he came out of Boise State. So this is interesting. And I'm just wondering if this it's not a reach because he probably should have been off the board, but I think there's a reason to why he was on the board. And the fact that they let Creed Humphrey walk right by where they could have replaced Mitch Morse with Creed Humphrey, let Morse play guard and call it good is just a head scratcher. And that's a great pick by the Chiefs. I'm sorry, fellas. And the Buccaneers are going to be able to get Michael Carter, pick 64. I don't know if that pick's been announced yet, but
I don't dislike Basham the player. I dislike it again in a vacuum. But I dislike it in the scope of who else was on the board.
Yeah,
and what
just
that need
handing
would have
that pick
filled.
And handing that to Kansas City.
That's my bigger. Yeah, the Creed Humphrey going to Kansas City is just kind of more of the knife a little bit. Yeah, like I'm fine with Basham the player. Got no problem with Basham the player. And I recognize the BPA philosophy. There was just seeing a couple things like Basham was ranked like in the 30s and you're sitting there at 61 and he's there versus looking at like Melifonwu and a couple people there like the 50s to 60s. And so you're like, okay, BPA, if you're going that BPA, it's BPA regardless of who is there. Like, regardless of what the position is, best player available is best player available. And I don't hate it because of who the player is. I would have liked to see the need fit somewhere else, especially on that interior offensive line and looking at the cornerback position. But, I mean, he's still a good player. I agree with everything you said, Russ, in your analysis of him and the type of fit that he has and the scheme that he can succeed in and what he does for this defense. I just think given who else was also there, that's a bit of the concern I have in my brain right now.
Yeah, it's not a bad pick. I get the idea. I justified it by saying they're doubling down and everything that does make sense in terms of why they would justify doing this. But they know better than we do what their plan is on defense and what they think moving forward. And we knew that they thought this was a weakness, a position of weakness there. And there was even talk before the season, before the draft, that the Bills could double down on different positions in this draft. And they chose to do that with edge at the beginning. I don't think anybody saw that coming, especially in this manner with the people who were on the board. But I trust somebody trust the process. And I think that's what we have to keep in mind here. Somebody else said this is atrocious drafting right now. I'm sorry, but I don't know if you can predict the future. If you can, I'd like to know the winning lottery numbers at some point.
I don't think that's fair. You can't say this is atrocious drafting.
You cannot make any – first of all, with McDermott and Bean's track history, the default is to trust them that these guys are going to maximize their potential, not just be their potential, but maximize their potential, especially these early picks. But – yeah, it's okay to question what happens around it. And there's no question that with Kansas City getting Creed Humphreys right behind this pick, that you have that's a head-to-head matchup right there.
And
right?
There's also you're
the
thinking
Creed
of
Humphreys or the Carlos Basham line is now Creed Humphrey. Let's go.
Fair. And if you're thinking of the free agents that are still there, Casey Hayward is still out there. Steven Nelson is still out there. I know Richard Sherman. I like Sherman. I just don't think he has the speed that I'm looking for on the defensive side. So there are still, as people mentioned in the chat, free agent additions that can be made at the corner position. And honestly, could have been the same thing at edge if they wanted to throw some money at Melvin Ingram after the draft if they were unable to get an edge. But, well, that's fair. Wouldn't it make sense to start trading up a lot of guys we drafted? That's fair.
I was just going to bring that up. Right now, I think the Bills have to. You have 2 fifth-round picks. Get rid of them. Take both of those 5th-round picks and get another 3rd-round pick here. You can wait a few more picks, but I think that's enough capital to get you back into this 3rd round at some point so that you can get 2 more of these positions you need. Cornerback, interior offensive lineman, tight end. Those are all positions that I personally desire and want to see them get in this round of talent that I said, again, before as the show started, I'd love for the Bills to get at least 3 picks in this day. So we'll see if it actually happens, but they certainly have the capital to start wheeling and dealing at this point.
And here's some of the thoughts though. Like, we have no O-line depth. I think we do have O-line depth. We don't have top line quality in the O-line. We have a bunch of guys who can fill in and do things. We just don't have top flight quality caliber, especially on the interior. We literally have a single 1 tech on the D line. we pick an edge. And I understand your other sentiment here, Mac. Don't tell me that's not atrocious. I'm sorry, it is. It's not atrocious.
We don't know.
He's not a bad football player. He's a good player. It's just I get the value, but it's never an atrocious thing to pick a good football player. Again, even if we go back to the running back thing, and I'm not even saying it to annoy Anthony. I didn't want ETN in the first round either. But at the end of the day, dude's a really good football player. Were there much better value picks there? 1,000%. But Travis Etienne's a good football player. You're never doing something atrocious when you're adding a good football player to your team. The question is, could you have added a good football player at a bigger position of need? That's the difference. But I wouldn't say it's atrocious. And that is interesting. Oh, cutting Mario Addison.
You cannot cut Mario Addison. He will be on the roster guaranteed for this season. You can cut him after the year. He has already reworked his deal
that's right. I forgot about that.
To guarantee him the money now. So I'm pretty sure we should have had Greg on for this analysis.
Yeah.
But
they did rework. They did rework his deal, making it pretty.
Yes. Confident that he's going to be on the team this year. Because that's what he did. He reworked the deal to take the pay cut to stay with the team, but the trade-off is he gets to stay with the team. In other words, that money is mostly guaranteed.
Kyle Trask to the Buccaneers.
Kyle Trask to the Bucs. He stays in the state of Florida. And by the way, fellas, this is probably gonna be my last pick. I might jump on a little bit later, but my kid is waiting. He's waiting patiently to get an analysis with me. So
he's the bomb on Dons.
Yeah, the bomb on Don. The bomb on Don's over there. He's laughing right now. He's got a Bills hat on though, so it's all good.
There you go,
Kyle. This Kyle Trask pick. Another blow to Josh Rosen, I guess, huh? Isn't he still down there in Tampa Bay? So they obviously Tom Brady is there, and we know he's going to be there at least one more year until he decides to retire, but probably until the man falls apart in 60 years when he can't play anymore. There he is, the bomb on Dons. What's up, man?
Yeah, the bomb on Dons with the Bills.
Look at that.
Rocking the gear, man. Rocking the gear. What did you think of that Buffalo Bills pick? That's what we should.
What did you think of the Bills pick, Carlos Basham? They can hear you.
I don't know. I have the things that I know about football. All I do is go on my computer, search it up, stats, and that's it.
Yeah.
Like where your head's at.
All right. Well,
that's the optimistic approach. We like it.
We're getting a lot of good comments for
Russ.
So,
any general thoughts?
You're the bomb on Dons.
You want to give us your kind of outlook on round 3 now that we've ended round 2? What are your thoughts? Is there a position or overall big picture what you think prediction for round 3?
Yeah, so I'll throw a couple quick ones here now. I'm behind on the draft, so the pick is in right now, but I don't know if it's been actually made.
Jags
but I will say,
Cisco.
Did they really?
Yep.
Damn, that's a great spot
they
for
took
Andre
Cisco.
Yeah,
Damn.
I was gonna say Hunter Long there, but with that being said, I'm hoping the Lions are able to land Diami Brown right now. They're going to be picking shortly, so we'll see. I'm curious. Again, I might tune back in. I'm going to keep everything set up, obviously, but I might jump back in for the Bills and have some fun with you guys in and out. But
no worries, man.
It is what it is. So I don't know. Andre Cisco just went. I'm really bummed right now. That's my guy.
Too.
That's a great fit. And I will say I think Cisco, similar, I think, player to Malik Hooker. Injuries caught up with him, but he's got the range, he's got the ball skills, and here he comes to Jacksonville, and they're having themselves a draft. So we'll see what happens. But you guys are putting in the work. I appreciate everything you guys do. Appreciate everybody in the chat. I will definitely be back on tomorrow for sure. And we'll be talking Kentucky Derby. Yeah. We're going to be talking more draft stuff. And again, I'll probably be back on in maybe an hour when the Bills are back on the clock.
There you go.
We'll talk soon.
Thanks again, Russ. Thanks.
Yep.
Bomb on Dons. I'm going to use that phrase a lot.
That's our new catchphrase here. Wow. So
no one's going to get it but you and me. No one's
going to know it. It's the bomb on Dons, man.
Everyone's going to be like, what? And you'd be like, you wouldn't get it. You don't have a PhD.
Wow. Yeah. So Cosme here breaks my heart because that's one of the Syracuse players that would have been a good fit for the Buffalo Bills. He goes to Jacksonville.
Ooh.
Pretty good selection there. Wow, look at that haul
Hold
for
on here.
the Jacksonville Jaguars right now.
According to Sal just tweeted, I was thinking that, but I didn't think it would be correct. According to Spot Track, the Bills would save over $5.3 million in cap space by making Mario Addison a post-June 1st release, costing $2.8 million in dead cap space this year and $2 million next year. You have to wonder if that is on the table right now. I was thinking of that, but then I thought with the extension and what they did for him and the pay cut or whatever, I thought that made that go away, but I guess not. So maybe a Mario Addison cut is on the horizon.
Could be.
But
that's still only like a $3 million savings-ish?
No, it's...
Because this year he's, what, $5 million against cap? You said $2 million would be dead money.
He said he would save over $5.3 million in cap space.
Oh, would save?
Yeah.
Interesting. Certainly, if that's a result of this, then that wouldn't surprise me. So even with the rework, they did not fully guarantee what he was given. That is surprising somewhat. I guess he really
very intrigued.
That does make a little more sense why they were able to keep him instead of Quentin Jefferson, though, who probably was not willing to do such a deal without getting some kind of guarantee.
Very true. I'm just going through different stats and things, and again, it's my same thing with Russo. Like, I don't mind the player. The player's not a bad player. I just find it interesting with what else is on the board and what else was there. And again, now, depending on who we come away with in the third round, I don't know, man. If you could have come away with Wyatt Davis there or Melifonwu and come back with Wyatt Davis in the third, I don't know. I also want to know what that Sal tweet is. I didn't think that cap hit thingy was a thing, but
yeah. Why don't you send a DM to our guy Greg?
I would say Greg just tweeted. Now, this is what I thought. Because I went to Spot Track and it didn't jive with what Sal was saying, and Greg just tweeted what I was reading on Spot Track. Cutting or trading Mario Addison costs $4.8 million in dead money to save. There you go, your $3.3 million. It
does not make sense.
Cost almost $5 million not to be on the roster. It's not a path to savings.
Exactly.
That's what I thought based on the contract restructure and then what I read on Spot Track. But again, I was like, well, maybe Sal knows something I don't. But based on the fact that, not to be a jerk, it's what I already thought, then it's also what I read on Spot Track, and then Greg confirmed the same thing. I'm going to go with what Greg is saying there.
Exactly.
Oh, and there you go, Patrick mentioned it in the chat as well. Greg doesn't seem to have the same numbers. Yeah, that's the numbers that I had.
That was the initial thought that I had, especially when you rework a deal. There's no way you take a pay cut and stay for an unguaranteed amount.
Like, that doesn't.
You got to give to take. So that's what the Bills made the deal. We'll keep you on the roster this year, but you have to take the pay cut.
Oh boy. Here we go. Eugene is, you know what?
Fire, Eugene.
Eugene, if you're here all the time, I think we could probably just quit our day jobs and just do this every day. And you're going to have
to join us one night.
The chat bros mentioned free agent quarterbacks. Any guards? I know of Okung. He's more tackle. He did, but he's tackle. Feliciano starting week 1 marks a failed offseason. Rousseau was a rotation guy. Had Lando been drafted, he'd play all the offensive snaps. And here's a comment from Richard. Eugene with the muddy comments, literally and figuratively, the muddy comments. You know, I don't think there's any great. I'm still just like stuck on. I'm sorry, and I'm seeing other comments come through as well. I'm also thinking of how light we are at corner and safety heading into this point of the year compared to how we normally are. Sal had that tweet like a month ago, which made us think even more like corner and safety would be on the mind. We thought, you mentioned it a minute ago when Russ was still on, like we thought there'd be some double dipping. We just figured it would be in the secondary somewhere, not edge as much.
And I will say that I think in terms of free agency, which is what Eugene was asking here, I definitely think cornerback and safety is an option there. Again, knowing how McDermott likes to run his systems, his defense, what he prefers usually is a veteran cornerback who might come on the cheap. I mean, last year we overpaid for one, but who might come on the cheap, especially in a season like this, to play next to the guy who is the elite cornerback. So I could definitely see him picking one of these cornerbacks that's currently a free agent and saying, we're going to bring you into the mix along with the two guys we got, and whoever plays the best is going to start, similar to what they did last year in this position. And then at safety, that's definitely a position where there is need, but not as pressing in terms of percentage of plays and influence on the game. This is somebody you just need to be your third guy who can spell. Granted, we took extreme for granted the players we had at that position, Dean Marlowe. And so it's I could see that going free agency as well. Safety. Guard, I think they would have done it by now, unless it's one of the guys they brought in.
Maybe they love Forrest Lamp.
Yeah, he could be. Exactly, right? He could be that guy. And then if they feel like they've got enough competition to go with Feliciano and Ford and enough backup in case one of them gets hurt, then that could be the end of the story here at guard. And maybe that's why they did not choose to go interior offensive lineman. It will eventually be something we have to draft as soon as next year, like have to draft in terms of needing to groom a guy for the future. It's not a position that we have a ton of depth long-term at. So yeah, offensive line concerns me more in free agency in terms of wanting to upgrade at this point than cornerback or safety, because those guys will probably sign cheap 1-year deals, and McDermott will probably still be able to get somebody that he really likes in free agency. But there's a lot of draft left to go here. And quite personally, again, I'm hoping that the Bills trade up. Use their 2 5th-round picks as some leverage here to get 2 picks in this 3rd round.
I mean, it'll be real interesting to see what they do with the 3rd. We'll see what linemen are available at pick 93. I am now firmly on corner or bust at 93. Like, I have to have it. I have to have a corner at 93. Like, I have to have it. Otherwise, I'm I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Oh my goodness. Super chat.
Here we go. Justin. All right. What do we got, Justin? I was all about cornerback after Rousseau, but after thinking about it, I think that the pick provides a greater benefit than CB2. Cheers, guys. Thank you, Justin, for that super chat. And yes, there's definitely a story to be had. Again, thinking about how McDermott runs his defenses and the confidence they have in their defensive ends, their edge rushers at this point, this is certainly very telling. They felt the value was there for sure. And there is a benefit to pass rush and coverage. If they're confident in what our coverage can do, Levi Wallace definitely has a certain floor and ceiling. True. He's not going to be, making the Pro Bowl or anything, but he's certainly not going to screw it up badly and be a liability out there.
True.
So maybe they're confident enough in that to say, we need to take the Tampa Bay approach, good coverage, which we have, and then, elite pass rush, right? So these 2 picks certainly seem to leverage in that direction.
Man.
And now the Texans just made
their QB. Yeah. They took
Davis
Mills from Stanford. They took Davis Mills. I'm fine with that. Take more QBs. Oh boy. Here we go. Question coming through here. We'll both answer it because I don't know which Anthony you are referring to, since there are dose. Anthony, could you see us now cut or trading Addison and or Hughes after the back-to-back defensive ends? No, I'm just going to answer that one right now. Hughes is going nowhere.
The dead cap.
Yeah. And also
Hughes is definitely not.
Yeah, definitely not. And then Addison, as Greg tweeted and as we alluded to before the tweet, I don't think that's a realistic thing. And I'm with you. Corner was previously and still is, all caps, our biggest need. But with cuts coming, could we pursue Richard Sherman? I've said it all offseason. I like Richard Sherman. You like his brain. You like his length. You like his fit. I don't like his athleticism. Thumbs down from Anthony Romeo there. I don't like his athleticism and his speed at this point in his career. I think if we bring in Richard Sherman, I think he's a slightly better upgrade to the Josh Norman signing last offseason, which is like, okay, good pick, vet, good head on his shoulders. But I don't think, again, I'm not all about we have to match up the Chiefs. Do I feel comfortable putting Richard Sherman against Mecole Hardman or Tyreek Hill? No, I do not.
Yeah, and look no further than the Buffalo Bills versus the San Francisco 49ers last year. And that's why, I mean, I'm just totally off on him. I just think you're paying more for the name than you would for the play at this point in his career. And I get that there's value to having a guy like that in the locker room. And he's certainly not a scrub on the field at this point, but you're going to overpay for somebody who's not going to give you the value you need. So that's why I've always said since the beginning of free agency, when people were like, oh, Sherman to the Bills seems like a good fit. Yeah, it seems like it, but it's not one that I desire. And it's not as big of an upgrade for me as I think they could do by getting a cheaper, less known, safety or somebody in the backfield to play the role that you want him to play.
Yeah.
So no, I'm on the no thanks band. And we got another pick in here.
Yeah, Jalen Mayfield to the Atlanta Falcons. A really good pick for Atlanta. Third round. Some people had Jalen Mayfield was like a top 40 prospect for a lot of guys. He was a top 7 or 8 tackle for some people. Some people had him in the top 5. Good value, again, for a team like Atlanta that is on the rebuild in many ways. They've moved back. They've acquired picks. They've done some good things. I like the move there. Also, I know we are focusing on everything in terms of the NFL draft, but you guys got Bills questions, thoughts, comments, questions, concerns. Let's fire them into the chat. We are, at the end of the day, Bills fans, Bills analysts. We're breaking down everything for this NFL draft, so don't feel like you can't comment on the rest of the draft. But if we got Bills questions, thoughts, concerns, worries, hopes, fears, stresses, any of that, start throwing them in. Let's go through. I feel like, okay, Cody coming with the question again. Slightly better. Are you sure? Last I remember, Sherman was a top 5 coverage DB for like the last 7 years. I feel Sherman, if he takes a team-friendly deal, would be an ideal zone corner, box safety, yay or nay. 1, I don't think the box safety aspect. I think more the zone corner 2. But the thought is he slowed down a bit. He wasn't the fastest or the most fleet of foot guy, period. Not that he should be singled out for one play, but I mean, Sammy Watkins cooked the absolute hell out of him. Oh, I would lose it too I like Rashad Weaver, but if they took him at 93, oh man.
Where did the comment go? I lost it now. The speed aspect that you were talking about. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, but that's where I was going to. There you go.
Yes. So this is the big thing here. We need speed at cornerback, and Sherman is the absolute opposite of that right now in his career. And again, the value isn't there. Pay a cheaper, lesser known guy who has the characteristics that you need to be supplemental to what you already have. And I don't see Richard Sherman as any of that. So, I mean, I just wouldn't like that signing for us at all. There's better answers out there, if you ask me. And wow, the Bengals pick is in here, and it's Joseph Asai, who
good pick as well. Good value at this point in the draft.
A lot of people thought he was going to go in the first round, and here we are in the third round, and they get him. That's a hell of a steal for the Bengals if he reaches his potential.
I wanted to go with the try and put the tweet in there from Kent Lee Platt, aka the Math Bomb. So the relative athletic score for Carlos Basham, it's good. It's a 9.39. A lot of greens. He had a great score for composite explosion grade in terms of his vert and his broad jump, especially his broad jump. He ran a 4.6 240. He ran a 2.7 20-yard split, a 1.6 10-yard split. Both of those are elite numbers, and his agility grade was great. He ran the shuttle in 4.3 and the 3-cone in 7.1. That 4.3 shuttle is a great score, and the 7.13 cone is a good score. He's athletic. He can move. He can do things. Again, the issue is not Carlos Basham. I don't think, again, he's not a bad player. That's not a bad pick. Very similar with Gregory Rousseau. I think at this point we're getting to a spot where we're taking these guys with the upside and the ceiling and the upside and the ceiling, and you have to hope that you're going to hit on the upside and those ceilings and find a role for those players and go from there. I think what's also an interesting thing, again, is being said, long-term, not short-term. I think an interesting thought is, again, what does this do for us next year or even 2022, because I think Gregory Rousseau, tremendously high ceiling. Let's talk about Rousseau for a minute. Tremendously high ceiling. I don't know if even in 2022 he's going to reach the levels that we want him to. He might be a 2023 potential guy to really finally land. Basham potentially could, he has the lower ceiling, but he might be able to reach that sooner in 2022. We're hoping for guys, same thing with Epinesa. I like him a lot as well, but we're hoping Epinesa takes that leap. We're doing a lot of things where you're hanging your hat on these projections and these hopes.
This is just a really funny combination here. This coming in here. AJ the bad athlete, Greg the mad athlete, Carlos the nice athlete. I don't know that I agree with that set of explanations there or boxes for those players, but there is something to be said about the skill sets and potentials of those players, right? They certainly do things differently and approach the game differently, right? A guy like Gregory Rousseau has all the measurements and intangibles you want, and you have to teach him a little more about his technique. You know, Carlos Basham, a little more complete, like Anthony was saying, that this is somebody who might be able to contribute more now. And then in 2022, that combination of guys, you're talking hopefully being one of the best pass rushes in the NFL at that point with two young top talents.
Yeah, that's really what you're looking at. My main thing with Rousseau, I said it last night, I'm concerned about his change of direction and I'm concerned about his bend. Both of those, and I mean, but you're going to have that with a guy who's like basically 6'8". I'm concerned about those things from a rushing perspective. That said, his length is good, his arm use is good, and before we pull up the donation again from Eugene being the man, I don't know if this is slander or not, but Owe, please go look beyond the 0 sacks aspect. Jason Owe is a very good prospect, and throw on the tape. The 0 sacks does not tell the whole story. You have to add context to that. Eugene again with the comment here. This is massive hindsight, but I'd have been ecstatic with 1, Landon, 2, Basham, 3, Melifonwu with a trade up as our haul. Not really that far from reality. That's fair, and I'm glad you were on that Basham train. Again, we're continuing to say it here, but I don't dislike Rousseau. I don't dislike Basham. I think it's just the juxtaposition of the guys we took versus who we could have taken given the need that we had. And also, so 6'7" ain't going to bend. Rousseau will get sacks on the inside. Willie, as much as Gregory Rousseau is versatile, we can talk about the technique lineup. Go ahead and take a peek at his. Actually, you know what? I don't even know why I'm saying it. I'll take a
look
peek
behind
for
the curtain here. Yeah.
Take a look at his snaps from his college season in 2019, because we talk about that positional versatility, which it could be a thing, and he can line up at DT and 5 tech and 3 tech and all that stuff. So he had 525 D-line snaps in 2019. 336 of them came at the Leo position. So basically like left end outside, like an edge rusher. 336. He had roughly 18 snaps on the inside of the line. If you want to throw the left end position in there and say, you know, maybe they moved him inside and kicked him a little and classified it as an end, even if you did that, he's only got 37 snaps on the inside. I'm hoping he'll get sacks on the inside, but this isn't like, oh man, we're going to put him here and he's going to kill it. Ooh, and the Giants just took Aaron Robinson.
That's why I said, oh wow. Pick. I was going to say that really another cornerback off the board there.
They're having a good draft. I like what the Giants are doing.
They're collecting their picks and they're getting their guys for sure.
And Rousseau may be versatile. I just want to know that somebody can do something concrete and do something good. He doesn't really have a pass rush plan all the time. He doesn't have great moves or a go-to move. Again, you're banking on the raw physical ability and thinking you can refine it, tweak it, and make it even better. I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at. Again, they're not in a vacuum. They're not bad. Like Rousseau's not bad. Carlos Basham is not bad. It's just a comparison of who you could have gotten, especially if we're sitting here and we can't come away with a corner in round 3. Then I'm like, oh man. But again, playing devil's advocate, maybe Bean and all them are thinking like, well, we don't need a corner. We're going to roll with, Levi and Dane Jackson. And then we're going to bring in Casey Hayward. That's the free agent I would be targeting. Give me Casey Hayward. I will take Casey Hayward, and then I will feel better.
Makes much more sense to me.
Oh, and the Lions, dude. The Lions took Elam McNeil, defensive tackle from NC State. The Lions are also having a very good draft.
Wow.
Goodness gracious.
They're really bolstering that defensive line now. That's 2 big guys they've taken in back-to-back picks for their defense. I'd imagine that Russ, also, if he joins us again tonight, he's going to be very excited.
He's going to like it. Sure. But also look at Russ talked about it last night. Dan Campbell, what's he doing? He's building that team from the trenches. Sewell, McNeil.
They've gotten it wrong so many times. It seems like they're finally trying to get it right.
I like it. You got to build your team from the inside out. I'm fine with that. Good draft.
That's pretty amazing. So I did want to address this question because it is a solid point now looking at the Bills roster. How many defensive ends do we usually keep on the roster? First of all, defensive ends is a fluid term on this team, right? Because especially looking at last year, right? I mean,
yeah, Quentin Jefferson was a defensive end, but like
I prefer to classify it as defensive linemen. If you play in the front, if you play up front, they usually keep enough guys to rotate. So, I mean, it also depends on who you classify. Darryl Johnson, for example, technically listed as defensive end, but he's really a special teams player who, can spell at that position. It's usually about 7 to 8 guys total in that group. They rotate. They don't all play. They all get 40 to 50% of the snaps. A guy like Ed Oliver is going to be in there most of the time. And don't forget, we have Starr coming back. The list is getting long here. So it definitely raises an eyebrow now. If you're going to keep 9 defensive linemen, then you are sacrificing some other position on this team.
Well, let's go into a make-believe, right, game day lineup, okay? Hughes, Starr, Ed Oliver, Mario Addison, AJ Epinesa, Harrison Phillips, and then I would say those are like a solid 6 lock. And then where are you going from there? Are you going Basham, Rousseau, Zimmer, Daryl Johnson? They're looking at 10 right there, but I would say they usually dress roughly around 8 or 9.
Yes.
Especially when you're figuring out special teams.
And actually, one of them has been inactive. I don't know how many. I want to say about half the games. It was one of them. So like AJ Epinesa at the beginning of the year was inactive. Was Zimmer inactive? Zimmer was inactive. I think the first game he was called up. But anyway, it's a position where if you do have 9 or 10 guys, usually one of them's inactive. What happened?
We forgot about Obata.
Oh, F.A. Obata.
Obata's in there, who's Mr. Versatility.
11. And I love F.A. Obata.
But see, here's the thing. And I was going to pull up this comment from Eugene. He says the Obata signing makes 0 sense now. RIP the Bills' British invasion from 2021 to 2021. I don't think it makes 0 sense. I still think he presents versatility. But yeah, you might think now,
something's got to give.
1,000% something's got to give.
And Daryl Johnson being the special teams contributor gives him a little bit of an edge. So what does that mean for a guy like Zimmer? Is Zimmer the odd man out here? I mean, he came in and played very well for them. He earned his spot on the roster and his playing time. Came up from the practice squad, made some plays, and said, I'm staying here, and certainly earned his spot. And now there's a question. I mean, will the Bills deal one of these guys? I don't think it'll be F.A. Obata. They brought him in for a reason. That was basically a draft pick, a 1-year rental to say, hey, we'll pay you big money if you prove to us you are the guy.
Starr isn't going anywhere.
5.5 sacks in a bad system. Come to our system where we can utilize you the right way, and you can do this. We'll pay you. Like you'll get it. But
that's very. Oh, here's an interesting question from Graham. Do you think the Bills will use Rousseau more often as a defensive tackle, especially with the addition of Basham? Maybe in a pass rushing role, not on an every down basis. And also, again, most of his snaps in college came on the edge. I know we're liking the versatility and that he can line up on multiple techs. But he's not this guy who's like, oh, yeah, he's going to be super proficient at day one on the inside. Even Bean said yesterday that he's going to start out on
Benjamin St. Juste off the board.
I went to Washington. That's a good pick. And now we're starting to – I'm getting, like, itchy.
Yeah, it's because it's getting if he's still on the board, but now he's probably the number 1 cornerback on the board for most teams.
I like Washington's draft now, too. I like Jamin Davis. I like St. Juste. I forget what else they did, but I also liked it.
Oh, there it is. Samuel Cosme. Yeah.
So yes. There you go.
Jamin Davis, Sam Cosme, and Benjamin St. Juste just appeared on
draft for. And also, like, it's hard to. I mean, I don't like Dan Snyder and that organization, but it's hard to root against Ron Rivera. just all about his
Oh, yeah.
business. He beats cancer, comes back,
Love
leads
him.
that team to the playoffs. Like that's a cool story, and I'm glad that they're having a good draft. Also,
So here's a comment that I wanted to get to earlier. Does Rousseau go on IR? I've heard he had a stubbed big toe and a nagging hangnail, so I think that would be an excellent option. You never know with those hangnails how many months it takes to heal.
He's real clumsy. He's walking into walls and stuff. He's going to be out for the year.
Part of this conversation now has to be, is there something that McDermott and Bean know that we don't? If there's an injury concern somewhere or a potential retirement of one of our guys, who knows? They would, if that conversation has been had. But, we just listed 11 guys. Can you believe that? The roster is 53 and 11 of them play up front on the defense. That's tough to justify. Something definitely has to give there.
And it's interesting.
Oh, and I showed the other one, but he did put in the super chat. So Joel, thank you for that super chat. And I
appreciate you, Joel.
Something like that is an idea that, you can't do that. You can't just place a player on IR to protect them. But
yeah, I don't think that's but it's a funny thing, especially if he gets that hang. You know what's interesting is Carlos Basham for 2020, right, on PFF is listed at 6'5", 285 pounds. Okay. Now, if we go to PFF for the NFL side and we look up Ed Oliver last year, 6'1", 287 pounds. Carlos Basham, 6'5", 285. Very interesting from that perspective.
Bigger guy. Yeah. Taller. Okay. But like wingspan and burst is a thing too, right? Like Ed Oliver is a guy who we expected a lot of production from in the middle because he's able to get through with his burst, and his athleticism, if you will, versus his gigantic arms and size.
Correct.
Like a guy like Gregory Rousseau or, but
the
balance
size is intriguing.
The balance.
Throw him in. Maybe they ask him to, again, we might be sitting here with another AJ Epinesa scenario of like, okay, they drafted him, but the expectation is like, you're going to lose 20 pounds or, something like that. We want you to do X.
Yeah. And they did that sort of with Epinesa last year. They just fit him toward the position that they thought he would be best in. Can they do that with Gregory Rousseau? Absolutely. Can they do that with Basham? Certainly. One of you gain 20 pounds, one of you lose 20 pounds or whatever it may be. And, we'll put you in the position we think you fit best.
There's another question for us here. Anthony's, I like how you phrased it with the plural this time.
Nice.
Are y'all nervous about the rest of the East? New England got a quarterback. Their defense will be back. Miami scored a great wide receiver and the best defensive end out of the draft, arguably. Mm-hmm. Jets got a good QB and a guard and wide receiver. They're doing good. I will say the AFC East is having a good draft. That being said, I'm still confident that the Bills are the best team in the AFC East. Do I think the gap between them and everyone else has narrowed since this offseason has started? Yes. But I still think the Bills are the class of the AFC East. But that being said, if they were to lose one or two games in the division this year, I wouldn't be completely shocked because those teams have gotten better. And it's always tough to win division games. But if they were to lose one or two here and there, I wouldn't be shocked. The gap has narrowed. They're still the best team in the AFC East, but 1,000%, each team in the AFC East got better. But also, I don't think, Anthony, you've mentioned this as well, I don't think that's a surprise. With the draft capital that the rest of the AFC East teams had, I think we expected all three of them to get better.
Yes, I was going to say that exact point here. I think what was the phrasing he used? You put the comment down now, though, but am I intimidated or whatever? Am I shocked? Am I worried? No, because the day before the draft started, 2 months ago before the draft started, We knew this was going to happen. We knew exactly who the Jets were going to get. We knew Miami had a haul and they were going to get a couple of pass catchers. Miami's life depends on Tua Tagovailoa. Now, believe what you want about the kid. Maybe he takes the step or not. I don't care how many receivers and playmakers he's got on the team. If he ain't it, he ain't it. And that's the team. They're tanked. They're done. They're not going to compete. That's it. So, and then you move on to a team like the Jets. Have they gotten better? Absolutely. It was difficult for them to get worse. I said that if I were the coach, they would have automatically had a better team. So now they bring in a coach with a head on his shoulders who not only gets a lot of free agents to sign, but then also starts drafting them into the right direction. So we already knew that this was going to happen. The East got better. Even New England, right? They got a quarterback that they believe in now. If Cam goes down, somebody they can hand the ball to and keep them competitive. It's not an immediate joke anymore. They can compete still with the roster. Obviously, they signed every free agent known to man. But the bottom line is the Buffalo Bills are the best team in this division. It is ours to keep. They are catching us at this point, and all we have to do is maintain roster stability, right? What McDermott and Bean's long-term plans here. Who are they actually targeting? They want guys that can do long-term. We want to maintain the quality of this team on both sides of the ball.
And the New Orleans Saints, really good pick. Paulson Adebo. I like Paulson Adebo a lot. He was a consideration for. I don't like him as much as another corner that I like. But I liked Adebo, and I was hoping he would last here until
interesting. We haven't had a trade happen within these last
everybody's kind of just like picks. Standing pat now. Well, yeah, because everybody already shot.
They already traded
trading in the
so
second.
A lot of these picks have already been traded into the positions they are, but it is a little shocking to see that there's have there been any trades in the third?
I don't think I've seen anything.
Yeah, I don't think so. Any trades in the third yet? I mean, a lot of these picks were already traded. We mentioned, but no official trades once they got possession.
Here's a conversation. Cody had another comment. Anthony, I want to see your thought on this. Because he said the seems the rest of our division is knocking it out of the park while Bean sits on his hands. Like, I don't know why we aren't trading up and risking it all. Our Super Bowl window is now, and division ranks as of now and go. One, I don't think we should be risking it all for this one season. But Anthony, what's your thought here?
Exactly.
What do you think our Super Bowl window is? And how should we be mortgaging the farm or risking it all, whatever verbiage you want to use? But what does that window look like?
Our Super Bowl window is quarterback, Josh Allen.
Yeah.
That's the beginning and the end of the story. That's every team's beginning and end of the story. Josh Allen is now successful. You're going to have to pay him within the next 3 years. I say 3 because you have the 5th-year option, right? So 1, 2, then you have to pay the guy big money, right? So even if you pick up that 5th-year option, you're going to have to pay the guy big bucks within the next 3 years. So does that hurt your draft or your salary cap? Yes, but the pro to that is you don't draft for now. There's no such thing. Bean said it at the end of the season. McDermott said it at the end of the season. If you think we're one game away from the Super Bowl, you're wrong. Just because we got there this year does not mean we're one game away next year. We have to completely keep rebuilding this roster, maintaining greatness, moving forward the way we are. And that was their premise from day one. We're bringing in the guys we think can help this team. Long-term, short-term, we're filling in the gaps. We have a plan. We're doing it the right way. So thinking that, we're going to go all in and get these 2 guys and we're going to go to the Super Bowl is not the right way to think. That does not work. This is not the New York Yankees and baseball. And if you follow baseball, that's never worked for the Yankees. They don't win the World Series when they sign all these players and go all in and make this elite roster that everybody thinks is everything. No, you win by maintaining that excellence, training the guys you got on your roster to get the best out of them. Constantly thinking about who's up next if this guy goes down. Having the depth, right? One of the things we've praised McDermott and Bean for is if a guy goes down, it's truly next man up on our squad, right? There is depth on this team. We probably have the best depth in the NFL in terms of who's going to play this position if that guy goes down. Now, obviously, our star players, it certainly would hurt a lot more than some other positions, but you cannot think in terms of, we're one game away or we're a couple of players away from the Super Bowl. No, because what position on that team do you think, if we only had a running back, we were going to make the Super Bowl? No. If we only had, interior offensive lineman better, we would have made the Super Bowl. No, You're not one player away. It's a whole team building philosophy and moving forward with that and trying to overcome that hump.
And here's Well, I want to pull up Eugene, Super Chat hero. I did call it earlier. Melifonwu had a brother who busted at CB, carries a discount. I don't think people are going to penalize him for his brother busting. I also think the brother Melifonwu was a safety out of Connecticut, but I could be wrong. Love the comment here from Joshua. Paulson and Debo did get burned by Gabe Davis in 2019. I actually tweeted multiple clips of it. Davis burned him bad. It was fantastic to see from Gabriel Davis. Yeah, I think the how many players you're away, because even think of it from this perspective, right? I wanted Greg Newsome at 30. I thought he was the most realistic, like elite player that could fall, or Elijah Vera Tucker, right? But how often is a team getting someone in the 30s that is making that level of impact right away in their rookie season? Even if they're having a very good rookie year, you're not getting someone that is going to, oh my God, we just went from 5-11 to 11-5 because we took this outside linebacker at pick 27. Like, no, it may help you, but it's not going to completely throw you, to the moon and push you over the hump, but it could help. And it also can help for things going forward. That's what we have to look at. And I also want to put that in everybody's brain. We want to win now. Yes. We want to win the Super Bowl now. We want to get better now. We were one of the final 4 teams in the NFL. We made it to the AFC Championship.
We waited 29 years for this, but
it's hard. But that's the thing you have to look at. Like, would you rather have, a cookie now, or would you rather wait 20 minutes and get 5 cookies? Exactly. The answer is wait 20 minutes and get 5 cookies.
And now this is I'm sorry to cut you off again and change the topic a little bit. This is if you think we're getting Josh Allen for $42 million a year, that's the discount price right now. Every day they wait, the price goes up. Every single day. And right now, Josh Allen seems content to wait it out until next offseason because he knows that as soon as other quarterbacks start getting paid, that price tag just keeps going up, up, up. I mean, it's going to be north of $45 million probably. Is it going to be in the $50 million range? I don't know, but it can be the way the price is inflated. Certainly, I think he gets more than 42. If he would take 40 right now, I'd give it to him.
His market value on Spot Track is $42.1 million.
That's pretty close. But again, every single hour we wait, that number just gets higher. So, and Josh Allen's camp knows that. We can get $42 million this offseason for 10 years, or we can wait till next offseason. And if you at least do half as good as you did last year, you're going to get $48 million a year. And that's the new line because of the other quarterbacks that are going to get signed and where the market is at that point. Oh, we got another super chat.
And a really good question in the super chat there.
Anthony's joining the Anthony party here. If we are going all in on D-line, do we say screw it and lock in one tech with Shelvin? Hey,
man.
It's not out of the question.
Do it, whatever. Just go. All right, so we go Shelvin in round 3, potentially Rashad Weaver or Shakatoni in round 5. Let's just keep paying it forward and just let's take Rump from Duke in the 6th round, who I actually kind of like legitimately. Let's just keep going with it.
I mean, a lot of people wanted to get Shelvin, but man, could you imagine if we do pick Shelvin even in the 5th round or something, if he starts falling at this point? That'd be our 12th defensive line. Oh man. I get it, but
I just want some DBs who can play man on the back end every once in a while. I want to have coverage versatility. We talked about it earlier in the year when the Bills defense was getting torched. Everybody and their mother knew that they were playing either cover 3 or cover 4 on the back end. They knew they were going 3s or they were going quarters on the back end. Everybody knew that because they can't play man. Mm-hmm. And if they do, they're vulnerable. Can Ifeatu play man? Better than Levi.
Certainly.
And Dane. I tell you what, I think Ifeatu is a better zone than he is man. What I like about Melifonwu is even if we stay in zone, his ability in that zone combined with his length is a problem. Like, he's got height and he's got arm length. He makes very small windows. He could potentially play man. I think he'd have to work it a little bit. Man coverage is harder in today's NFL than it is zone. Ifeatu is a better zone fit for the defense than Levi Wallace is, combined with his long-term potential because of his physical ability and his gifts. I think you could see that. He offers that scheme versatility. It's a really good battle for all the people throwing it in the chat. Dyami Brown, receiver from Carolina. Watch that tape of Syracuse versus Carolina. That was one of my favorite tapes. And Dyami Brown is lined up on the bottom of the screen for majority of the game, and it's him and Melifonwu one-on-one. Also, here's a point. Even when you're in zone, eventually all zone coverage becomes man. When a guy is in your zone, you're running it. He went blow for blow with Dyami Brown. It was a good battle. They were both into it. It was intense. Melifonwu locked him up. Brown got some plays and made some plays happen because he's sick. But Melifonwu had a game. And it would just be really encouraging to see what he's
Eugene
got.
coming through yet again with a super chat.
He's about to pay our rent for this.
If I was the Pagulas, I promised Josh a 1% stake in ownership for each Super Bowl win delivered upon retirement with a massive discount in his contract. I don't think 1% is enough to do it. You better make that like 5% for every Super Bowl win, and then maybe you're incentivizing him. Interesting way to shape contracts, though. I like the creativity, so points for that. But there was another comment, Cody. I love you, Cody, but this is absolute wishful thinking. It's not going to happen. There's not a quarterback today who will take 30 to 35 a season, meaning and a quarterback who's good enough to sign a long-term deal at this point, unless it's like 1 year and then you have to pay me again at market value. 40 million is probably the starting point for Josh Allen, and anything less would be, a deal for sure. And you do have to think long-term. So there is a balance for Allen too. We'll give you 10 years for $40 million a year. That's $400 million. Or we'll give you 5 years, $45 million. So you get $5 million more a year, but less is guaranteed because it's only 5, right? There's certainly a trade-off, and his agents know that, but nobody in the NFL, no quarterback is going to take a deal like that. I know he loves Buffalo, and we love him. But the fact of the matter is it's business, and there's a line. You cannot suddenly break that line. And no player is going to do that against the, players union, but also just in their own interests. And we love Josh, and he's certainly earned it. 1% is a crazy offer for Super Bowl. Yeah, in terms of revenue sharing
numbers.
But still, it's not enough per Super Bowl win. You're going to change a franchise, bring us a Super Bowl? You got to ask for more. If they said 1, I'd say 5, and then you settle on 2.5. Okay. But yeah, that's still. And what happens if the team sells and you lose that 2.5% stake? Yeah, I mean, it's creative. I like it. And something's got to give. But Josh Allen will eventually get paid. Hey, there's been a couple of picks here since we've been talking. I think the last pick is one that I really like, Chaz Surratt. Again, I did the linebacker analysis, so he was one that I really liked. He goes to the Vikings here. Good fit for them, I think, in terms of what he can do on the field and what they need. Linebacker, playmaker, high upside to get him here in the 3rd round. Another North Carolina guy. Man, they had a lot of guys in this draft, didn't they? They just weren't able to put it all together and make it.
They've been a decent team over the last 5-6 years. They Mac Brown, former Texas coach from the Vince Young years, really good coach. He took over Carolina, has turned them into a decent enough program with some guys who will come out from time to time. They've been that team in the ACC that isn't like the winner every year, but they're good enough to like go to the ACC championship or be a thorn in like everyone's side. They got some talent that's coming to the NFL, which is good for them. I saw some questions coming through. Who do we guys like that are still left on the board? Melifonwu, Trill Williams, Wyatt Davis.
We were still talking about him, and here it is, the 3rd round. Yeah. Jabril Cox is a guy I like. He's a linebacker, but another one of those guys that you can fit him in a certain box if you wanted to.
Also, somebody mentioned earlier guys on the back end. I really like the Cincinnati safeties, James Wiggins and Derek Forrest. If we could grab one of them in the 5th or 6th round, special teams capabilities, very versatile, fast, athletic, nasty, aggressive, somebody that you could sit behind Poyer and Hyde and they could be a starter 2 or 3 years from now, which is only thing you want. The Raiders took Malcolm Kuntz, the edge from Buffalo.
Wow.
Good for him. 3rd round, 79th overall.
Bit of a shocker there for sure.
Cool. Yeah, he was kind of down for some other people's boards. That's cool. I mean, good for him. He had 9 sacks, which led to Mac. That's nice. Man. Oh, yeah, I love the comment there from Zach. Really want Forrest as the depth safety. Yeah, so do I. He's someone who you could let grow and do some things. That would be really cool.
Yeah, again, and the Raiders, I was confused for a while because I'm like, it said pick is in and Raiders on the clock. They have back-to-back picks here. So they did get Kuntz, and we'll see where they go with their next pick here. Yeah, so you like that pick, huh? You knew, I mean, obviously being a Buffalo guy, that's solid for our city.
I really knew him and Jarrett Patterson.
Definitely. Also name on the board.
Yeah,
there. Those
are like the mains that I knew, and I don't necessarily root for UB, but it's cool to see a Buffalo dude go there. And then the Raiders followed up with, they took Diablo. Wow. I like Diablo. I didn't think he played at the size that he is. He's 6'3", 226, runs a 4.4 40. I like him. I didn't think he was as smooth and fluid as I would have liked him to be, and I don't think he necessarily played all the time with the size that he has. But really cool prospect, fun dude, and you add him as a safety combo with Abram in that defense. Man, that's pretty cool.
Certainly adding it up there with back-to-back picks. You can always have your cake and eat it too there with the 2 guys you like best on your board. So
I never used to understand that phrase. When I was little, I used to think like, well, if you have the point of cake is to eat it. So if you have it, you're going to eat it.
Pretty. You want it to look pretty.
I didn't get it. I was like, what's the point of having cake if you're not eating the cake? That phrase doesn't make any sense.
Dolphins are on the clock now. Their pick is in.
Everybody's starting to roll through fast. Yes, Michael, Eric Turner from Cover One did like Diablo. He did an extensive film breakdown. I liked him as well. I just thought we were going to have to go this kind of range for him. Same thing with like Nasir Al-Din from Florida State.
Another guy who's still on the board. I was just about to bring his name
on the
up.
board. That's a fun name. I just want everybody keeps talking about it with the pass rush needed to get better, and so did the coverage. And we talk about the pass rush of Tampa Bay versus Kansas City. We talk about pass rush, but again, I don't think it's talked about enough. And we spoke about it last night. Tampa Bay went man-to-man on the back end with 2 high safeties and locked things up. They went press, or they just sat in man. And that made even when Mahomes scrambled, he had nowhere to go because the Bucs just locked them up on the back end. Give me some kind of capability to do that. We don't have that right now. I would like that.
Pick is in for Miami here. What position do you think they go? They still need a running back. One hasn't been picked in a while, so they certainly, yeah, we talked about Crowder earlier.
Nope. Tight end, Hunter Long.
Wow, a great get here. Hunter Long was one of my other favorite tight ends. Again, a position that I covered.
I was going to say, you went super deep into the tight ends this draft.
I did. I absolutely did, because I desperately wanted the Bills to get one, because tight end is a position you got to develop. But a guy like Hunter Long has a few traits that are translatable day one. He can catch the ball, and man, in coverage, at Boston College, he was always the guy. So he got the ball thrown to him, and he caught it no matter when he was double teamed, whatever. He was able to make plays, which is really nice. But he's also a good blocker and a solid guy. Next to Brevin Jordan, Hunter Long was the guy that I was wishing the Bills to target. So a good get for Miami here. They already have a tight end, obviously an elite pass catching tight end in Gesicki. But this is a good combination for them. And we talked about them targeting if Kyle Pitts had fallen to them. This is a good number 2 option for them. Not nearly as good as Kyle Pitts, obviously, but solid playmaker, can be a guy who causes trouble. Might take a few years to develop because the tight end position always does, but certainly has traits that will translate to today's NFL right now.
And
I'm gonna duck out for just a second here and let you take over, and then I'll be right back.
Copy that. And with Hunter Long going there, it's nice to pair him with, for Miami, Mike Gesicki, and now Jalen Waddle to go along with Devontae Parker and Preston Williams. Some very interesting moves. The AFC East definitely got better. Again, we spoke about it earlier. I don't think we're in a position where it's like, oh man, everybody, it's kind of up for grabs in the division, but all the teams got better in the AFC East. And I think the Bills got better as well. Don't knock the picks, but I'm not going to say that anybody else is the favorite other than the Bills, but the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Pats, they all closed the gap on the Bills. Ooh, interesting. Jamar Johnson at 93. That's your thoughts there. Safety, Jamar Johnson out of Indiana. Give me my thoughts on Jamar Johnson. He's very strong in the middle third of the field in that free safety role. He reads the quarterback's eyes very well. He reads the eyes and the routes of receivers very well. He's got very good speed turns. He's decent around the line of scrimmage and decent in the box, but he's not great. He needs better consistent angles and run support, and he doesn't always wrap up, and he tends to lower his head when he's making tackles, and it causes him to miss and whiff, whether it's in the hole or in the open field. Those are all things from my notes on several prospects and things that I had. I like Jamar Johnson. And the safety discussion is one that I think needs to be had at some point, because Poyer and Hyde, they're not old, but they are up there around the 30s, both of them collectively. And we're going to have to start thinking about replacements going forward. Jamar Johnson is interesting. I liked Richie Grant more than him, and Richie Grant obviously went earlier in this draft. But that's why I'm kind of targeting someone like Derek Forrest in the back end of the draft to have somebody that can do some things now and then go forward. Oh, appreciate you, Vinny. Yeah, no worries, man. I'm glad I had my note page already queued up that had stuff on Jamar Johnson that worked out perfectly. The Washington. I see that the Washington pick is in. I haven't seen them announce it yet. But Washington has had a good draft. Cosme, St. Juste, Jamin Davis, for a team that went 7-9 and already had a cool defense with that defensive line. Adding some reinforcements to that defensive line is cool. Oh, awesome question for noticing that. What True Detective poster do you have behind you? It's just the poster from season 1 with Woody Harrelson and Matthew McConaughey, and it says True Detective up top. And then on the bottom, it says, like a lot of dreams, there's a monster at the end of it. Which True Detective season 1 is arguably my favorite individual season of anything ever. And if you haven't seen True Detective season 1, you should see it. It's amazing. Yeah, it's excellent. Oh, appreciate you, Bill. Thank you very much. This isn't even my show. This is the Hoof tonight. I'm just guesting on it, but I'm glad I'm able to do some things. Appreciate you, Cody. Cover One is the best. Y'all never disappoint. Keep up the great work, brother. There's a lot of content creators out there in general, especially for the Buffalo Bills, but I say it all the time, and I'll preach from the mountaintops. I don't think anybody has what Cover One has, and you could say I'm biased, but I don't think I am. I respected the hell out of Cover One long before I was ever part of the team. They were the pinnacle and the mountaintop for me when it came to content creation and breakdown and analysis. I don't think anybody does what we do, especially holistically when you combine all the shows, but just the level of sophistication, whether it's cap stuff with Greg or film stuff with Eric Turner. I kind of dabble in a bit of everything. So do a lot of the other guys on the team. I don't think anybody does what we do. And I appreciate you guys respecting that. Anthony, sorry to disappoint. I was supposed to have Bill's colors on the tree. I have it right here. It's next to the tree. I couldn't get it unwound from the thing, and I meant to have my wife help me, and then I forgot about it. We were up till like 1 a.m. last night. I went to bed at around 2-ish. Then I went into the office early today so I could get out early. I was wiped. I did some film study when I got home. Forgot about the tree thing. Yeah, it was it was pretty wild. And welcome back to Anthony Romeo. You're on. I don't hear you.
Muted. There we go. The best take while I was gone there, I have to say, is the True Detective season 1. Wow, yeah. If season 1 didn't happen, season 2 and 3 might have actually been good. But season
3 wasn't bad. That kind of picked it back up. Season 2 though, with Vince Vaughn and Rachel McAdams did good, and I like Taylor Kitsch, but I didn't like the whole story. And it was just that's That's a pretty cool comment. Pull that up. Cover One ruined most other Bills content creators for me, and I couldn't be happier. You all do great work. Keep it up, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig. We appreciate that from all of us at Cover One. And yes, like Anthony was saying, it's definitely a privilege to be on this network. Anthony in Disguise Coverage and myself, Eric, and Sterling all joined Cover One at the same time last year at the beginning of the season. And we couldn't be happier together, man. It's really an excellent team, an excellent combination. You want it, we got it. Excellent coverage, start to finish. I'd say, we have the best Bills coverage in the game, and I respect a lot of the other guys. So that's no knock on them. It's just saying that, our team, you want it, we got it here, and we absolutely love being part of this team. Meanwhile, another pick is in here. A couple after Hunter Long here, or one at least.
Washington went with Diami Brown. Now all of a sudden you're looking at Terry McLaurin, Curtis Samuel, Rashad Bateman, and Diami Brown, a really strong and young receiver room, and speedy, athletic. And then the Panthers took Tommy Tremble.
Oh wow, really? Okay, so there's a name that some people wanted the Bills to target. So another tight end coming off the board. It's interesting guy. I did not. He was not high on my tight end list. So I
think Russ nailed it. He's really strong in the run block aspect, but I don't think he's necessarily a passing threat. Not that he couldn't become that, but he's not really for that.
Yes, and that's why I think I didn't have him as high, even though a lot of people liked him to the Bills. I thought maybe he'd be, I guess third round isn't too bad, but certainly a good sign for me with a certain tight end that I still want the Bills to get. And I don't want to end up on a team that I don't like, even though he didn't have the measurables that people want. But this is about where I would say Brevin Jordan should go too. So it's not too surprising necessarily. But yeah, good pick there for Carolina. And I talk about a run blocker. That's certainly something that Carolina wants, in terms of their run game, and having Christian McCaffrey, a guy you want to touch the ball as much as you can. And Tommy Tremble can catch the ball too. He's still a tight end, but certainly not one of his strengths. And yeah, good pick for them. And the Cowboys picking next. It says their pick is already in. So we'll see. We're moving right along here, guys. Next Bills pick is going to be here before we know it.
I know, right? They're throwing more names out of who we like. I still like Melifonwu. I like Trill Williams. I do like Elijah Molden, although he's not exclusively slot, but he is a heavy majority slot corner. That's the only knock for me. I don't know how useful that is in terms of he's good. I actually think he might be a coverage upgrade over Taron Johnson, but I don't know if it's the best use of value at this point. I would rather have an upgrade to outside corner than I would an upgrade to slot. I'm still locked in on Melifonwu, Wyatt Davis, Trill Williams now. That's what I'm locked in on, all three of those guys. And great, I got to see Michael Irvin on my screen because I definitely need that in my life.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it's great that if Melifonwu is still on the board because his athleticism, the characteristics we like in this Bills defense, getting him here would definitely be a good pick for the Bills. Offensive position wouldn't surprise me at all here, especially with interior offensive lineman that you mentioned being on the board. Of course, the tight end wouldn't be bad in my mind.
Andrew Green could also be in play, guard from Illinois.
Yep. There's certainly, that is a position where we know we can upgrade if they choose to go that route. Wide receiver, if there's one on the board, although at this point, I think if you're going to pick a wide receiver, it's going to be in the later rounds, somebody who you have high upside for, not necessarily somebody here that I necessarily like at that position. I'm not seeing much else.
You know what I'm going to do?
I brought up the name Jabril Cox before, but I'm not sure I want the Bills to draft him, but could be.
I'm very superstitious. Maybe it's because I had NFL Network on and I never have it on NFL Network. I just put on ESPN on my iPad. That I'm changing it up. I'm going to change it up. I got ESPN.
There you go.
Maybe we'll see what happens now. Trying to do what I can for the team. Oh, Cowboys go Chauncey Golston, defensive end from Iowa. Interesting. Man, ESPN's presentation is so beautiful.
With their highlight reels, you mean, when they're showing the highlights of the players?
Yeah, and how the graphics they choose to spotlight and highlight and the different imagery and what they do. It's really. I wish their I wish their analysis in some of those pieces, they've gotten better, especially with football. I think Mina Kimes is fantastic.
Oh, I like her a lot.
Yeah, I like her a lot.
NFL Live is a great show now. Yeah.
Yep. They're really like Marcus Spears is sweet. Orlovsky is sometimes hit or miss for me, but I do like the way he breaks some things down. But yeah, I've always felt that we were talking about it, whether offline or online. I just see someone like, I love baseball, and MLB Network just crushes everything. Whoever they have on, the analysis is just so spot on. I wish ESPN or the NFL Network had that for football.
My brother Dave, the Dallas fan, woke up just in time for the pick, the Golston pick. Yeah, another good pick for the Cowboys in this position. Edge rusher, they, building on the pieces they got.
Nabil just said it. Ronnie Perkins is still there. It's about to be 3 edges. I'll lose my mind. But again, if you're going best player available, he might be the best player available.
Yeah, I doubt they would go even if he was by a mile at this point.
But that's like at a certain point, like in fantasy football, like I don't care if the best 3 options for me are wide receiver. I can't just go wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver. Like you have to draft for also some needs.
Yeah, and we're moving down
Green
the draft
Bay takes
here.
Amari Rodgers. That's a cool pick. I liked him out of Clemson. Some of my favorite Owusu Koromoa tape was him covering Amari Rodgers in the Notre Dame Clemson game.
Rodgers for Rodgers. That definitely makes sense.
Maybe that's why they're trying to be like, look,
a little bit of another weapon for him. They certainly need somebody else to throw the ball to.
He's got your same name.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's a Rodgers connection that now they're hoping to continue the magic that Clemson had. And certainly with a guy like Aaron Rodgers, if you have the skill set and the speed, he's going to be able to get you the ball. And they've found a way to make it work in the past. And this is a good acquisition for them. I agree that it's about time for them to add some wide receiver talent and keep their quarterback happy. This is a good step in the right direction.
Very much so. I'm going to pay the water bill. Godspeed to you.
Yeah, we're gonna keep it moving here. We got guys on the board still moving. That Amari Rodgers pick. Now the Vikings are on the clock. They could still go offensive line here with the guys we've said that are available. Wyatt Davis, this could be the spot for him, I think. But certainly there's other positions that they can go. I remember when ESPN had painted cardboard backgrounds for a decorated set. That's pretty funny stuff. They have come a long way for sure with their high tech production crews and the way that they present things for the draft. Anthony, what's your graduate degree in? I have a PhD in molecular biology. I work in a research lab and I also teach. So yeah, I am a scientist. Thank you for asking kindly. So anyway, back to football. This could be the pick for them. They desperately need offensive linemen. So I can't imagine them going past Wyatt Davis, but I'm looking at the board. Mirnaz is still there if they really like him more than that. Let's see. Let me pull up all of the interior offensive linemen on the board here. Ben Cleveland, another guy who could definitely go in this spot. Somebody who I have had mocked to the Bills in the past. And I think all 3 of those are also in play for our Buffalo Bills, especially coming up now where we're only a handful of picks away from the Bills being on the clock once again. But interesting moves along the way here in looking at the boards and what teams are picking ahead of us. The fact that not a lot of trades have happened in this 3rd round. A lot of these picks were shuffled around before the draft or during the draft in the first couple of rounds. But for there not to be trades happening here, I think speaks to some of the uncertainty of this draft given the COVID year. And players, it doesn't seem like teams have their hearts dead set on a player they must have that they're willing to trade up for in this position. The teams that wanted to trade up did so at the beginning of the 2nd round when we all consensusly agreed that there were a lot of players there who could have gone in the 1st round. And so those players were picked, traded up for, and a lot of that capital that was gained is now being reaped in this round here, where there might be more of questions around guys. And certainly that gap might be a little bit narrower between rounds 3 and 5, let's say. may even go deeper than that because of the COVID season. Back again, Ant. And so Vikings on the clock here. My fear is they're going to pick Wyatt Davis with their still definitive need at interior offensive line.
I could see that. They still need that. No, that wouldn't make sense for them. I'm kicking around.
Ben Cleveland could be a name too because he's a little more versatile. I could see that happening for them as well. I mentioned that a little bit earlier. Here we go. Question for you, Ant, from Thomas. Thomas, thank you for the super chat.
Thank you, Thomas.
Hey, Pro Ant, is Dane Jackson still available for CB2? I hope he falls to the Bills. He has a high ceiling and higher floor. Go Bills.
I like Dane Jackson a lot. He already has fallen to the Bills. He is on the Bills.
I was going to say I'm confused by fallen, but
I like Dane Jackson a lot. He has potential. He had limited snaps against DeAndre Hopkins in that Cardinals game, but Minnesota took Wyatt Davis. Good call, Anthony. Way to hit right on the head.
I figured this had to be. He couldn't fall any further than this. It's a beautiful pickup for them this late.
Yeah, it's a really good pick.
Big need for them.
Value.
He's a starter day one.
Yeah, really good value. He was a unanimous first-team All-American. Really good pick for them. But Dane Jackson, I think he could have gone earlier than when the Bills got him. I had him in like a 4th, 5th round grade, and he went in the 7th. I like his hands. I like his footwork. I like his technique. I like his physicality. I like the way he comes forward. My only concern, similar to a Levi Wallace scenario, he runs like a 4.6 40. I worry about the long speed. The reason I worry about the long speed, even if somebody has the best technique, if you are going up against someone who is extremely fast and you are not, or someone who's extremely big and you are not, if your technique and your execution is not picture perfect pinpoint, it is very easy for you to lose. We see it with Tyreek Hill all the time. If somebody takes the wrong step or their hand placement is just wrong, he's gone. It's over and it's done. But I like Dane Jackson a lot. Again, I'm not distraught if it's Levi and Dane battling it out for CB2, but I would like an upgrade at CB2, but I do like Dane Jackson. I think he has a lot of potential. I would just rather see him as a rotational piece. Also, potentially could play some nickel if need be. Yeah, thanks for the question.
Yeah, that is a good question, and I agree with you there that Dane Jackson is certainly still in play for the Bills. They really like him. They think he has more upside. He was a 7th round pick. They're already gotten more than they could have ever asked for.
I know, right?
And he's certainly going to be in the competition with Levi at that spot. And yeah, definitely Wyatt Davis. It was hard to see him come off the board. Man. Somebody asked who's the next guard. I do think Ben Cleveland is a guy the Bills would have their eyes on because he is versatile. He can play guard. He can play center. Certainly somebody they like. We've all talked about if they're looking to move on at center or just have somebody who can slot there in case of an injury. Obviously, Feliciano can do that now too. But looking long term, Cleveland's certainly a guy who could come in and compete. I didn't like him as much as I liked Wyatt Davis here for sure.
Same. I think you would also see somebody might like Quinn Miners. I think Kendrick Green is still a name to throw out there. You see, for Kendrick Green, he's still raw and he's still young in his development in addition to his age, but you see the raw tools, and he's a guy who I think realistically can be polished up real nice and you could get some quality snaps. I think he could be a quality starter as well. Good pick.
ESPN likes. I'm not as high actually, but we'll see.
I would have liked to see him dominate more on the tape from what everybody said. Like I would expect that, but I liked him initially, and he had a really good Senior Bowl. So
another super chat from our guy Eugene, keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Man, yes, MVP tonight. Super obvious, but don't know how it escaped us. JKS pointed out that 40s correlates super well with cornerbacks, but also very poorly for wide receivers. Trey was only good cornerback with a bad 40 in like years. Solid comment there. What do you think, Ant?
I think, again, especially now, if you have a slower 40, that means the Steelers took Kendrick Green. I'm mad that I'm right.
The guy that you were looking at?
I'm mad that I'm right with who's the next guard going to be. That's a really good pick for Pittsburgh. He's nasty, he's mean, he's athletic, he's still young. They
needed offensive line badly as
well.
So.
And he's young, and young in his development. You got a lot of potential. Oh man, that's a really good pick for them. As I just mentioned a couple of times. Yeah, I think the slower you are, right? Again, the more technique you have to have. That's with anything. Like Tyreek Hill is a good route runner, good enough, but a lot of his success comes from his just flat out speed. He can do the same thing with a quarterback, right? Like you might not need to have as much anticipation with your throw if you've got a Josh Allen arm because you can throw late and throw into tighter windows, things like that. So it's a give and take. And I think the slower your 40 is, that just means your technique and your execution has to be on point. And in today's NFL, it's harder than ever. It was already hard to cover in the NFL, let alone today where you can't breathe on a receiver. You can't look at them sideways. You can't, step on their toe or say mean things because you'll get flagged every single time. It's hard to do that. And if you're relying on pure technique, you have to be on point so much. And in today's NFL where you got a lot of guys who can just burn, it's hard to always be on point like that.
And I think that's, it's a personnel and defensive scheme thing as well, right? The Bills play mostly zone. Trey White thrives in the zone, right? But when you're talking man-to-man, it's not that Trey White can't play man-to-man, but speed comes in play when you have cornerback against wide receiver and you have to catch up with that guy, right? The wide receiver has the edge. He's running straight forward, so you got to run with him and stay with it. So speed is something that is valuable on defense for a reason in that case. But, yeah, it doesn't always correlate to success when you have a guy like Trey White who does everything else you can imagine well and has that anticipation and ability to read a play and know what's coming. That is just as important as speed or just as good of a quality as speed. So speed does count for something. And certainly if a player doesn't have speed, it doesn't mean you can't play him in the slot where the angles, again, kind of work in your favor, that if you're good in coverage and you can cover zone or whatever it is that your strength is, you can make up for a lack in speed with a quality in other spots for
Big
sure.
too. And that's also not to say that if you're like, you have a 4.3 40 that you're an awesome corner. Because if your technique sucks and your footwork is terrible, it doesn't matter how fast you are.
You can run with a guy, but if he catches it every time anyway, you're not a good corner.
You're done. If you can't break on the ball and you can't read plays and understand combinations and your footwork and your hips are stiff and there's so many things. Like it's a mix of all of it. But I think most people like to see a baseline of kind of anywhere in the 4.4s, but closer to the mid 4.4s. Again, let's put it in easy terms, if we're looking at Madden, nobody necessarily needs a corner with 99 speed, but you'd like one of your corners to be like 92, 93. You don't really want a corner who's at an 85 speed or an 86. Like you want those low to mid 90s. And we saw some more trades here. We saw the Niners traded up to 88 and took Trey Sermon, running back from Ohio State.
So we did get a trade. Trey Sermon, another guy who I actually was pretty high on him. I think I ranked him the 4th running back in the class, maybe the 5th.
Wowzers.
I think he was my 5th. But still, a guy who can come in and play. And on that 49ers team, they already have a few good running backs, but he is a good complementary piece for them. And always in today's NFL, it's better to have 2 guys who can do it than just one bell cow back. That's becoming more of the, past and elitist guys that are in that category.
But and especially in a Kyle Shanahan offense where it just seems like whoever touches the ball is just going to explode.
Certainly a good spot for him. But to trade up for a running back there means they must have thought somebody else was coming after him. So we'll see. And the Texans are on the clock now.
I think they traded up as well. I think it was supposed to be Carolina, and then I think we traded up.
Right. There's definitely a trade here. So 49ers, we just talked about how there were no trades in this 3rd round yet, and now we have 2 back-to-back with the 49ers choosing to go running back. Maybe they thought a team above them was also looking at him. But it'll be interesting to see who the Texans also traded up here for. Their needs scare me a little bit more in terms of what we're looking at for the Bills pick. So the board at this point in time, I mean, what do you think? I mean,
for the Bills,
the guy who
I'm the same thing. Like we're at, give me Melifonwu or Trill. It was Melifonwu, then Wyatt Davis, then Trill. Give me Melly or give me Trill. I would probably prefer Melifonwu. Also, I wanted to know where Russ got. Russ earlier mentioned Trill Williams' time was a 4.58. It wasn't. He ran a 4.41.
Oh, wow.
Trill Williams is fast and athletic.
A lot faster.
Yeah, that's a
huge difference.
I'm going to confirm because I have it in my notes, low 4.4s. Yeah, it wasn't official, but it is pro day. He ran a registered 4.42. So he's fast. Give me Trill. Monster Man. He could project to the outside. But again, I want to know, we took Basham and we took Rousseau. Rousseau, high ceiling, low floor. Basham, a little lower ceiling, a little higher floor. Melifonwu, I think, has a high ceiling. I also think he has a higher floor. I want something that I have. I would like a known commodity here at corner.
4.48 confirmed. Yeah.
And see Melifonwu running a 4.48.
Thank you, Wump Donkey. At least somebody's on my side.
Considering that, why would he say? Oh, Brevin Jordan.
Jordan.
And then Melifonwu running a 4.48. Considering that he is, see, Trill Williams is 6'1", 198, ran a low 4.4. Melifonwu running a 4.48 at 6'3", 213 pounds with arm length. That's quite the thing. And the Texans are here making their selection.
I mean, again, the names that stop. Obviously, we've exhausted Melifonwu, who's probably our number one choice at this upcoming pick. Ben Cleveland's still on the board. We talked about his versatility and how the Bills could value that. Another name that we haven't talked much about, but is still on the board and could still be of a value position for the Bills because he has a definite position, Hamza Nasruddin. If the Bills like this guy, they could take him here in the third round. It also would not surprise me if the Bills stay at their pick here and then trade up again to get another third round pick before it's all said and done.
I would love that, dude. Give me that right now.
We're at the end of the third round now. They could have drafted up at any point in time for some of these guys. And now that there's a bunch of these names that we like, that we just mentioned, that are all kind of in different positions, you can still get these guys. And remember, the Bills do not have a fourth round pick. So if you want one of these guys, you need to pull the trigger fairly soon. After our next pick, I'm talking about.
I'm so stressed. Oh, man. I would love to see a trade up into the third round to grab some more stuff.
Interesting. Okay, somebody's claiming Justin said he's having audio issues, but Zach says he's hearing fine. That might be you, Justin. Oh,
yeah,
good.
Wait, that's just me.
Yeah, thank you.
Man,
thank you
Justin,
for confirming. We were worried there for a second.
I was like, nothing changed on our end. What just happened?
All right, so did that pick come in?
What happened?
Pick is in, but it's not announced still?
No, they're doing the whole team fan in the chair. Oh, give me Melly.
Yes, Anthony, you know the answer. Trade up, trade up, trade up. Yes, because I want two of those guys that I just named. Give me any two of those guys, and I'd be happy. Yeah, so, any combination of Ben Cleveland, Hamza Nasruddin, Melifonwu. I mean, I certainly have a preference for some of those over others, but
Vikings took the other Pittsburgh defensive end, Patrick Jones. Very interesting. I wanted to pull up this comment from Jason. This is where I'm at right now. At 61, I was miffed they passed on Melifonwu, but I understood because Basham is a good prospect and there was still CB talent on the board. At 93, if they don't grab Ifeatu Melifonwu, I simply don't understand. I think that's a very fair thought.
Then there might be something else going on, again, that we don't know about. If there is either a health concern or...
I want to know, yesterday they saw him kick a puppy in the face or something. I need to know that it was drastic.
I certainly don't think there's a character issue, at least from his time in Syracuse. I don't see that being a problem.
Well, all Syracuse people are just the worst, so I
mean... Hey, now. But, yeah, I mean, I could see,
No, you would have heard some kind of something.
Or I'm certainly surprised at some of the cornerbacks that went ahead of him. Like I said, I had him 5th on my board. So it's certainly a surprise for me that he's still on there. And this cornerback class was deep, so don't get me wrong. It's not like it was a reach to pick some of these guys over the other.
No, you could still come away with talent in round 2 and again in round 3. I know we keep mentioning the same names, but I got a lot of guys that were taken. We were sitting here thinking, like, if we could get Trill or Paulson Adebo at 93, that's a successful move. So if we could do that, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's moving right along now. So the Browns pick is in. So
same thought,
go
Cody. I did want to see us trade up
edge.
and then back into the first. Oh, the suspense is killing me.
I know. So we're getting closer to the Bills pick, you can sense our anxiety growing here. Certainly the last couple of picks, I don't think they affected where the Bills are thinking at this point. Trade down could be an option for the Bills too, just to get another one of those picks that they wanted. Bean did mention that, hey, we don't have a 4th round pick if we can trade down and get one. If they can trade down a few spots here and pick up a late 4th round pick, maybe that certainly wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility because it gives them that flexibility. But remember, they have those 2 5th round picks still lurking, and it'll be interesting to see what happens. Did you just get the pick in?
The Browns took Anthony Schwartz, the speed burner wide receiver from Auburn. Really good pick. The Browns are crushing it this draft. Ugh.
Okay, so there you have it. The Browns take Schwartz.
We got asked by Cody, what's our predicted pick? I'm saying it's Melifonwu or Trill Williams. I'm going to say Melifonwu. If he's there, it's Melifonwu. I'm saying it now. That's the pick.
Oh, it's painful. I want it to be Brevin Jordan, but
dude, I'll be so mad.
I know most people would, but think about it. They have to do something on offense.
He's going to take longer to do. I don't think he makes a bigger impact than Dawson Knox in the next 2 years.
I don't think so either, honestly. I think he's a developmental pick, but
the thought is just at the end of that developmental thing, he could be
really elite. Having Knox and Brevin Jordan.
You don't have to sell me on Brevin Jordan. As a Miami Hurricane guy, I love Brevin Jordan. I actually thought there were some people had him going in the 1st round in the early 2020 mocks. People were like, "Oh, Brett," and he had a good year.
Certainly
for Miami.
And his tape says it all for me. Again, he's just hands. He's people want to say he's not athletic or he didn't do well at the combine. Screw that, man. Turn on his tape. He looks like he could be elite level pass catching tight end, hands down for me. But tight ends certainly take time to develop.
True.
So
but he's a matchup problem, and you like that. There's potential in that matchup problem aspect for Brevin Jordan.
The 2 picks that I would celebrate beyond a doubt are Iffy, because he's a Syracuse guy, and I really want him to be on this team. He's athletic. He fills that position of need and depth. And then Brevin Jordan, because I've been on that train since I did the research and looked into him, and he's been getting a lot of hate, but could be the guy. And certainly wouldn't be mad if they pick an interior offensive lineman.
The Titans went Monty Rice, linebacker from Georgia. Fine. Give me Melifonwu or give me Trill. Give me Melifonwu. Give me it right now. Give me that right now.
Again, if they don't pick Iffy here, I think something's up.
If they don't pick Iffy here, then something iffy is going on. Dun.
Yeah, my buddies just texted me and said, how is Ifitu Melifonwu still there? I don't know, man.
That's also really good value.
It is. If we're saying we could have picked him, there were people who had him mocked in the 1st round.
I thought he would go. I thought 1 was too early. I thought 3 would be too late. I thought he would go in the 2nd round. I thought he would be gone by 2. So I'll take it.
So are you going to spoil this one for me, or am I going to watch it on?
Sorry, I won't do anything. I'm just going to keep my hands over my face.
The Bills
I'm blocking the chat. Actually, no, I'm not going to block the chat because I'm trying to do different things to break the superstition. The pick is still not in. We're at a minute 45.
Okay, this is the Bills calling down again. They're using every second of their time to say, anybody want this pick? because there's a lot of guys we like here.
Or maybe
want
they're
this
trying
pick?
to figure out how to pronounce Ifeatu Melifonwu. Guys, are we sure that's how you say it? Are we sure that's what it is? I don't want to look foolish up on that stage. Is that really how it's said? Yeah, is it a woo at the end, like a Ric Flair style? Is it Melifonwu?
Ifeatu Melifonwu. I love it. Come on, man. Don't react. I feel like I gotta. Maybe I'll put the entire. I'm gonna put my entire ESPN play coverage right now over the StreamYard or the live feed here, so that I can. I can't see you guys. I can't see the chat, but I'm waiting for it. I see the clock at 1:11. I don't know where you're at, Ant. But
47 seconds, still ticking.
Okay. This is nuts. Here we go again.
I want to throw up.
Stretch. I got to get up and stretch. Sorry if you're staring at my crotch. I can't tell. I have you covered up. All right.
I'm not looking at the chat, so if anybody's saying stuff, apologies. I'll look at it once I know this is done.
Come on, man.
But I'm trying to do different things than I did last time.
Certainly, this draft is shocking Bills fans right now. It's not exactly meeting expectations for the Buffalo Bills. With 40 seconds left,
the pick is in.
37, the pick is in, but this is guaranteeing you that the Buffalo Bills were indeed taking every call they could up until the last second to say, what do you want to move down 5 spots, or anybody want to come up in this slot? But as we said, there has not been a lot of movement in this round. So I'm going to turn on my sound. So now I can barely hear you, Ant, because I've got the ESPN volume, but it's still a commercial. So
yeah, I'm in commercial too.
I don't want a beefy potato, Rito. I want a Bills pick.
Yeah, I just saw that commercial too.
Oh, my goodness. It's keeping us in suspense, guys. I hope you're putting in your predictive or desired picks so that when we come back, we can see them.
Yep. We'll scroll back and look at everybody's stuff, but we're not looking at it right now. We're not looking at any chat things.
Come on, man.
Oh, my God.
It's nuts. Look, there he is. Clear as day. On the screen, Mel's best available. He's number 7, Ifeatu Melifonwu, which is kind of low if you ask me. I mean, he's still only number 7 on that board. That's all players given. I mean,
oh my God,
running back would piss me off right here. Just too much. So Mel's best available: Spencer Brown, offensive tackle; James Hudson, offensive tackle. Ben Cleveland's is number 4, which I find interesting because that's definitely somebody that could make sense for the Bills here, and I would not be mad about that pick.
Okay.
Oh, that was best offensive lineman. Sorry, not best overall.
I got someone going to the podium.
Shit. Tension in the stomach. No, Mel. What the frig is wrong with you? Shut up, Mel Kiper. God damn it. Okay. Spencer Brown, a tackle. It does not surprise me. It's a good pick. We need depth at the position. Just because he says he's a tackle, and I know we see that on the screen, offensive tackle, that doesn't mean anything. He's an offensive lineman in this offense. We know that very well. They will play them at their best position, and tackles actually transition well to the guard position because you're used to playing with nobody on your side, and when you get inside and are able to have some help on the outside, that only makes it even better. So we talked about the Bills' need to invest in long-term offensive linemen. This was one of the top guys on the board. I think he was the number 1 offensive lineman available on Mel Kiper's big board. So I do not hate this pick, but my God, can we please use those 2 fifths to come back up and get Ifeatu Melifonwu?
Most of his snaps for his career have come at right tackle.
Okay.
He's played some left tackle, but majority of them are at right tackle. Wow, PFF moves fast. They already hit his draft team as the Buffalo Bills. Wow.
Really? So the refresh the page and it's already in, huh? Man,
Yeah, they go through.
They are on top of it. So, I mean, the Bills get a big guy.
I think that also means
line.
Bobby Hart is gone. For all the people who dislike the Bobby Hart signing, I would imagine Bobby Hart is gone now.
That's pretty good depth there for, but we knew that those cheaper signings like that's all either trade bait or, cut day casualties on the roster like that. You need the flexibility and you need the depth, certainly through training camp and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
But he's competing. He could, make the if he plays well and make the back end of that offensive depth chart. But this is certainly, that when you draft a guy in the third round, he's going to be on your roster on the 53. So that is the hope with this pick. I had a feeling they were going to switch it up and go offense at some point. So they do get a tackle. If Fitu Melifonwu is clearly the most fallen player at this point in the entire draft, and there must be something flagged there that we're not seeing.
This is from Chad Forbes from NFL Draft Bites. Spencer Brown is the Josh Allen of right tackles. He had the best workout by an offensive tackle in a decade. It was truly elite. The Bills got an exceptionally moldable tackle prospect, and they also had a very solid draft thus far. No surprise, McBean are tremendous. So thoughts outside of the Bills circle.
That the Bills are doing a great job. Yeah. Certainly a need, certainly a position filled. Again, the whole tackle conversation, I'd be interested to hear what Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott's thoughts are on that. If he's another versatile guy, that's usually what they go for. So it wouldn't surprise me.
I would love to know that he can go at guard. That would be fun. Okay. Oh, goodness gracious. His RAS score is a 10. So RAS is relative athletic score.
Wow.
The highest you can get is a 10.
So
his height is elite. 6 foot, roughly, 6'82". So height is elite. Weight 311 pounds, which is good. He had 29 bench press reps, which is elite. He had a 31.5 vertical, which is elite. His broad jump was 909, which was scored as a 9.88, so almost a perfect 10. He ran a 4.940, which is elite. He ran his 20-yard split in 2.83, which is elite. His 10-yard split was a 1.69, which is elite. He ran his shuttle in 4.4, elite, and his three cone was a 6.96. So all of his measurables are fantastic.
Through the roof, off the charts, et cetera.
Literally.
I mean, we know that we just paid both our tackles and that they're both set to be there long term, but who knows what could happen. It's always good to have that depth. And again, my biggest question is going to be answered in the McBean press conference. Where do you see this guy? Is he versatile for you? Because we already talked about the fact that they love versatile offensive linemen. Speaking of the Baltimore Ravens, with the next pick, took Ben Cleveland, the interior offensive lineman who can play center and guard. So good pick for them. Helps their offensive line. I like that pick for them, but I'm not, crazy upset.
What happened? The Ravens did who?
The Ravens took Ben Cleveland.
Oh, that's a very good pick. Good call.
Yes, it is. So I'm not upset that they ended up with him and we didn't, because we also took an offensive lineman that obviously McDermott and Beane feel more confident in. So the draft is moving pretty quickly at this time, and now my question is, will the Bills trade back into this round? And I'm still holding out hope that yes, it was my goal at the beginning to end up with 3 players here. Still haven't made that move. I guess in the press conference, Beane did technically call out by name, we don't have a 4th round pick, so maybe we'll trade back into the 4th round. But here we are, end of the 3rd round, however many picks left, and no action, not much action going on here. So we're into the compensatory picks for this round now. Tampa Bay just took another offensive tackle, Hainsey, Not familiar. Notre Dame guy. Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah, guard. Yeah, Robert Hainsey. Another good pick. They had a good offensive line. Hainsey, Adams, Liam Eichenberg.
Certainly.
They protected things
Stacking
well.
it up.
Eugene, super chat again. You are the man. Darrell Williams to guard, last resort. If he didn't have such a strong year at tackle, well, you know what? One, I would never rule out anything with this regime. But two, with the strong year that he had at tackle, I wouldn't think so. But never say never.
Yeah, and the answer I would say there too, a reason not to do that. When we originally signed him, remember, he was supposed to be guard and Cody Ford was supposed to be the tackle. But he also moved to guard when he was in North Carolina and did not play as well there as he did at tackle. So, and they moved him around without success, right? He was better at tackle. Now, could that work out long term? Certainly. Maybe he's just a backup this year, and then Williams moves to guard because this guy steps up and becomes the right tackle. And I certainly would have no problem with that because we have that versatility and that depth like we've been talking about. So the Patriots are on the board here. Another pick that could affect the Bills, obviously, and I certainly don't want any of those names that we've mentioned that we really like in this position to go to the Patriots.
And this is there's video of Spencer Brown getting picked, and he put his head into his hands and he cried.
Yeah.
Which is awesome to see.
Welcome to the Buffalo Bills.
Interesting.
I think it's absolutely interesting, to say the least, that the Buffalo Bills, McDermott and Bean, are shattering people's expectations. I made a joke of it yesterday with the running backs because I've been on that train all along and said this is the McBean way. This is what they do, right? But all of us who follow the Bills thought for sure that the Bills would be going cornerback in one of these first three picks, maybe interior offensive line and edge. And they've gone edge, tackle. So it's interesting for sure. Again, those of us who know and follow this team thought for sure there'd be a cornerback in there somewhere at this point. There's still a lot of cornerbacks on the board that I like, which is why I'm saying I don't rule out the possibility to trade back in before this third round is over. Or maybe at the beginning of the fourth, because Hamza Nasruddin's still on the board. Obviously iffy, although there's some type of red flag going on there at this point. All these other positions that, could be little shiny markers for the Bills to want to come up and get. But cornerback, certainly feeling like we're missing out of the party right now. We are missing out of the cornerback party right now.
This is man. I like the Spencer Brown pick. I'm doing more reading. Not a person who I was familiar with by name, saw some things on him, but didn't see a ton of tape. I will say I like the measurables and I like the athleticism. I like the traits. Again, traits over production. I like seeing that. And again, he's not somebody that we need to come in and start right now, but it's nice to have a swing guy, a depth guy who can function and do different things and see what we got for the long term. And hopefully, this could be a play potentially. You let Darrell Williams see out his contract and then Spencer Brown's the starting right tackle in 2 or 3 years, and that works out perfectly. So I think that's a very interesting thing. I like that. That might be, I don't want to say my favorite pick, but I like that pick.
It's another, they're clearly going for skill sets here, right? This is a measurable. You said he tested out of the waters. He's got everything they need. They trust their coaching. That's what it comes down to. If you're missing something, we can teach you that, but we can't teach you arm size or, jumping ability or all these strength tests and all that. So there's certain measurables for each position that they're saying that's something we value and we're going to get. The Patriots are picking here. I don't know if it's been announced on your end. I'm thinking they could go linebacker here, and I don't want it to be Cox because, as I said, he's a player I like, and I never want anybody I like to become a Patriot because I instantly no longer like them.
Oh, come on. He had to do the New England Patriots, the 21-time AFC East champions, the 11-time AFC champions, the 6-time Super Bowl. Really? Come on, dude. They took Ronnie Perkins from Oklahoma. I forgot who announced that pick, but I want to punch him in the mouth. That was so unnecessary. Ugh.
So they went with edge.
Yeah. Ronnie Perkins. At least the Bills didn't go Ronnie Perkins. No disrespect to Ronnie Perkins.
I mean, no, but the 3 would have been a little much. So the Chargers on the clock now. They also need an edge, so maybe that's what forced the Patriots to go in that direction right now. But man, an edge for the Patriots, defensive talent, and Bill Belichick. We've talked about this in the past. He's going to get the most out of the guys he drafts. They're going to play to the best of their ability, and you know it to be true, which is unfortunate. So, some people, here we go. Ronnie Perkins is very meh. I hope he stays very meh, because if that's his ceiling, that's what the coach is going to get out of him. But clearly they saw something here that they wanted to pick him over some of the other available talent that's still on the board here. A guy like Cox that I thought would have been a great fit for them. Maybe even a Baron Browning from Ohio State.
Oh, yeah, he's a guy who was mocked
still on the board
all over the place. And now we're sitting here not having another pick until 161.
Yeah, because we have no 4th-round pick.
Correct.
That's why. I mean, there's too many tempting names here. Those names are not going to be on the board in that many picks away.
I don't know. I don't even want to jinx it, but I don't know. Maybe Melifon or Trill Williams is there in the 5th. Holy heck, the way some of these things have fallen. Avery Williams is also, I saw a name floating through there. Avery Williams from Boise State, I like a lot. Great special teams and good slot corner. That would be very fun. Also has return ability.
Why is Cox falling? I think it's just his where you see him fitting in, right? It's more about his skill set in coverage and in pass rush. Is he a true linebacker? Yes, I like him. I think he has big upside, but apparently not as much as some of these true edge and linebacker types.
I think with Cox, you are
wow. Consider this the Chargers picked tight end Trey McKitty.
Yeah,
I think this is. I like this player. Again, I scouted tight ends, and this was a guy that I thought would be available in later rounds, but to be picked over some of the other tight ends that are on the board that I like, I'm a little bit surprised here. So I don't know if there's a specific skill set of his that they really liked and thought that they could pick him over a lot of the other tight ends that were on the board here. I thought he would go maybe in the 5th, 6th round, but not this early for sure. So, but McKitty's off the board. Another weapon receiving type threat for the Chargers and that offense, trying to find their long-term answer at tight end maybe, but certainly a surprise.
Trying to replace Hunter Henry,
who
is a Patriot. Ugh.
Yeah, so Chargers pick up another receiving threat there for their star quarterback. Man, I'm feeling the energy drain out of me as man, there's so many names on this board and the Bills don't pick for another 100 picks here. It's amazing that, the draft has gone the way it has so far. I wonder if what we mentioned earlier, the fact that there are cornerbacks and safeties on the free agent market right now that the Bills could sign to 1-year deals where they can do exactly what Sean McDermott wants them to do, a guy who's proven and what you're getting, versus spending that capital in the draft, and they're truly using the draft to go long-term answers, so short-term in free agency and long-term developmental type picks in the draft, because certainly the Bills' first 3 picks all scream that situation.
Something I want to also point out too, that a lot of these guys, the same guys that we're pinpointing and that we'd everyone else has passed on these players too.
Yes.
So there's got to be something. Oh, Quinn Miners goes to Denver. Good for him. Cool. From Wisconsin Whitewater. Nice journey, man. There's got to be something going on in some form or fashion that teams haven't liked or that teams don't see. we spend all this time with the analysis and the breakdowns, but at the end of the day, NFL teams have access to certain things we don't, and they may see different things than we do. And we might say, oh my God, like player A fits exactly what they're trying to do. This is going to be the guy. But the team might think completely different because they have access to stuff that we don't. They might know something we don't. So the fact that all these teams are passing on Melifonwu, a guy that a lot of analysts said like, oh, he'll be gone by the start of the third. He's still there. Trill Williams, a guy that a lot of people had pegged in the third. Now, again, I'm just mentioning the guys that we spoke about. It's interesting because everything else that we mentioned, we've been close on. Like, I really like Benjamin St. Juste. I thought he'd go in the third. He did. I really like Paulson Adebo. He went in the third. He did. All these guys that fit everything else we said, but here we have these two outliers. Somebody knows something that we don't, and there seems to be a reason why everyone is passing collectively on these players.
Well, here we are at pick number 99 overall in the draft, and it's the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. Their pick is in. There was a lot of talk in Bills circles, again, all of us Bills media content creators, about getting a certain number of picks within the top 100 and how that's where the talent lied in this draft, is that top 100. Well, I think what we're seeing is sort of a result of what happens in these drafts, where the effect of COVID, not having tape on certain guys, there's some names in this draft that I'm surprised are still here, but at the same time, nothing should be a surprise because of the uncertainties. Elijah Molden still on the board, right? Like, here's another name. A guy that I like, Aaron Robinson, a lot. I thought Molden was right there with him. So
especially with Elijah Molden's anticipation and his baiting ability and his readability of the quarterback is, maybe I won't say elite, but it's very much up there. He had a lot of interceptions where he played games with opposing quarterbacks, and it's very interesting.
Carter and Gainwell, two of the top 5 running backs that I had, are still on the board. So these are players that Hamza Nasruddin's one that we talked about, but I saw him in the 3rd to 4th round, so that one doesn't surprise me as much. Trey Smith, interior offensive lineman.
And another, Dallas goes with Nashawn Wright, corner from Oregon State. So another corner taken ahead of Melifonwu, another corner taken ahead of Trill Williams, guys we pinpointed. Very interesting.
I honestly don't even have anything on Wright. I don't know if you do, but.
Oh, he's got good length, good plays on the ball.
6'4". Wow. So he's definitely a big
guy. Decent enough speed, but sorry, I'm looking at different.
No problem here. So the Titans are on the clock at pick number 100. We are 100 picks in, and we've lasted the entire time. Thank you for sticking around with us. We had a great time last night with the first round, second and third round. This one's a longer haul, but we've got a lot of players still on the board, and it's interesting to see this out and try and feel out long-term. The Bills don't pick for a very long time now, but every pick is still impacting where we go and what they're thinking. And at any moment now, Brandon Beane could pull the trigger and say, we need to come up and get this guy, and that's our guy.
Very true. And circling back to Wright, good ball skills, long, length, size, zone ability, plays a good enough technique. I think another guy with like the traits, and then you add the ball skills and the production and the plays on the football on top of it. He's got some real quality interceptions and some hands on top of that. So a guy that you think is traitsy, but again, another who falls in line with a lot of people we've compared to. It's very interesting how this is shaken out with certain people that have fallen and the reasons why and what has happened in this draft. I'm very intrigued. And then also seeing, what happens on day 3 tomorrow with who's still there, and considering the Bills, have nothing in the 4th. Good call, Andrew. Wright can definitely play in the press. That's a very nice call as well. Now you're sitting here with 60 as of right now, 61 picks that have to happen. Well, no. Yeah, 61 picks that have to happen before the Bills go.
That's a hell of a lot of picks. That's
a lot of picks.
You're looking much deeper down the board.
Almost 2 full rounds.
Yeah, it's I can't imagine that the Bills are going to sit pat and do nothing until then. It just would not make sense to me that you're basically saying these are the 3 guys that we're taking to improve our team, and that's it. You know, the rest are long shots. So I would much prefer, and we're going to sit here in anticipation, that the Bills trade up right here, use those 2 fits or whatever it might take. You know, and that's the other part of the story here is as we go along, later into the 3rd round, beginning of the 4th round, the asking price to trade up gets lower. So maybe that's part of the Brandon Beane's thinking here too, is we don't necessarily need to trade up quite yet with 4 guys on the board that we like. But somebody is going to get these players that are here way before the Bills could ever pick.
Marcel Louis-Jacques, the Bills beat reporter for ESPN. The Bills had a deal done with an NFC team to trade down into the 3rd round. But the caveat was if Carlos Basham was there, they were backing out. He was there, and they did. So Basham is a guy that they had earmarked.
Wow, definitely. So they literally had a trade in place and then said, but only if this guy is here, we have to take him. And he was
very
there,
similar to the Denver deal with the trade up when the Bills got Josh Allen. The Denver was basically like, hey, we have a guy, which was Chubb. And it was like, if that guy's there, we're going to do it. If not, we'll make the trade. And then Chubb fell, and they were like, sorry, we're out.
So the Titans pick here still has not been announced or at commercial on ESPN at least. Could go lots of ways here. They also need a tight end with the loss of what's his name there?
Jonnu Smith.
My gosh, Jonnu Smith. You can tell it's getting late. The names are leaving my mind here. Man, I would hate it if they get Brevin Jordan, but I think that.
Oh, Tennessee took Elijah Molden. Good pick.
Oh, really?
Dang it. Yeah, good call.
Wow. So that's I mentioned him earlier as one of the best players still on the board overall, and somebody that I was surprised was falling, especially at the premium position of cornerback. But this is definitely a solid get for the Tennessee Titans here. A player I was high on. I certainly wouldn't have been mad if the Bills picked him. They chose to pass. Tennessee gets their guy. Another one off the board that I would hope the Bills would pick. And again, that position of cornerback, if the Bills are truly looking there, and there's reason to believe not just that we want competition for the 2 guys we already have, but just the pure bodies count in that room, you do need more cornerbacks one way or another. And now the both Syracuse guys, Melifonwu, Trill Williams, still on the board. After those 2, to me, it's a crapshoot of guys that I don't know about and guys that I'm not that high on. So I don't know. Is there another name on the cornerback board, if you're looking, that stands out to you?
Oh, let me see who's still on the board.
Yeah, exactly. Ifitu Melifonwu, Elijah Griffin, Trill Williams, Robert Rochelle, Sean Wade.
Sean Wade is a very interesting one.
That could be one. Ohio State. Yeah.
You know, we keep going through that. He's somebody who I had earmarked in the 5th. Avery Williams is another one. Ambry Thomas from Michigan, I like a lot, especially from a speed perspective. Those would be my big ones. I know Eric did a breakdown on Darren Hall, the corner from San Diego State. He likes him. Mine is still going to be interesting to see where.
We got another super chat.
Mel doesn't even have, out of the corners that are left, Trill Williams doesn't even make Mel's top 25 remaining.
Really? Does he have him at safety or something? Or is that just...
Oh, interesting. Good call. Let me check.
He could have him at a different position.
He does have him at safety. He's 5th on his safety
So.
board. Behind Jamar Johnson, Richard LeCount from Georgia, Nasrul Dean, DeMar Hamlin for Pittsburgh, and then Trill Williams. Sorry, go ahead with this.
RJ, thank you for the super chat. He says, thanks, guys. Thank you guys again for another great night of coverage.
Oh.
No one does it like Cover One. It's something special you can't find anywhere. Thank you. That means the world to us. We do put in our best effort, as you know, We try to bring you our best content and coverage. And the truth is we've worked our butts off for this moment, right? This is a huge gift for us to cover the draft and talk to you guys and interact with you. That's what we're here for, man. That's what we do all this work for. We want to be able to be Bills-centered, great analysis of these players and of this draft and of the guys we end up adding to our team in the long run or facing off against in the division or in the matchups. So it looks like the pick is
Melifonwu went to the Lions.
Son of a bum. That one hurts. It was bound to happen at some point, and I don't know why the Bills chose to pass on him, but man, I know who's happy right now. Russ. If Russ wants to hop back on with us just to discuss this, or he will be on again tomorrow for the coverage. Man, that I'm really disappointed there, but what are you gonna do? That was the Syracuse player that I wanted. Now it's Trill Williams.
Oh, and the Niners took Ambry Thomas after I just spoke into existence.
You gave them the idea, didn't you?
I know.
Back-to-back corners. So we're seeing a run on corners here. Oh, that's 4 in a row? Really?
Yeah.
Wow. So we're talking this is
right. Molden, Melly,
at this
Thomas.
point. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so that one hurts. I'm not gonna lie. That one, I'm like,
at that point, I mean, once they passed on him in '93, I thought that was kind of the death knell for Melifonwu going to the Bills. I thought trading up was somewhat of a long shot, and I didn't think he was lasting to 161. I figured somebody would nab him unless there was something we didn't know. And he goes in the 3rd round. He goes a little later than what we anticipated, but he goes at 101. I thought the Bills would take him if they didn't have a corner at 93. So he goes 8 picks later that he potentially would have went. So he goes in that range, maybe a round later than I initially thought, but he goes on day 2.
Definitely. The Rams are on the clock now. I'd be shocked if they went cornerback for sure. I don't think that's the direction they're going. But they could go a couple of different picks here. They do need a tight end as well. So we'll see if Brevin Jordan stays on the board. Right now, that's the guy that I personally am like, well, let's see if he falls to a position that is desirable. But again, with the Bills not having a pick for so long, it's a long shot at this point. Interesting comment by Eugene. So no run game again in 2021. I'm not sure why you feel that way, but there's multiple reasons that I will say that is a big false thing to say. Our starting 5, even if you pencil it in like it is, offensive linemen, have not played together, not a single snap. So if those 5 are the best 5 going into the season, we don't know how good they're going to be, but the odds are that it's going to be better than the mix of what we saw before. Plus, you have, my biggest thing is that you have your running back in Devin Singletary going into his 3rd season now. There was just a great article put out by Ty Dunn on how Singletary is really putting in the work this offseason because he wants to be that guy to take the Bills to the Super Bowl. And I have faith that he is capable of doing that. We've seen flashes of it, and he's improved on a couple of things that he wasn't doing well. That's all we need to see is him take another step, just like we did with Josh Allen. And if he gets better and the offensive line gets better, the Bills are going to be better overall. I also like the fact that we now have a speedy running back to pair with the 2 that we already had. He can be that perfect complement and be that change of pace. He will also the run game will also benefit from him being there. So don't count out the Bills run game. We're certainly a pass first team and pass a lot team, but the run game is not going to be nothing. And I don't think there is a need to get a running back with the guys we have on the roster now. And McDermott and Bean both said that in the press conferences all along the way. We're going to try and make the offensive line better. We aren't going to depend on getting a running back. We aren't afraid to take a running back if that's what we feel we need, but it's not going to be, a position of need necessarily.
Uh,
We got another super chat here. That's awesome. Thank you, Chris.
Oh.
Chris Kepner here. Thanks, guys. Haven't been in the chat as much because of spoilers. Yeah, I hear you there. We had to cover it up ourselves at times. Not sure the appeal of being the first to call the pick, but whatever. Hey, people want to be like that. That's fine. We did ask people to stop at one point, and they did. So thank you for those that did that.
mhm.
Just listening has been great, though. Big, strong man draft. Yeah, that's for sure.
Big,
They're
strong
going with
man.
the guys. Yeah, they're going with the big guns. That's for sure. I mean, you want elite measurables and skills. We certainly drafted the guys that have
And
special
we
stat.
spoke about it with the Lions and congratulating Russ. John's got a good comment here. You build teams in the trenches. Hard to complain with 3 linemen. We took
right.
3 offensive linemen with some good measurables, some good traits, things you can coach up and get better. Here's a comment from Eugene that in regards to the run game. Have we, quote unquote, made the O-line better, though? Same guards. So here's the thing, right? We also brought in Forrest Lamb. You got to see potentially what could happen. I'm not saying that makes everything better, but so let's see what happens with that. But at the end of the day, having a full offseason, knowing what we're going to have, what worked last year, what didn't, I trust in the offense to tweak some things to get better, find more of an identity this year. That being said, do I think we're going to be a top 10 running team this year? No, I do not. I think we will be more efficient and a bit better, but I'm not expecting wholesale improvement in the running game. But I do think we will be better than last year just because of the ability of this team and the coaching staff. But
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to jump up and we're going to be amazing.
I would compliment that with the next comment here by Zach about Ford, because Ford is the X factor here, right?
Very true.
I said we don't know what Ford is. Ford might not be the starter because he's not good enough next year with the competition. But the Bills picked him for a reason where they did in the second round. They believe him to be a starter on the line, and he's moved now from guard back to the tackle, back to guard. He is the guard now. It's your job. Do this. Do it well. If you can stay healthy, we don't know what his ceiling is as a second-round pick. Again, he could be an absolute stud, and he could be the biggest reason the Bills take a step forward in the offensive line. We know what Feliciano is. He's good, but he's not excellent, right? But he's got a toughness and a grit that is important on that offensive line, and I like Feliciano. Ike Botker, he's decent, but he's not the guy I want to be the starter on either end, right? So he's a good backup, not the guy I want to be the starter when he was in half the games last year, right? So you got to remember, we have not seen a combination of Feliciano and Ford, and that is the biggest X factor here. With a healthy Mitch Morse and our 2 elite tackles now, I think this offensive line is going to take a step forward. Ford is going to be the question mark there. And that's why you bring in the competition you do. That's why you sign these guys and say, hey, this guy could play guard. We're going to if Ford does bust, guess what? We got his replacement right here. If Ford is injury prone again, we've got a guy on our roster who can step right in and do it. Both proven guy like Ike Botker and these guys that we're signing for 1-year deals to just be there and say, let's see what you got.
Very true. I think that's a good point. I think there's things that can happen that can make incremental improvements for this offense. Don't expect and again, also the whole thing with the running offense, and we've said it throughout the offseason, being a better running team for the Bills doesn't necessarily equate to running the ball more. The Bills are still going to be a spread you out passing offense, especially with the addition of Emmanuel Sanders. So the Bills just need to be better running the ball whenever they do decide to run the ball. And I think they could get a little bit better, again, with those additions and some just tweaks and follow up with from last season. You never know, but I wouldn't expect – we're not going to jump up and be one of the best running football teams, but I would expect some improvement.
Wow, yeah. So just to update here, after the 49ers took their cornerback, Thomas, the Rams took a linebacker, Ernest Jones. Wow, that one surprised me. I mean, he was way, way down on some boards that I saw. And then the Ravens going cornerback again. So you're seeing this super run on cornerbacks at the end of this third round.
And now Denver
Brandon
went Baron Browning from Ohio State. Good
there
pick.
He is. Yeah, I've mentioned his name earlier. Certainly a good pick. Still on the board, probably best player on the board at this point. So certainly a good pick.
Oh, good question. Late. Good question from Danderson. Thoughts on Creed Humphrey joining the KCO line? Seems they're really trying to fix that. My thoughts on it, I hate it. I like him and I hate Kansas City, so I'm upset. Anthony, do you have any thoughts?
That was the pick that upset us the most earlier when they got him.
We hate it. But that being said,
because the Bills went D-line again, and then bam, there goes.
But so I guess that all means, good job, Kansas City. Good pick. It does. Creed Humphrey, sweet. Good pick.
It is.
We hate it.
Exactly. And that's, the bar by which we have to beat. So
just wow.
Not necessarily great for us.
Shout out to us. Thank you very much. He said, Giles said, great show, guys. Thank you. We appreciate that.
So yeah, the last pick of the third round was Browning.
This is a very good comment. Is Spencer Brown a replacement for Lee Smith? He actually looks faster than Lee in his prime. That's very funny. Actually, you know what?
We've got that fifth offensive lineman now.
He runs like a 4.9 40. I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, Lee Smith, I would like to see what Lee Smith's 40 is. I could see it being like a 5.1. I feel like it's not
6.7.
It could be. It could be very slow.
Yeah. So we're winding down here at the end of the third round. Give me some of your overall thoughts. And I know this is, like I've already set the table for, this has not gone the way Bills fans expected it to. And not just Bills fans, but Bills analysts, us guys who've done the work and study this. Certainly not the way we thought it was going to go for the Buffalo Bills. Not necessarily a bad thing. I'm not low on any of these picks. I like them. They certainly have a type of high ceiling, don't they? And good measurables and long term. That's exactly what, again, I've said multiple times. McDermott and Bean do not lie. They do not lie. Sometimes you have to read between the lines, but they don't lie. They said, we're thinking long term. We're not picking for this season. We're thinking long term. Each one of these picks is a long-term investment so far. And even if they trade back up and get somebody in the fourth round, it's still thinking long-term and not just for the team today. So they've certainly held true to that. They said they're going to pick the best talent on the board. We just heard you talk about the trade that they had set up at 30, but if this guy's there, we have to take him because we love him. He was there. They got him, even though it was a repeated position. And it probably causes them to make more decisions as they're going on. What are your summary thoughts for rounds 2 and 3 in the overall draft so far?
Well, if I'm taking the emotion out of it, because the emotion weighed heavy for me, I thought corner was a need, and I still think it is. Asante Samuel Jr. was my favorite guy in this class. I really wanted him to be a Bill. If we drafted Asante Samuel Jr., I would have gotten his jersey ASAP. But removing that emotion from it, I think we have to look at this objectively. And I think you hit one point right on the head right away. Bean and McDermott did what Bean said they were going to do. They thought long-term, not as much short-term. I think we need to temper our expectations in terms of what draft picks are going to do for us. You mentioned it earlier, Anthony. We were not one single player away from winning the Super Bowl last year, unless that one single player was like, put Aaron Donald on the Bills. Like we were not, and even then, I don't know. We weren't one single player away from winning the Super Bowl. I think the Bills, with this draft so far, they got better in the long term. I don't know what 2021 is necessarily going to look like, but they got better in the long term. I think Basham, well, if we stick to night 2 tonight, Basham, what I think is really interesting, the fact that they had a deal in place, but they had Basham earmarked and scoped out to the point that they were like, we want this guy. If he falls, I don't care what else we got. We want that guy. That's very encouraging to me because that shows they wanted him from the beginning and they got him. Very cool. So a very cool thing for that. Spencer Brown, we needed worst case scenario. He's a swing tackle with some depth. Maybe he can kick inside potentially, but you got a guy with amazing measurables. He had an RAS of 10, which is almost unheard of. Again, a guy you let simmer, you mold him a little bit, and maybe he takes over as a starter in 2-3 years, something like that. It never hurts to have quality along the trenches on offense and defense. I think now the question for the rest of this draft goes to, what are we doing in the rest? Are we trying to trade up to round 4? What are we doing in 5, 6, and 7? And how does the rest of this roster shape out? We talked about it earlier. We have an influx of defensive line, not even just edges, just holistically across the defensive line. And we have several guys who are all in that, like, quote unquote versatile mode with Obata. Rousseau potentially could be that. Carlos Basham, at the weight he has, could potentially kick in. I threw out the stat about him measured up with Ed Oliver in terms of weight. It'll be interesting to see how that defensive line takes shape. But I think also, I think it's a funny thing too. We kept saying, best player available, best player available, best player available. And the Bills look like they legitimately went best player available every single pick. It just happened to be that they double dipped at a spot people didn't necessarily want. And the best player wasn't necessarily the guy that people had earmarked, but the Bills made their moves. I think all of these were calculated and premeditated as they are. I think for the Bills, the board fell kind of how they wanted to. And the Basham pick is a big, interesting factor for that. I think Kyle has a good comment there at the bottom. I don't disagree with the picks made. I question the picks passed up. That is the crux of it. That's very well said, Kyle. I think that's my thought.
We've preached the past 2 days that it's so hard to compare draft picks because situation matters and environment matters and all that stuff. But what does, to me, compare up is you take an edge rusher and you allow Kansas City to get the next best available offensive lineman, right? So you're immediately saying our guy against your guy. We took this guy because we think he can beat that guy. So those types of things, you're not going to know for a long time. 3-4 years from now, we will look back and say, wow, a lot of Bills fans weren't excited about this draft, but the Bills did a damn good job in building for the future and making their defense elite by having 2 of the best pass rushers in the game, and that's very much a possibility with where the ceilings are for the players that we acquired. And same thing with the offensive line. You can never have enough quality starting offensive linemen, especially when you have Josh Allen at quarterback. Should always be about protecting Josh Allen. And certainly, we have a few more picks in this draft, 4 more picks, but they don't come for a while. I don't know that 7 guys, we've said this a lot, can make this roster. Maybe there's guys that they're comfortable waiting till the 5th and stashing them on the practice squad. But it does seem like there's a lot to be desired by Bills fans because it's not short term, it's long term results here. And there was a comment earlier that I definitely wanted to point out. Where was it? Yeah, it's all about the development. Think about the drafts we had 2 years ago. What we need Ford to take a step forward. We need Ed Oliver to take a step forward. Josh Allen needs to continue to grow. Tremaine Edmonds needs to be the elite linebacker that he can be. AJ Epinesa needs to take the next step. These are the guys that we have invested in, just like the guys we picked here, that now their time has come to, hey, it's time to show us what you got. Take that step, put up or shut up. Magical 3rd year. Give us that growth. Show us what you're capable of. And those guys alone, we didn't need anybody else on our roster. If those guys alone took the next step, we're in the Super Bowl. We're competing. We are there. So to have the ability to add to the team while also developing these players, you got to continue to think long-term. And we knew we were aging specifically at the edge position. Seems like they are solid there in the future, which means that next year, hopefully we won't also be drafting more edge players. And here we go. Jason, thank you very much for the super chat. He says, here's the 10 hours of great entertainment on draft nights. Love cover 1. Thank you, Jason, again.
Yeah, we love you, man.
It has been almost a total of 10 hours now that Anthony and I have put in. It's been awesome. We're going to be back again tomorrow. I say we as in cover 1. Ant, I don't know, are you going to be part of the coverage tomorrow?
I should be. I'm wiped right now. We'll see what happens. But
yes, that's what I was going to say. I probably will not be on to start the draft. I think the Hoof guys are going to rejoin me tomorrow. So Eric and Sterling are going to hop on with me, and we will do our analysis of the Bills picks at some point. But cover 1 will have you here, and we're going to carry you through to the end, pick by pick. So we'll have the crew on tomorrow. But Anthony and I have certainly enjoyed, and Russ was here and giving his awesome analysis through pick by pick. Really, really appreciate what you guys have done. Eugene, hanging in there with us.
Dude, it's
making
5
it
a.m. He's
all
been giving money,
night
staying awake.
long. This is awesome, man. Eugene, we could stay here all night if you're going to keep handing it to us. But, we really, really appreciate you staying up, doing the super chats. Super chats really tell us how you feel, and that means a lot. So does sticking around with us. We still have a bunch of you in the room that have stayed this whole time. Can't speak to that enough. High hopes for the Buffalo Bills, right? We always have our high hopes. There's still a lot we can do in the next few rounds here.
And free agency, let's not forget it. Yes. I mean, my thoughts on corner, if we don't draft a corner this draft, I'm like, man, that sucks. And then next week we sign Casey Hayward, I'm fine.
Yeah, exactly. So, again, I think that McDermott and Bean have also talked about that there are safeties and corners that are free agents that they feel very comfortable bringing in for 1-year deals, and they have the cap flexibility or are willing to make it work where they can pay these guys to be a more definitive upgrade. Because obviously in free agency, you know a lot more about what you're getting because these guys have time in the league than trying to draft somebody and throw them in there. Yeah. The biggest concern for a lot of Bills fans was the coverage of tight ends, right? We need effective cornerbacks, safeties, guys who can drop back in coverage, linebackers. And that is certainly a position that has not been addressed yet. So we'll see if that's the start of the next round. I have a feeling that that's where the eyes are now in terms of a guy like Hamza Nasser-Eldin, who is a safety that can certainly be that type of player if that's the talent that you feel is there. But there's a lot of other guys. That's just a name that has come up a lot at Bills.
Whether it's the draft or free agency, yes, there will be additions at both safety and corner for this team. Before training camp, there will be additions in some form.
Yes, because right now, what do we have? 4 cornerbacks on the roster?
Yeah, we're very light, traditionally very light as opposed to what we've been in under the McBean era. And even again, from a contract perspective, the only 2 corners currently on the Buffalo Bills who are under contract after this year are Tre'Davious White and Dane Jackson.
Yeah.
No one else at corner.
So certainly if they don't find a guy they're going to sign long-term, cornerback will be a need come next year's draft or free agency.
Very true.
So, again, just by a bodies count. So it tells you something is going to be done. But McDermott and Bean, they have the long-term plan and they've earned our trust. We have no choice but to trust them at this point. The default is trust. It's going to work. And if it doesn't, then we rebound and figure out what we have to do next. But in McDermott and Bean, we trust. And I think with that, guys, we're going to sign off. Any last thoughts, Ant, that we didn't get in?
No, other than thank you to everybody. Anthony, thank you to you for riding with me on both nights. Thank you to Russ for, I know he's bounced on this one. He had some other commitments, but thank you to him for joining us tonight and last night. I've been podcasting for several years, and at this time last year, I rebranded a pod that I had. I started out as a duo with a buddy of mine, and then he was unable to continue, but we had gained a bit of a little following, and so I kept it up on my own, but I wasn't enjoying it solo. I decided to rebrand to Buffalo Sports, but I really started out just covering the Bills because there was nothing going on with hockey. And I started that around last year. And when I started around last year, I knew the content creating, groups, and Cover One was the top for me. And my goal at the end of 2020 was to somehow appear on an episode of the Cover One Buffalo podcast with Greg and Aaron, or do some kind of something. And so to a year from now, to be a part of the team and to be doing like the Cover One draft coverage for the first 2 nights, and even potentially tomorrow. I got to see how I feel. I'm just tremendously thankful to everybody who has supported me. I'm thankful to you for riding with me on that. I'm just very grateful and thankful for.
I have to echo that sentiment. Awesome. We've talked about Cover One being amazing and the team being awesome. But if somebody would have told me 2.5 years ago that I'd be covering the draft with a Buffalo Bills content network, I would have been like, what? Like, yes, I got my dream job. What are you saying, man? I got my position. And Eric and Sterling started the Hoof podcast before me. And I came in shortly after their first season together because I had just been talking to them about it and got on board with them, and we were all friends here in Denver. Never thought I would have the time and energy to put into this, but it's been one of the best decisions they ever made, I should say. They brought me in. I'm forever grateful for that. Eric certainly has had a vision for the Hoof podcast from day one and has put in the work behind the scenes that, all I do is show up and start talking. Sterling and Eric really deserve all the credit there for bringing the Hoof podcast as far as we've come. And I cannot thank them enough. I cannot thank Cover One enough. You put in the work, you get to where you want to be. And this has been amazing. The reason I do this, that I love doing this is hearing from the people who watch it, right? It's awesome being here with you all. So thank you for tuning in with us. Thank you for being here for the long haul, for commenting, for super chatting, for telling us we're doing a great job, for disagreeing with us, for arguing with us, for putting up with all my antics and my personality, because the one thing I cannot wait for now is to actually be at a Bills game and meet you, the viewers.
That'll be even better.
I'm going to be there, and you'll see that the personality you see on Cover One is exactly who I am in person. No difference there. And I will have the suit on when I'm at the games. I can't wait to do that now. But yeah, just thank you all. Thank you. Cover One has been amazing. Yeah,
it's unreal to be able to. I cannot express, I love the Buffalo Bills with every single fiber of my being, and to know that there are people out there who want to hear me talk about the Buffalo Bills and who come to me for stuff on the Buffalo Bills, and people like Eugene, and all jokes aside, who are willing to get, I don't care if it's a penny, who are willing to give us some sort of monetary amount because of what we do to talk about what we love. That is, I got goosebumps thinking about it. It's a feeling no other. And we say it every time. Yeah, without you guys, we are nothing. We're tremendously grateful and appreciative.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Yeah. This is my good friend from college. We went to St. John Fisher together.
Oh,
Mike
nice.
Lucas. So appreciate that, Mike. Yeah, it's definitely a big part of it is just being who you are and putting in the work. And, I'm a PhD scientist, but I bring that analysis with me to football. That's
translates.
why I'm passionate about my points. I'm telling you, I've broken it down into thesis format, why I came to this conclusion, man. It is what it is. Yeah. Woohoo. St. John Fisher, baby. And the reason I went to St. John Fisher College, and this is
tell them
this is 100% truth. I'm not kidding. I went on the campus visit and they're like, oh yeah, Buffalo Bills have training camp here. And I said, what? I was on the football field. I said, you mean to tell me the Buffalo Bills play on this field right here? And they're like, yes, they do. And I said, I'm coming here. There's no way I'm not coming to this campus. I love the campus, obviously, and the feel and the environment as well. But that was the number one selling point for me. Yeah, so he graduated the year I came in. I was 2005 to 2009. So
awesome.
I loved it there, and the fact that it overlapped with the Buffalo Bills is just another part of my story. So anyway,
and Eric said the same thing too. That's the reason I went to play ball there. The facilities, thanks to the Bills. Hell yeah, they crushed it. Oh, Eric here running the Cover One account, giving us the shout outs. Eric is immaculate with his football knowledge and his covering of everything, and to have your respect and your accreditation it's tremendous.
Can't thank Eric enough for running the show at Cover One and bringing us all on board and making it work. And I can't say enough how much I've learned from everybody at Cover One, especially Eric. It starts at the top, and it's been awesome. And we're going to continue to bring you great content. We're going to continue to pound it out week after week. And bring our passion and what we love and hear from you guys who, make it all happen for us too. I have a Mormon nameplate. Yes.
Yeah, when we moved into the locker after the Bills left. That's awesome, man.
Awesome. Yeah, because isn't that incredible? Mike was on the football team, so he got some insight there. And they stayed in the dorm, so I would always try and figure out who stayed in the dorm that I was in. Like, I wonder which Bills player slept in this room that I'm in now. Yeah. Definitely an awesome experience there.
And then this was another one, man. Like to see, being able to do this draft coverage and marathon. We've hit the official 5-hour mark tonight. Last night we finished at 4 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds. Just unbelievable. And the fact that, the support and everything from you guys means so much. And we're truly blessed. And No one cares about the Yankees. Good for you.
Go Yankees, baby.
Gross. But no, yeah, this has
I
been.
do care. I'm a
This
Yankees
is, I know
fan.
you do. Yeah, I know. This has been awesome. Yeah, truly grateful and thankful for everything. And we'll see what happens tomorrow and, well, today, actually, because it's midnight here on the East Coast. Well, yeah, so tomorrow for you, today for me, because I'm ahead in the time travel world. And, yeah, we'll see what happens as we continue to grind. Always keep it, locked here, where we mentioned it earlier, and some people agreed in the chat, we're the best when it comes to anything and everything Buffalo Bills, breakdowns,
Don't
analysis,
forget
film,
to
all of it.
like, share, subscribe, right? Word of mouth is how this grows, and that's what we've been doing from square one. So please don't forget, like this video on your way out, share it with your friends, post it on social media, tell them how much fun you had hanging out with us and talking Bills, and tell them to come check out our content week in and week out. And I'm sure that if they're real fans and they like this, they're not going to be disappointed in what we have to bring. So keep on checking us out and sharing and liking. That's what we thrive on most, like Ant said. So with that said, we're going to close it out here. Thank you for tuning in again to this special edition on Cover One of the Hoof Podcast. We've really just been the MC. It's been all three of us, Ant, Russ, and myself, 2 nights in a row here. Tomorrow we'll get a little more of the Cover One crew involved for the extended coverage, so don't forget to tune in. I'm not sure what time they're starting tomorrow. Ant, do you know that offhand?
No, we got to narrow that down. No, the draft starts at 12 tomorrow. It goes until 7. We will be sending out communication in the morning, what time everyone's starting, when everyone's jumping on, and then
I know that the Hoof guys are going to be on in the afternoon, meaning me, Eric, and Sterling, to give our thoughts on where the draft is at. So somebody will be here as the draft starts, and we'll get it going then. So thank you all again, and as always, go Bills.